Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Back then, Atsuki was just an ordinary kid, but one day, his life turned into a living nightmare, when bloodthirsty monsters suddenly invaded the world. They brutally slaughtered his parents right before his eyes, leaving him all alone in this messed up world. That day, Atsuki swore to wipe out every last monster. 10 years later, the day he'd been waiting for finally came, the day he awakened his power and became a hunter. Under the watchful eyes of the world's strongest hunters, he stepped onto the stage and placed his hand on the awakening stone, having no clue that fate had something completely different in store for him. He awakened the rarest gift of all, Limit Breaker, a power nobody even knew existed. But then he found out his level was permanently locked at 0, which meant there was no way to level up. Now, the main character has to figure out how he's going to get revenge on the monsters that killed his parents. And this is where the journey begins, of the man who will defy the entire world and the very rules of power. But before that, let's rewind a bit. Back to the day when Atsuki was just chilling on the school field until one of his classmates walked up to him. Atsuki realizes too late that his grief is showing, and she points out the tears on his face. Before the moment can deepen, their friend interrupts and drags them toward a special assembly. The assembly explains that 10 years after the disaster beasts first appeared, people who can fight back have begun to emerge as awakened. Itsuki learns that the speaker is Commander-in-Chief Izumi Nento, a major figure from the northern continent. His friend excitedly explains that Nento was one of the earliest awakened and became famous for defeating mountain-sized disaster beasts. The revelation hits harder when they realize the legendary hero is also a student's father. Nento then reveals a new discovery: even ordinary people may awaken after touching a monument. He invites the students to test themselves, framing awakening as a chance to join the fight against the disaster beasts. The monument is brought forth under heavy guard, radiating obvious power as the trial begins. The students erupt with excitement, treating the chance to awaken as a life-changing opportunity. Itsuki's friend is thrilled by the possibility, while Itsuki quietly focuses on what this moment could mean. As the line forms, his friend refuses to let him drift away, and the pink-haired girl urges him to stay in place. Standing beside her, Itsuki's mood shifts as the monument stirs something dark and intense inside him. He welcomes the moment as if he has been waiting for it all his life. One student after another fails to awaken, and the officials move the process along without ceremony. Watching the failures pile up, the crowd starts doubting whether talent or physical ability has anything to do with awakening. Still, the testing continues relentlessly with each new name called forward. The students grow anxious, joking and worrying as the chance of failure becomes more real. Then Oishi Hikaru is called. Some students immediately object because Oishi is already known as a bully, and they fear giving him power. Their fears prove justified when Oishi awakens dramatically, lightning erupting as he is lifted into the air. His status is announced as an elementalist with lightning abilities, making him the first successful awakening of the day. Observers confirm that his measured power is still modest, but the breakthrough matters. Oishi basks in the attention and starts imagining himself elevated above everyone else, especially in Nento's eyes. Before he can enjoy it for long, Itsuki steps past him and heads straight for the monument. Oishi lashes out at him for touching it, trying to reassert dominance through intimidation. The crowd recognizes Itsuki and assumes he has just ruined his chances by provoking the newly awakened bully. But from above, Nento senses something far more important than the confrontation: overwhelming emotion pouring out of Itsuki. As Itsuki places his hand on the monument, his hatred for the disaster beast surges forth, rooted in the day they destroyed his life. Nento instantly realizes this response is unlike anything shown by the other students. Itsuki's awakening manifests as a colossal spectral figure behind him, signaling a power on an entirely different scale. The monument answers with a towering pillar of light, as if his awakening is breaking past normal limits. That power spreads across the campus, engulfing the surroundings in a vast magical phenomenon. The students can only stare as they realize this awakening dwarfs Oishi's and exceeds anything they expected. Itsuki's friends are stunned but also vindicated, seeing proof that he was never ordinary. Nento identifies the phenomenon as the sign of the rarest class, Order Breaker, and becomes eager to see how far Itsuki can go. Oishi's triumph collapses into shock and resentment as he understands he has been completely overshadowed. At the center of it all, Itsuki himself is left disoriented, only just realizing that he has awakened and entered somewhere beyond normal understanding. Tenma drifts in a strange awakening space as a new power begins to take shape within him. A status screen reveals that although he is still level 0, his special gift Nirvana massively boosts him whenever he acquires a skill, cleansing debuffs and healing injuries. He learns that his newly gained Z-rank skill over mimesis can analyze enemy attacks and copy them as counter skills, even though his base stats were originally non-existent. Nirvana immediately activates alongside that skill, raising all of his stats from 0 to an extraordinary 800 total. Tenma realizes the trick of his power: even if he cannot level normally, every copied skill can still make him stronger through Nirvana. Convinced this awakening has made him exceptional, he resolves to wipe out the disaster beasts. The awakening erupts in a blinding burst of energy that overwhelms everyone watching. Tenma emerges from the light transformed, radiating a force that feels completely different from before. The boy who had looked down on him is shaken into disbelief at Tenma's sudden rise. Even the observers are stunned that a rookie awakened could possess stats this absurd. The adults conclude that Tenma may already rank among the greatest newly awakened in history. Standing amid the fading light, Tenma is recognized as the strongest presence on the field. His public status confirms the impossible jump. Every stat has reached 200 despite his level remaining fixed at 0. The crowd erupts in celebration, seeing Tenma as a historic talent for the school. But one classmate burns with jealousy, convinced Tenma stole the glory that should have been his. Driven by spite, that student unleashes a lightning attack at Tenma in front of everyone. He declares that he will crush Tenma with his newly acquired skill, Silver Serpent. Instead of panicking, Tenma lets over mimesis engage and begins analyzing the incoming attack. As the analysis rapidly advances, he stays calm while the copied skill takes shape. The lightning strike lands, but Tenma vanishes from where he stood in a flash of electricity. The spectators are left confused, only able to grasp that Tenma disappeared the instant the attack hit. He reappears behind his attacker, analysis nearly complete, and the bully suddenly understands he has lost control of the situation. Tenma coldly reminds him that if this had been a real disaster beast, reckless weakness like his would have gotten him killed many times over. The attacker collapses in fear while the onlookers realize Tenma moved before anyone could follow him. As the analysis reaches completion, Tenma notes that lower rank skills can be copied almost immediately. He successfully acquires the C-rank skill Thunderbreaker. The crowd braces for another surge of light, with some already expecting Tenma's power-up pattern. Tenma figures out that every completed analysis forcibly triggers another stat-boosting awakening effect. Thunderbreaker is revealed to absorb and release lightning while granting another full heal, debuff removal, and a further stat increase. Power floods out of Tenma again as the copied lightning skill wraps his body in electric force. The spectators can only stare as his aura grows even more overwhelming than before. His stats rise again, climbing from 800 to 840 total, proving that each copied skill keeps stacking his strength. Then the atmosphere shifts abruptly as rain clouds gather overhead where the sky had been clear moments earlier. A massive monument descends from above, wreathed in ominous energy, signaling a disaster far beyond the school's ceremony. An official recognizes the threat at once, cancels the assembly, and orders everyone to evacuate because the grounds are now under emergency restrictions. She fears the enemy may be targeting her specifically and urges retreat, knowing direct combat is not her specialty. The armored intruder notices that Tenma remains calm while everyone else panics, and that composure draws its attention. As students flee in terror, the descending object unleashes a violent storm of power over the field. The monument crashes down and fully manifests the disaster beast's arrival. While others shout for escape, Tenma refuses to run and declares that he will exterminate every last one of the monsters. His classmates think staying means certain death, arguing that even a fresh awakened should not challenge such a threat. Tenma answers simply by asking them to trust him. Though still terrified, the others finally retreat and leave the battlefield to him. Watching them go, Tenma welcomes the chance to face his first enemy since awakening. He recognizes the monster as the one that killed his parents, and the fight becomes personal. Using his status sight, he identifies it as a powerful skeleton soldier whose defense doubles at low health, and whose attacks can disable enemy skills. Rather than hesitate, Tenma decides to test the lightning skill he just copied. He launches himself forward in a burst of electric speed and closes the distance before the monster can react. As he strikes, his resolve hardens into a vow that he will not allow any more deaths. Tenma drives a lightning-charged blow into the skeleton soldier, opening the battle with a direct hit. The fight erupts in a violent burst of blue lightning and force as the disaster beast unleashes another attack. Watching from a distance, the students realize the rookie they dismissed is strong enough to hurl the monster toward the school building. The masked observer explains that Tenma Itsuki's speed and power are exceptional, but defeating a skeleton soldier should still be impossible because it possesses two troublesome gifts. He reveals the first ability, Bone Fire, a blue flame that burns anything it touches down to ash. Itsuki's classmates panic, fearing he has been caught in an attack no beginner should survive. One arrogant student is certain Itsuki is finished and mocks him for overstepping his place. Inside the flames, however, Itsuki begins analyzing the enemy's fire as if treating the attack itself as data. He notices the analysis accelerates whenever the enemy's skill directly hits him, so he deliberately endures the burning. The blue-haired girl understands how absurd this is, since even a far stronger awakened fighter would struggle to survive a direct hit. As his body burns away, Itsuki coldly accepts the pain as the price of learning the skill before the beast can kill him. His self-recovery keeps rebuilding him even while half his body is reduced to bone, letting him remain conscious through the damage. Even the masked examiner is unsettled, realizing Itsuki still has not shown his full power. The analysis finally reaches completion, and Itsuki prepares to turn the enemy's own power against it. Around the field, students who had mocked him are forced to admit that the supposed weakling may be another miracle-level talent. Itsuki calmly waits to see what new ability he has gained from the completed analysis. He acquires Black Wall, an ice-based defensive skill that coats his body, blocks lower-ranked fire abilities, boosts defense, and even grants healing and status recovery. With the new skill added, his overall combat ability surges, and he judges that his body can now withstand using his full power. A vast bloom of icy blue energy spreads around him, signaling that the battle has shifted completely in his favor. Standing within that frozen aura, Itsuki appears fully restored and in complete control. The spectators erupt in relief and excitement, realizing he is not only alive but may actually win. The blue-haired girl is left trying to reconcile the impossible combination of lightning, self-healing, and now perfect resistance to the beast's flames. Itsuki himself recognizes how abnormal his regeneration is, wondering whether there is any limit to what his body can recover from. The disaster beast charges again, still wrapped in its blue fire and intent on crushing him head-on. Itsuki meets the assault without fear, his new ice armor forming over his body as he prepares a counterattack. The beast's flames engulf him once more, but this time the attack no longer decides the battle. Behind the fire, Itsuki's transformed body remains intact, his red-eyed focus showing that the enemy's advantage has vanished. He explodes forward through the flames with overwhelming speed, turning defense into a killing strike. In an instant he slips past the monster's guard and appears behind it before anyone can follow the movement. The impact drives the beast upward and leaves it exposed, unable to respond. Itsuki finishes the exchange with a decisive slash that tears through the skeleton soldier and ends the fight. The onlookers can barely comprehend it, comparing his movement to teleportation and admitting only awakened fighters could even hope to track him. Those who doubted him are shaken into silence, unable to accept that a supposed rookie can move exactly as before but now on an untouchable level. As the ice breaks away from his body, observers conclude that Itsuki can generate and shape ice freely, giving him offense and defense at once. Then he hears someone call his name, pulling him out of combat focus. A bespectacled classmate rushes in and embraces him, relieved that he survived and won. When Itsuki asks about Saya, he learns she had been watching in tears but disappeared before the fight ended. Seeing the others gathered at a distance, he worries that Saya may have left upset with him. Meanwhile, the masked examiner privately marvels that a first-year student has defeated a skeleton soldier and orders the blue-haired girl to stay behind and report everything to the principal. Itsuki's friend guesses Saya probably fled because she was overwhelmed and embarrassed after nearly touching him in the heat of the moment. Before the friend can leave, the masked examiner approaches and confirms Itsuki's identity. The two face each other directly, with the examiner now treating Itsuki as someone worth addressing seriously. The watching students immediately suspect the examiner may try to recruit Itsuki as his disciple, and they are stunned by the possibility. Sensing the gravity of the encounter, Itsuki's friend awkwardly excuses himself to go look for Saya. Left alone with him, the masked examiner tells Itsuki that he is unusually special. Itsuki does not accept the praise at face value and asks what he means. The examiner answers by pointing past his strength to the darkness inside him, saying his heart is full of anger and hatred. Rather than condemn him, the examiner asks for the reason behind that hatred. Itsuki finally opens up and says it began 10 years earlier, when his parents died protecting him from disaster beasts. The memory hits him with full force, dragging him back into the terror of that day. He recalls that he had been on the verge of death as well, and that everything changed at that moment. A boy relives the moment he watched his mother die, haunted by her final insistence that he must keep moving on his own. The memory overwhelms him, and he can only cry out for his mother as the loss hits him again. He fixes the blame for both his parents' deaths on the beings that destroyed his family. His grief hardens into hatred as he decides the demon before him is the source of everything that ruined his life. That hatred centers on a terrifying disaster beast, the embodiment of the evil he once erased. Consumed by rage, he vows that this monster, and everything like it, must be destroyed. From that day on, he turns his mourning into a lifelong oath of extermination. Even as he swears to wipe out their entire kind, the pain still breaks through him. Someone notices that despite all his hatred, he is still capable of grieving. He explains that after witnessing his mother's death, one eye stopped producing tears, and he treats that wound as a reminder never to forget his hatred for disaster beasts. A mysterious figure offers him a path to revenge by asking whether he will become his student and join the Salvation League. The figure explains that the League exists to fight disaster beasts in a systematic, government-backed way through elite awakened fighters called saviors. He is told saviors receive extensive support, training, weapons, and even generous pay. But the offer comes with a warning that this protection is earned through constant frontline combat against disaster beasts. He dismisses money and resources as irrelevant compared with his real goal. What matters to him is gaining the power to fight on the front lines, so he declares that he wants to become a savior too. The recruiter explains the national entrance exam and its ranking system, and the boy immediately asks what score history has ever produced. The answer comes with a caution that the record may be too extreme to use as a normal benchmark. He learns that Taiwajan set the all-time record at 115,000 points, far beyond the passing mark. Recognizing the name, he realizes the record holder is the legendary Awaken known as the Light of Humanity. The recruiter tells him not to measure himself against that exception and urges him to believe he can still stand among the best. Instead of backing down, he raises his ambition and declares that he will surpass Taiwajan, That bold claim catches the recruiter's full attention. The recruiter reveals that many people are already comparing the boy to Taiwijin and says he may be the long-awaited talent capable of changing the current order. For the first time in years, the recruiter feels that the future he has been waiting for may finally be arriving. Their conversation shifts to a strange domed facility, and the boy asks what it is. He is told the monuments are remnants tied to disaster beasts, and if left alone they eventually produce new ones. The dome is explained as a containment and training facility built around such monuments so awakened fighters can control and study the outbreaks. Understanding that, he recognizes it as a training ground called a stage. The recruiter warns that Stage 1 is infamous as the rookie's graveyard because new challengers often die before they can handle the disaster beasts inside. To show what true talent looks like, he cites Jin's old record of clearing Stage 1 in just over 3 minutes. Then he sets a condition: if the boy truly wants to surpass Jin, he must beat that mark and clear it within 3 minutes. He promises that if the boy succeeds, he will personally take him on as a student. As they approach the facility, bystanders recognize the recruiter and speculate that the unknown young man beside him must be extraordinary. The boy, still unaware of the recruiter's fame, simply wonders why everyone is reacting to him. At the entrance he checks the display and sees that Stage 1 is rated only slightly above a skeleton soldier, making him question how dangerous it really is. Nearby spectators mock his confidence, assuming he is just another rookie who will drag down the famous man accompanying him. When he asks to enter the stage, the receptionist assumes he is there for some other reason and asks how many challengers are participating. He answers that he is going in alone. That answer makes the surrounding crowd stop and take notice. The receptionist panics, thinking he is a reckless amateur trying to impress her and warning that the place is too dangerous for that. The crowd joins in, laughing at the misunderstanding and expecting him to be sent home in embarrassment. He calmly clears it up, insisting he has no interest in her and only came to challenge the stage. Still unconvinced, she treats him like a stubborn show-off and tries to brush him off by offering her contact information instead. Irritated, he bluntly rejects her misunderstanding and demands that she stop talking about herself and register his entry. Startled into compliance, she finally agrees and tells him to use the registration bracelet to get permission from the gate. As she hands it over, the onlookers sneer that a rookie challenging Stage 1 alone is basically suicide and assume he will flee almost immediately. Yet even among the doubters, some sense that his confidence may be real, especially since an awakened fighter's gift often matters most at level 1. He approaches the gate, checks whether the bracelet contains his registered information, and prepares to enter if it does. The system confirms Tenma Itsuki's approval, and the gate begins to open for his challenge. With only 3 minutes promised for the trial, Jin steadies himself and begins immediately. The countdown starts, making it clear he has almost no margin for error. He launches forward at full speed, choosing offense before the stage can overwhelm him. As he runs toward an enormous tower, he realizes this first trial is far larger and harsher than he expected, even if it is only an artificial beginner stage. Sensing danger before it appears, he prepares to meet the first attack head-on. A Kodama tree monster drops in front of him, confirming the stage is populated by hostile living wood. Jin cuts it down in one decisive strike, and the system identifies it as a level 4 grunt far beneath him. He treats the kill almost casually, deciding an axe-like blade is ideal against tree enemies and testing how cleanly his weapon can split them. The surrounding forest answers with a swarm of enraged Kodama, turning a simple encounter into a mass assault. Elsewhere, observers question why Jin chose this rookie stage when many others were available, and the answer is that he deliberately picked the first stage he was challenged to clear. One watcher argues that surpassing Jin should be impossible unless someone steps beyond ordinary human limits. The woman watching recalls Jin instantly killing a level 97 disaster, and begins to suspect he may already stand outside normal humanity. What unsettled her most was his gaze, which felt cold, detached, and inhuman. To her, those eyes resembled something divine rather than mortal. Another observer compares Tenma to an unpolished gem with the potential to rival Jin, implying only a being of that caliber could truly challenge him. But even that hope is framed as distant, because Tenma would have to become a demon consumed by hatred to approach Jin's complete form. Back in the stage, Jin wipes out the lesser monsters so easily that he concludes ordinary mimicry cannot even activate against prey this week. A far larger presence emerges behind him, finally offering an enemy worthy of attention. Jin rushes in with another high-speed slash, refusing to let the stronger beast dictate the pace. When the giant collapses, he briefly wonders if the trial could really end that simply. Seeing the creature's massive body, he rejects that idea and realizes a so-called rookie graveyard should not be this dangerous unless something abnormal is hidden here. The system confirms his suspicion by detecting a B-rank self-regeneration skill and activating overmimesis to study it. Analysis begins, but the low initial progress means he must survive the enemy's regeneration long enough to copy it. Jin notices the shift too late to stay comfortable, understanding the fight has just become serious. The fallen monster rebuilds itself into a towering disaster, its body expanding into a forest of lethal wooden growths. Now identified as a level 10 elder-grade Kodama with vastly enhanced healing and far higher stats, it proves this stage's true threat has appeared. Jean answers by raising Black Wall, using defense to endure the first barrage while the analysis continues. He dives through the storm of branches, determined to keep pressure on the monster instead of being pinned down. As analysis slowly climbs, he carves through the whipping limbs and searches for a way to stop the regeneration at its source. He closes in through the chaos, committing to a direct kill despite the creature's overwhelming reach. Jean drives a vertical strike through the monster's center, trying to split it before it can recover again. The blow cracks the body apart, but the enemy's glowing core remains active, showing the damage still is not enough. Realizing simple destruction will fail, Jean decides he must mince the creature so thoroughly that regeneration becomes impossible. He unleashes a full-body cleaving attack that tears the giant open from top to bottom. The monster explodes into fragments, seemingly destroyed at last. Jean hopes that will finish it, but admits Black Wall is draining his magic too quickly to maintain for long. His hope is cut short when the shattered Kodama reconstitutes itself and attacks again with even more violent force. As the analysis reaches 60%, Jean realizes the creature still feels no pain and cannot be worn down by ordinary damage. He also notices the key advantage of this ordeal. Every regeneration makes overmimesis analyze the skill faster. So he changes tactics, planning to drop Black Wall, conserve magic, dodge at close range, and stall until the copy is complete. With the time limit closing in and analysis at 75%, he endures the assault knowing he may not have enough time for a safer approach. He decides to force the issue by using Thunderbreaker and Black Wall together, provoking more regeneration to accelerate the analysis even further. At 80%, he accepts that if overmimesis can master the skill before he dies, the risk will be worth it. Even while being driven toward death, he commits fully to that gamble because failure would make all his effort meaningless. He gathers the last of his strength into one more charged strike, betting everything on lasting just a little longer. The attack lands, but the monster is still not finished, and Jin's body is reaching its limit. Spitting blood, he realizes the situation is slipping beyond what his remaining power can handle. With analysis at 99%, the monster impales him, and Jin admits his magic has finally run dry. But at the brink of defeat, the analysis completes, and Jin immediately understands the battle is now his because the copied regeneration no longer requires magic to sustain. A blue lotus-like burst erupts around him, shattering the branches and marking the successful acquisition of self-regeneration. A new skill effect is triggered, turning Lotus Burst into an explosive attack that grows stronger each time it kills a level 10 or higher enemy. The skill fully awakens around him, boosting all his stats, cleansing every debuff, and restoring his injuries at once. With Lotus Burst now active, the battle shifts decisively in his favor. He steadies himself and commits to a finishing move. The stored power erupts in a violent blast against the disaster beast. The explosion tears through the area and overwhelms the target. Even while battered and bleeding, he judges Lotus Burst effective enough to handle ordinary level 10 disaster beasts from now on. As the smoke clears, he realizes this much power should have consumed his mana, yet his magic resistance let him withstand it. Then he notices something unexpected left behind in the aftermath. Outside the stage, the staff grow anxious because the rookie has been inside nearly 3 minutes with no sign of coming out. They doubt he can lose to a level 10 beast, but clearing it this quickly still seems impossible. Their assumptions collapse when the system announces that a new record has been set. Everyone in the hall turns in disbelief toward the results screen. The blue-haired woman struggles to process that he actually cleared the stage. The display confirms not only his success but a new clear record of 2 minutes and 14 seconds. He emerges exhausted and injured, but his result places him at the top of the rankings. The onlookers erupt with speculation, stunned that a rookie reached level 10, used liquid disaster beast blood, and still shattered Tenma's long-standing record. He immediately turns to Izumi and asks if she will now formally guide him as promised. He addresses her plainly as his teacher, making his intention clear. Izumi accepts him as her student, and even those nearby note how rare it is to see father react so openly. The crowd quickly connects him to Izumi's lineage and starts wondering whether that explains how he broke Tenma's record, though some still doubt his long-term growth. The gray-haired staffer who had judged him harshly offers an ornate gift for breaking the record and apologizes for her earlier attitude. He accepts without resentment, admitting that challenging a stage as a rookie really was reckless and that her concern had been justified. His calm thanks leaves her flustered and embarrassed instead of relieved. Before the moment can linger, Izumi calls Tenma away and moves the conversation on. She warns him not to get complacent just because he became father's student, though she also concedes that a level 5 stage is now too easy for him. Father explains that Tenma is ready for advanced stages, introducing the next step in his training. As they walk, Father begins teaching that a disaster beast's true danger is not determined by level alone. He explains that some species act only on instinct and are comparatively straightforward threats. Others possess intelligence equal to or beyond humans, making them far more dangerous than ordinary disaster beasts. Izumi adds that awakened and disaster beasts are the same kind of creature, but only humans currently receive jobs and stats. She clarifies that advanced stages are built around these powerful intelligent beasts, and that most of them are found in the Northern District, their next destination. That explanation makes him recall the two beasts he killed earlier and realize their screams of pain suggest they had pain receptors, meaning they were intelligent types. His murderous focus unsettles Izumi, who senses how dark his thoughts have become. Around them, people whisper that advanced stages are notoriously lethal, with many awakened challengers never returning, and they question whether he can survive them. Others hush the gossip, warning that mocking someone tied to the powerful Kinoshita family is dangerous. Elsewhere, a privileged young man from the governor's family is introduced as a Reiji, someone used to being served and protected. When told he will have to wait, he makes it clear that the rules of the district bend to his convenience. He dismisses waiting as something only commoners tolerate. The gift box is opened to reveal a glowing stone hidden inside. Later, under the trees, Tenma recognizes the stone as something connected to what dropped inside the stage. Father identifies it as a karma stone and asks whether Tenma has encountered one before. Tenma explains that after killing the beast in the stage, a similar object appeared, though that one was slightly different. He notes that the one he found was green, unlike the stone now in his hand. Izumi is startled that an intermediate karma stone appeared in a beginner stage and asks what exactly he found. She then explains that karma stones, also called experience stones, are condensed forms of combat reward. After a disaster beast or awakened one dies, its body can leave behind visible or invisible karma, which functions as experience points and raises level when absorbed. Using a karma stone is one way to absorb that karma, but stones normally should not form inside the body of a karmaless creature. When Tenma asks why it happened in that stage, Izumi suspects the anomaly was caused by his gift. Father cuts in with the next command, level up. When Tenma hears the word gift, he realizes there may be another explanation for his strange growth. His teacher explains that karma from defeated disaster beasts normally becomes levels for the victor, but Tenma never absorbed it despite defeating two of them. She suspects the karma from the beast that attacked the school was taken instead by the awakened present. That possibility shocks them, because it would mean the gift itself claimed the reward. She adds that inside a sealed stage, unclaimed karma cannot vanish and instead condenses into a karma stone. When Tenma asks how his stats rise if he truly cannot level, she starts to answer but hesitates. Her superior cuts her off and reminds her that an awakened person's gift is classified information, forcing her into an apology. The superior leaves Tenma free to keep or sell the karma stone, then announces he must depart for a meeting and places Choha in charge of guiding him. Before going, he gives Tenma 4 rules: hide their connection, never reveal his gift, clear at least 6 advanced stages, and act on his own judgment without fear because support will remain behind him. Tenma accepts those instructions as his teacher's disciple. Later, at North District 4's Flaming Rock execution ground, 2 students are blocked from entering because the stage has been reserved for Kinoshita Reiji's son. They protest that money should not decide access and demand to be let in before the rich heir even arrives. When one of them threatens to report the abuse, a terrifying enforcer appears behind them and silences the argument. The enforcer attacks so suddenly that the students cannot even react. He reveals overwhelming physical power before they can defend themselves. One student is smashed down instantly. The other is horrified to find that his B-rank piercing skill, Earth's Spine, has no effect at all. The attacker shrugs off the technique as if it were nothing. The surviving student realizes he is facing something far beyond a normal fighter. The enforcer charges straight at him to finish the matter. He crushes the student with a brutal head strike. The crowd recognizes the attacker as Oga Takeru, one of Kinoshita Reiji's 4 pillars and a level 12 gold elementalist, which explains the hopeless gap. Oga declares that anyone entering a stage without Reiji's permission will be punished the same way. He leaves one victim dangling and warns the crowd that helping them will only drag them down too. Reiji's men laugh and urge Oga not to overdo it only because a teacher might object to beating weak students in public. Oga dismisses the warning and keeps his grip on the victim. Tenma steps in at last and catches the battered student before he can be discarded. The bystanders are stunned that a level 0 newcomer would interfere, though some notice the blue-haired woman beside him looks familiar. Oga warns Tenma to leave unless he wants the same fate. Tenma calmly concludes that the only way into the stage is to defeat the guard, while Choha prepares to report the abuse. Remembering his teacher's final advice, Tenma decides reporting is unnecessary because he should do what he believes is right without hesitation. He entrusts the injured students to Choha and turns fully toward Oga. Oga checks Tenma's status, sees only a level 0 with a rare fixed job and undisclosed gift, and cannot understand why this boy shows no fear. Even after confirming a 12-level advantage and a huge stat lead, Oga feels an unexpected pressure from Tenma. That unease makes him tense up for the first time. He suddenly notices Tenma already moving. Tenma closes the distance in a blur before Oga can settle himself. His first strike lands cleanly on Oga's face. The crowd is shocked that a level 0 can move faster than many higher-level students can even follow. Tenma follows with another direct blow instead of backing away. But he immediately realizes Oga blocked the damage by metallizing the impact point. Oga praises Tenma's speed while looming over him. Then he counters that speed alone means nothing without enough power to break his defense. Tenma understands that against enemies above level 10, surprise alone is insufficient, and he will need Thunderbreaker to push his agility further. His gift begins analyzing Olga's metallization through overmimesis while Tenma's copied skill set and balanced stats are displayed. Tenma decides to fight seriously enough to trigger a full analysis before he is overwhelmed. As the analysis climbs, he reasons that normal attacks cannot break metallized areas and starts targeting exposed flesh instead. He accelerates again with a burst of movement. Olga mocks him as a powerless weakling and assumes he has already seen Tenma's limit. Tenma uses that arrogance against him and activates Thunderbreaker to surge past his earlier speed. Olga is startled to discover Tenma can suddenly wield lightning element movement and deny him time to metallize. Tenma unleashes a rapid barrage while the analysis of metallization races toward completion. The spectators can barely track the exchange and begin to suspect this level 0 might actually defeat Olga. Olga panics as he realizes he cannot metallize fast enough to keep up and may truly lose. Pinned under relentless speed, he silently begs his allies to help, but none dare interfere. With no other option, Olga decides to gamble everything on a desperate response. He roars and forces out a full release of his power. By the time the analysis reaches 88%, Olga has successfully metallized his entire body, and even thanks Tenma for pushing him to this new level. He boasts that full body metallization, combined with his gift's stationary defense bonus, pushes his defense beyond 500. Confident again, he promises Tenma a quick death as repayment for helping him evolve. The crowd gives up hope, convinced that even peers at Olga's level could not break such monstrous defense. Tenma instead studies the weakness behind the boast and guesses that full body metallization must consume enormous magic, especially for someone who invested so heavily in defense. Olga dismisses the theory, but Tenma's sharp intuition unsettles him again. Tenma smiles, refuses to waste time wearing him down, and waits for the analysis to finish so he can end the fight at once. Choha recognizes the familiar blue lotus forming around Tenma and realizes he is about to grow stronger again. The spectators stare at the lotus-like construct, unsure how something that does not look offensive could possibly defeat Olga. Then Tenma's gift completes its analysis of metallization and grants him a new skill called Clear Orb, a sphere that ignores defense and pierces everything in its path. Tenma immediately sees the flaw in the skill. The orb is painfully slow, so timing matters against moving targets, though a stationary defender like Olga is ideal prey. He decides to shatter Olga's so-called absolute defense with the very skill born from it. The new acquisition also restores Tenma's injuries, removes debuffs, and raises all his stats, leaving him stronger than before. Standing inside the open lotus, Tenma prepares the orb in his hand. He tells Olga to dodge if he can and activates Clear Orb. The crowd, awed by the mysterious order breaker job, convinces itself that such confidence must mean the technique is extraordinary. A dark sphere blooms from the lotus with ominous light. It drifts forward so slowly that everyone can watch it approach. The spectators immediately scoff, thinking Tenma's trump card is nothing more than a tiny ball. Olga laughs too, certain that such a feeble projectile cannot force him to move or break his defensive stance. He decides to stand still and let Tenma's final hope fail in front of everyone. Still convinced of victory, he declares Tenma is about to die miserably. Only when the orb touches him does he realize too late that something is wrong. The sphere passes through his metallized body as if the defense never existed and tears his arm apart in a spray of blood. Tenma coldly reminds him that he was told to dodge, and says he spared Olga's life only because he is human, not a disaster beast. He then orders Olga's stunned allies to stop staring and get the wounded man to a hospital. When they hesitate, Tenma drives them off with a sharper command. Reiji's men finally scramble to carry their main pillar away. The crowd erupts in praise, amazed that Tenma truly defeated Olga. Those same onlookers immediately try to recruit Tenma, hoping to ride his strength through the stage. They argue that with a healer restoring his magic, his defense-piercing orbs could clear the entire advanced stage quickly. That suggestion gives Tenma a better idea, because the beasts inside have defenses comparable to Olga's and can feed Clear Orb's passive growth. The hopeful recruits ask him to choose a team. Tenma refuses them all and decides to go in alone. The crowd is stunned that he would challenge a level 15 advanced stage solo and starts calling him arrogant. Even those who respect his strength conclude he has gone too far and withdraw their offers. Choha privately questions whether his magic can endure a whole stage of enemies with Olga-level defense, but Tenma reassures her. Embarrassed by her own concern, she insists she only asked because her father would blame her if Tenma died, then goes to treat the injured. Even while turning away, she warns him that the Stone Tribe fights in groups and that his magic consumption will be the real danger. Tenma acknowledges the warning and receives approval to enter the stage. Inside, he immediately sees more enemies than he expected. As stone beasts rush him, he notes that this advanced stage's monsters are far stronger in level and stats than the earlier ones. His skin confirms a level 9 stone statue whose gift converts all magic into defense, giving it nearly 300 defense. Tenma decides to test whether such monsters satisfy Clear Orb's passive condition for higher defense targets. He activates Clear Orb against the charging statue. The orb glides toward the beast along its fixed path. It pierces straight through and instantly defeats the statue. As Tenma expected, the kill doubles Clear Orb's flight speed, and he immediately uses the faster orb to shred more stone enemies. More statues converge on him from every side, trying to overwhelm him before he can build momentum. Tenma realizes their slow movement and poor evasion make them perfect prey for a skill that grows stronger by killing durable targets. One after another, the statues fall and each defeat further increases Clear Orb's speed. After several kills, Tenma checks his remaining magic and sees that each orb costs 50, leaving him only 2 shots. With 2 ordinary enemies still charging and the unseen boss remaining, he concludes he must eliminate 2 targets with a single orb. He prepares another shot with that exact plan in mind. The orb slices through both charging statues in one line. Tenma immediately moves to capitalize on the opening. With a fierce grin, he commits to the follow-up. He drives the orb downward in a lotus burst to finish the pair cleanly. Both statues are defeated, and Clear Orb's speed rises again from the double kill. The victory leaves Tenma nearly drained, and he bitterly wishes for a magic recovery skill as exhaustion hits. Still, he notes with satisfaction that the orb now flies at 5 meters per second, fast enough to catch running enemies. His status confirms Clear Orb's current speed boost has reached 500%. Before he can rest, something massive crashes down nearby. The impact tears through the ground and announces the boss's arrival. Tenma scans a giant stone man, level 15, with a defense-focused gift and nearly 500 defense, making it far tougher than the smaller statues. He is struck by the boss's sheer size and immediately boosts his agility with Thunderbreaker. As he races up the giant's body, he wonders whether one Clear Orb can bring down something this large. He considers aiming for the head as the most efficient kill point. But the giant's movements create only a narrow opening, and Tenma sees that even a perfect penetration may not inflict enough total damage because the orb is too small. He realizes too late that the current orb cannot finish a target of this scale. The giant swats back with overwhelming force while Tenma is still in the air. Unable to dodge midair, Tenma recognizes the danger instantly. He barely survives by activating Black Wall to block the crushing blow. Even so, the collision blasts him away across the rocky field. Bruised and bloodied, Tenma admits the boss is tougher than he expected. At that moment, his gift detects the boss's B-rank skill, Gigantification, and begins analyzing it through over-mimesis. Tenma immediately sees the advantage. If the boss's size comes from a skill, then copying or understanding it should solve his damage problem. Elsewhere, one of Reiji's subordinates receives alarming news and blurts out in surprise. Reiji coldly rebukes him for making noise in his presence. The shaken subordinate apologizes and reports that something unexpected has happened. He reveals that someone defeated Olga and forced entry into the stage. Reiji's camp is baffled, because Olga always boasted that no one below level 30 could break his defense, and they wonder if a high-level awakened intervened. Another man argues that level 30 fighters are occupied elsewhere, and that this stage is usually only challenged by level 10 rookies. Even so, he cannot explain how any rookie could possibly beat Olga and asks for time to investigate. Reiji rejects caution, decides to head to the Flaming Rock execution ground immediately, and treats the unknown intruder as a problem to be crushed in person. When his subordinate hesitates, Reiji shuts him down with a direct order. The man can only obey despite his unease. Reiji rises in anger, vowing to make anyone who opposed the Kinoshita family regret it. Back in the stage, Tenma's analysis finally completes, and he is relieved that he no longer has to keep running like prey. A new blue lotus forms above the giant stone boss, signaling another change in Tenma's power. The system confirms that gigantification has been fully analyzed. Instead of granting a separate new skill, the analysis upgrades Clear Orb to level 2 and adds the ability to enlarge the orb by spending extra magic. Tenma immediately grasps the breakthrough. The passive speed gain per kill has doubled, and more importantly, he can now adjust the orb's size to match larger targets. He immediately decides to test his newly gained power. The Clear Orb reaches level 2, raising all his stats and restoring him completely. Realizing the orb can absorb all of his magic, he pushes it to maximum output and aims at the giant stone enemy. The attack condenses into a massive, sharpened sphere of force. The empowered Clear Orb drives straight through the stone giant, overwhelming its body in one clean strike. Even while attacking, he worries he may have overcommit and braces for the result. The giant stone man is defeated, and the orb's passive effect boosts its flight speed again. He calculates that the orb now moves at 7 meters per second, fast enough to rival a car if it improves a little more. The system explains that Clear Orb now fires a fixed-path sphere that pierces defenses, and each tougher enemy it kills makes it even faster. He realizes the passive effects he had ignored may actually be the key to making his skills far stronger. That insight leads him to connect Clear Orb with Lotus Burst, wondering whether Lotus Burst's range growth also extends the orb's reach. The system confirms Lotus Burst passively increases the range of all his skills whenever it kills a living creature. Looking out over the city, he understands that if he can keep farming disaster beasts, these stacking passives could scale to absurd levels. The challenge terminal records his clear, noting he beat stage 15 and set a new record. The onlookers are stunned that a first-year cleared the stage in barely 3 minutes and shattered Tenma Itsuki's record. Their confusion deepens because his level still appears low, making the results seem impossible. Izumi approaches him with open admiration, noting that he has once again cleared the stage without a scratch and broken another record. She judges his victory as unexpectedly easy, and he explains that the beast's defense had dropped again, letting him finish them quickly. When he notices the glowing butterfly with her, he asks what it is. Izumi introduces it as her Shikigami, the partner tied to her job as a Shikigami user. Seeing a Shikigami for the first time, he is struck by how beautiful it is and learns its name is Tamichu. That prompts him to ask what kinds of awakened jobs exist. Izumi explains that awakened jobs are broadly divided into 4 categories, and he should already know 3 of them. She starts with elementalists, who wield 1 or more of the 7 elements, and are considered the most common and broadly capable type. As an example, she points to his classmate as an elementalist. She adds that the Oga they fought earlier also belonged to that same category. The second category is Shikigami users, who fight alongside summoned familiars bound to them. Using herself and Tamichu as the example, she explains that Shikigami stay with their masters from birth. She pauses to see whether he is following so far. Instead, he bluntly notices that her Shikigami is a higher level than she is and questions whether she is really a veteran awakened. His tactless honesty hits hard enough to leave her visibly shaken. Recovering, she explains that Shikigami grow by absorbing experience too, so they are usually higher level than their masters. He instantly turns that into a combat conclusion. Against a Shikigami user, killing the master first is more efficient. His cold practicality unsettles Izumi, who is once again disturbed by the ominous edge in his thinking. He cuts past that and asks her to continue with the remaining job types. Izumi says the third category is the most mysterious and least documented of all. She reveals that his own job, Order Breaker, belongs to that third category. Order Breakers are mysterious because each one manifests different abilities, like his Blue Lotus. She describes how some can create clones while others transform their bodies in bizarre ways, showing how varied the class can be. Unlike normal jobs, which follow the standard C to S skill hierarchy, Order Breakers possess exclusive Z-rank skills outside that system. Because those unique skills are their greatest advantage, Order Breakers are taught to keep them secret. She notes that Order Breakers are rare to begin with, and from what she has seen, he already seems to have at least 3 skills, 2 of which even elementalists could use. He grows uneasy, realizing she is revealing too much about him while no teacher is present to stop her. To shift the conversation, he asks about the 4th and final job type. Izumi refuses for now, teasing that he can learn it himself later as payback for how little he has shared. He gives in, and she changes the subject by asking what he plans to do next. He says he is thinking about climbing this stage a few more times, but she warns him that challenge stages impose a cooldown before re-entry. That restriction ruins his plan to rapidly stack Clear Orb's speed and Lotus Burst's range, and he realizes it also explains why top climbers cannot monopolize stages. So he immediately looks for another workaround and asks whether there is a stage packed with disaster beasts. Izumi catches on to his intent at once, and he decisively chooses that option. The mission briefing explains that this stage is overrun by locust-type disaster beasts, individually weak but present in overwhelming numbers. When warned that wide area attacks are the obvious answer, the black-haired awakener immediately decides to go in himself. Others question that choice, pointing out that without area of effect skills he will struggle badly, but he brushes the concern aside. The onlookers realize he is heading into the locust wasteland despite not understanding how dangerous it is, and they worry most because he knows almost nothing about the place. Elsewhere, a search is underway, and the hunters are frustrated that the target has vanished without leaving a single trace. Their leader confirms the man disappeared only half an hour after entering the execution grounds, making the failure impossible to ignore. Humiliated by being outplayed, he demands an immediate answer for how the fugitive escaped. He concludes that any skill used should have left magical traces and orders Hound to track the target down. Consumed by anger, he commands that the fugitive be captured alive so he can be tortured personally. Meanwhile, the fugitive hides in an alley and bitterly regrets accepting an assassination job tied to such a dangerous superior. He admits he would have died already if not for his Earth-based escape technique. Even so, he tries to reassure himself that surviving this long means he may still get away. That hope ends when a monstrous wolf suddenly lunges at him from behind. The beast pins him down and tears into him before he can resist. A calm voice reins the wolf in slightly, making it clear the hunter wants the man alive long enough to speak. Crushed in the wolf's jaws, the fugitive can only ask how they found him. The hunter reveals that his beast, Death, can smell the scent of death clinging to prey. Introducing himself as Hound Charles, he explains that the wolf tracks those who are close to dying. Terrified, the fugitive begs for mercy. Charles refuses, noting that his employer Kinoshita expects results, and that the wolf has gone too long without human flesh. With a predatory grin, he gives Death permission to feed. The wolf surges forward to finish the kill. As the beast stands over its prey, a system notice shows Death has leveled up and details its tracking and resurrection-related abilities. The status display confirms the Hound's combat stats have risen across the board. A phone call interrupts the aftermath, and Charles answers by reporting that the job at this location is done. When told another victim was badly injured, Charles immediately guesses someone exploited that person's weakness and agrees to move out. He redirects Death toward this new prey, treating the next hunt as just another meal. At the Locust Wasteland, The Awakener arrives before a dome-like structure surrounded by endless wheat fields and asks if this is the place. Seeing the vast fields, he wonders whether there could really be enough locusts here to match the warning. His guide explains that disaster beasts reshape invaded areas to suit themselves, so understanding the environment is crucial for awakened fighters. She notes there is not even a reception desk here and confirms this stage is considered highly dangerous because of the sheer difficulty of clearing it. She adds that it is a level 13 combat stage under strict execution ground supervision, far beyond what would normally be assigned to someone who cannot rely on area attacks. To make the danger clear, she describes how the locusts here are unusually aggressive and abnormally numerous. If he lets his guard down for even a moment, she warns, he will be swallowed by a countless swarm. The result would be total consumption, leaving nothing but bones. Instead of being intimidated, he is pleased to hear there are so many enemies, which makes her question whether he has lost his mind. He calmly answers that he has no intention of being eaten and prepares to enter on his own terms. As he steps through the gate, she concludes that he is acting entirely by choice and seems confident enough in that decision. She reminds herself that she already gave every warning she could, so whatever happens inside is his responsibility. Then she suddenly remembers a critical detail. The locusts will keep spawning endlessly unless the boss is defeated, and she decides she must report that to Tenma. Before she can leave, she senses something behind her and freezes. Turning back, she finds Charles and his death hound waiting at the gate, cutting off her escape. Charles addresses her with a threatening familiarity, making it clear he is searching for someone and expects answers. Inside the wasteland, the Awakener surveys the dry fields and dismisses the situation as manageable. He deliberately calls the pests out, intending to wipe them out rather than wait to be surrounded. As the field stirs, he judges that each locust is individually weak and should meet the conditions for his Lotus Burst technique. System readouts confirm the insects are only level 1, reinforcing that none of them are dangerous alone. When the sky fills with an enormous swarm, he recognizes that their sheer numbers are the real threat. Rather than retreat, he forms a flaming lotus and realizes the swarm's density actually makes his job easier. He decides to let the locusts enter Lotus Burst's range so he can crush huge numbers of them at once. At his command, he triggers Lotus Burst in the middle of the swarm. The skill ignites, releasing a concentrated explosive surge. The blast wipes out nearby evil locusts, and each kill increases the range of all his skills. As the smoke clears around him, the notifications stack up and confirm the swarm is feeding his growth. He realizes Lotus Burst now scales by spending magic for area damage, and its passive has already expanded his effective range significantly. He judges that against creatures of this level, spending only a small portion of his magic per shot will be enough, leaving him plenty of attacks to continue fighting. His remaining magic still sits high at 252 out of 280. He is annoyed that stage cooldowns slowed the process, because otherwise this method would be even more efficient. When the usual success notice fails to appear, he realizes the stage is not actually over. A hidden enemy skill is detected, and his mimicry ability begins analyzing Mother's will. He understands the reason immediately. One survivor remains, which means a boss is still present. Standing in the scorched center, he sees more locusts circling in from all directions instead of the battle ending. The mention of Mother's will tells him the boss is here after all, and he blames himself for relaxing too soon. He considers expanding Lotus Burst again, but the real problem is that he still cannot identify the boss itself. So he decides on a crude solution: keep detonating the lesser locusts until the hidden boss is forced to reveal itself. He unleashes another Lotus Burst, turning that decision into a fresh explosion. More locusts die in batches, and every defeat pushes his skill ranges even higher. With the passive now massively amplified, Lotus Burst area grows again into something far more devastating. Even after clearing another group, he notices the boss still refuses to show itself. The answer lies underground, where fresh eggs wait to hatch. New locusts emerge immediately, proving the swarm is being replenished as fast as he destroys it while the analysis continues. He checks his reserves and sees he can still fire Lotus Burst 9 more times, but his margin is shrinking. Rather than hesitate, he commits to exterminating every new wave that appears. He hardens his resolve and prepares to sweep the entire field clean. Another chain of explosions tears through the locusts, and the passive keeps climbing with every kill. Lotus Burst continues detonating across the battlefield in rapid succession. The bombardment spreads wider and wider, turning the stage into a continuous blast zone. By now the skill's radius has expanded to an enormous scale, with the passive nearing 1000% bonus. But after spending almost everything, he is left with only enough magic for one more major attack and still no sign of the boss. Looking over the endless sea of insects, he realizes the swarm has no natural end. He briefly considers retreating and trying again later, since the boss still has not appeared at all. Then he rejects that option as the choice of someone weaker than he intends to be. He chooses to stake everything on one final push and vows to destroy every disaster beast in the stage. His last large-scale Lotus Burst erupts with overwhelming force. After the blast, he braces himself, expecting this to have settled the fight. Instead, he sees the numbers have not dropped at all, meaning the swarm is still being replenished. As the analysis nears completion, he notices the newly appearing locusts look like they were just hatched, and the pattern finally starts to make sense. The hidden mechanism is revealed as infinite reproduction. The boss is identified as a queen locust whose gift lays huge numbers of eggs and whose mothers will remotely controls the hatched locusts. He understands that killing the endless offspring is pointless unless he can find and defeat the queen, but his magic is nearly exhausted. At the last moment, the analysis finishes completely. He acquires magic detection, a skill that can sense magical flow over a huge area thanks to Lotus Burst's passive, and it also restores some of his magic whenever it detects an enemy. That changes everything, because he now has both the range to search the entire stage and a way to recover energy while doing it. He immediately sees the tactical value. The swarm can be ignored while he hunts the boss directly. Deciding he has waited long enough, he resolves to finish the stage now. The new skill boosts his stats, removes his debuffs, heals his injuries, and he begins tracing the queen through its magic. Waves of detection spread outward from him across the battlefield. The search reaches the hidden queen, exposing her position at last. The instant he locks onto the signal, he pinpoints the target. With a confident smile, he aims at the queen and prepares to strike the real enemy. The enemy dismisses his efforts, convinced that even using his children's power against this darkness will accomplish nothing. He ignores the taunt and sends Lotus Burst surging forward, realizing its passive growth and the clear orb's flight range are finally enough to reach the target. A system notice confirms the orb can now travel 120 meters, and his attack tears across the battlefield toward its mark. The strike crashes into the insect-like queen at the center of the swarm. With lightning-wreathed force behind him, he closes in as the queen is overwhelmed. Certain he has cornered them, he declares the fight decided. He cuts the queen down, ending the enemy's control at its source. Once their queen dies, the remaining creatures lose order and collapse into chaos. Seeing victory in reach, he turns his burning arm toward the survivors and prepares to send them after their queen. The system reports that Lotus Burst's passive has raised all his skill ranges enormously, extending even the clear orb far beyond its original limits. It further explains the passive effect. Every kill by Lotus Burst permanently increases the range of all his skills, and the accumulated bonus has become massive. Satisfied with the harvest, he notes that the true Blue Lotus can now reach 131 meters and plans to push Lotus Burst's passive even higher next time. After setting a new record and finishing the stage in just over 17 minutes, he exits through the portal and realizes he has been gone long enough for Chohei to worry. As he returns, he expects Chohei to hide her concern behind her usual aloofness. He finds that side of her unexpectedly endearing and starts to apologize for making her worry. But the moment he sees the situation clearly, his expression hardens in alarm. Chohei is bloodied and being restrained by a stranger, who mocks her for trying to act tough while already beaten. The man greets him with false politeness, saying he was just about to dispose of her, and notes that she refused to talk despite the abuse. He answers with a death threat, ordering the man to release her if he wants to avoid being killed outright. The captor only laughs, belittling him as nothing more than a level 0 rookie. He responds instantly, launching himself forward with electrified speed before the man can settle into his advantage. The man realizes too late that the rookie is fast enough to be lethal. A huge black hound intercepts the charge and slams into him, revealing the man's hidden defense. The system identifies the beast as the B-rank Shikigami Death Hound and begins analyzing it through overmimesis. He immediately understands the dog is a Shikigami, which means its owner is a Shikigami user as well. Watching his movement, the man recognizes that his opponent wastes nothing and moves with dangerous speed, enough to explain another hunter's defeat. Still, the man stays confident because he believes the hostage and his summoned hound keep control in his hands. He calls out to Chohei while grappling with the hound, refusing to lose sight of why he cannot fight recklessly. The beast lunges to tear him apart at close range. Its master smugly explains that Death Hound can crush anyone with low defense, and expects the attack to maim him at minimum. His confidence breaks the instant the attack fails to go as planned. Instead of being overwhelmed, the rookie endures the assault and calmly forms a clear orb at point-blank range. He fires the orb straight through the hound's mouth, blasting it apart from the inside. As the analysis races toward completion, he concludes that without its Shikigami, the user himself is basically helpless. He faces the man directly now, making it clear the balance of power has shifted. The man reveals his backup plan. Death Hound can respawn quickly thanks to its B-rank respawn skill. He tries to regain control by warning the rookie not to relax, because the revived hound will strike again at any opening. In response, the system activates magic detection to track the creature's return. He uses that detection to read the hound's reappearance, and evade its surprise attack while the analysis nears completion. With the analysis almost done, he realizes the Blue Lotus from overmimesis may emerge on its own if he waits any longer. The captor also realizes the danger. This rookie now has greater speed and power than Death Hound, plus detection abilities that ruin any ambush. Desperate, he tightens his grip on Chohei and threatens to kill her if there is any more resistance. He wants to finish the analysis without exposing the Blue Lotus, but the hostage situation leaves him no room to delay. The analysis completes and grants him Death Eater, a skill that lets him seize ownership of an enemy Shikigami through direct contact. He realizes that means he can take control of the hound without revealing the Blue Lotus after all, and the acquired skill also boosts all his stats. Even though using Blue Lotus cost him some of the recovery he had saved, he has already restored enough in the last stage to fight at full strength now. As the hound charges again, he understands the new skill's true value. It allows him to steal other people's Shikigami. He gathers power and commits to that solution. He declares his intent plainly and dives onto the beast to claim it from its master. Blue energy engulfs Death Hound as his hand makes contact, beginning the forced transfer of ownership. A black-haired young man opens the confrontation by unleashing a sudden kick. The hostage-taker shrugs off the attack and mocks him as inexperienced. To regain control, the man seizes the injured blue-haired woman and threatens to snap her neck if there is any resistance. Despite her condition, the woman urges her rescuer not to worry about her. He immediately backs down and raises his hands, making it clear her safety comes first. Satisfied, the captor blames the woman's suffering on the young man's refusal to obey from the start. The young man stays calm and presses for the real reason he is being targeted. The captor reveals he serves Kenoshi to Reiji, who is enraged that an unauthorized outsider entered the district stage, and says he was sent to capture him. Hearing Reiji's name, the young man realizes this is the person he needs to meet and speak with directly. The captor promises that meeting will happen only after a brutal beating, and warns that any defiance will cost the woman her life. He escalates further by ordering his beast, Death, to tear off both of the young man's legs. Instead of panicking, the young man calls on Death and demands the beast prove itself worthy of serving him instead. The wolf-like Shikigami instantly turns on its current master, shocking the captor. Using the opening, the young man snatches the wounded woman into his arms and shields her. The captor can only stare as his own Shikigami abandons him and obeys someone else. The young man calmly praises Death, confirming the beast has accepted him. With power surging around him, he vows to repay the captor's cruelty many times over. Terrified, the captor tries to excuse himself as a mere subordinate and even offers to help take revenge on Reiji instead. The young man coldly accepts the idea, but only as a way to draw out more information. Thinking he has found a chance to survive, the captor prepares a desperate counterattack. He launches a sudden crystal-like strike meant to kill the young man outright. The attack fails to matter, because the young man states he no longer needs Reiji alive to reach him. He orders Death to give the captor the same mutilation inflicted on Choha. The captor instantly drops his bravado and begs for mercy, claiming it was all an accident. Death advances anyway, unmoved by the pleading. The man desperately reminds the beast that he fed and raised it, hoping loyalty will return. Instead, Death lunges to devour him. While carrying the woman away, the young man addresses a hidden observer who has been watching since the stage. He challenges the spy to stop hiding and show himself. The unseen watcher finally approaches across the field toward him. A hooded blonde youth reveals himself and admits he has been caught. Still wary, the young man asks whether this newcomer is connected to the earlier enemy. The blonde quickly denies being an enemy and asks not to be attacked. The young man makes clear he has no patience left, tells Death to follow after finishing its meal, and prepares to deal with the newcomer if necessary. Watching Death obey so completely, the blonde realizes this dangerous stranger might still be useful. He introduces himself as Tenma Itsuki, recognizes the young man as the one who defeated Orgatakaru, and tries to open friendly contact. Tenma immediately starts bargaining, offering karma stones or even a weapon in exchange for help. When the young man keeps walking with the unconscious woman, Tenma worries his offer was too weak to matter. He remembers his father's lesson that the right compensation depends on what the other person truly needs. That thought leads him to the obvious answer: for someone carrying a dying companion, medicine is worth more than treasure or revenge. Tenma realizes he finally understands what to offer. He points out that the woman is gravely injured, that the nearest hospital is far away, and that she will die if they keep moving at this pace. Then he reveals he has healing items. He calls after the young man and promises he can save her. That finally makes the young man stop and turn back. Tenma clarifies that he cannot fully restore her immediately, but he can keep her alive. Once allowed to help, he begins treating her with a rare karma-infused bandage made from special tribal materials, explaining it is far beyond an ordinary wrap. When the young man asks if it is a karma tool, Tenma says the item is too advanced for that and concludes the young man must have only recently awakened, since he does not know such things. To explain, Tenma says ordinary weapons are useless against disaster beasts, but crafters can forge anti-disaster beast karma blades from the remains of those monsters. He adds that karma tools are ranked by the crafter's skill and the materials used, from normal to rare, epic, and unique. The explanation begins by establishing that ordinary karma tools are mostly like normal weapons, except they can harm disaster beasts and awakened beings. Rare karma tools are introduced as a higher class that partially enhances their wielder's physical or magical abilities. Epic karma tools are said to grant even greater stat boosts while also carrying special effects that can change how they fight. At the top are unique and legendary tools, whose powers can be extraordinary enough to reshape battle entirely. The blonde boy adds that crafters usually lack combat strength, but because they forge karma tools, awakened people still hold them in high regard. When the black-haired boy asks whether his father is one of those crafters, the blonde boy clarifies that he is far more exceptional than that. He boasts that only a handful of unique karma tools exist in the world, and his father created 3 of them, earning him the title of a king among crafters. He proudly presents his father as the crafter king of the northern continent. His excitement breaks when he realizes the other boy has stopped listening and drifted back into his own thoughts. Instead of following the lecture, the black-haired boy studies the crossbow taken from Charles and focuses on what it might mean. He reasons that if the weapon is a normal awakened tool, Charles should have exhausted it already, so its continued use suggests a hidden condition behind its firing rate. The blonde boy identifies it as a rare karma tool and explains that ordinary projectiles can be converted into karma ammunition, so a lack of arrows is not a problem. He further explains that once such a tool recognizes its owner, it can be stored away and summoned again at will, which is why the crossbow vanished. The black-haired boy accepts the explanation, thanks him, and says he still has to find Kinoshita Reiji after finishing his own business. That name shocks the blonde boy, who had assumed he misheard and now realizes the other boy is aiming for a dangerous figure in North District 4. The black-haired boy reveals he is not backing down at all, because if Kinoshita Reiji is involved, then they are pursuing the same target. Rather than objecting, the blonde boy proposes they team up after tomorrow's Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries, linking their mission to the same event Choha had mentioned. Left alone with that decision, the black-haired boy shifts his attention inward and prepares himself for what comes next. He apologizes to his absent teacher for letting Choha's situation deteriorate this far. A powerful figure offers to dispose of Choha for him if that is what he wants. He refuses, insisting that Choha is his responsibility to face himself. The figure accepts his resolve and tells him to report everything in detail later. Nearby, the blonde boy pieces together that this mysterious commander once taught his father, which only deepens his admiration. The scene shifts to Choha's hospital room, where the commander explains that this is why Iberia has decided to enter the Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries with him. Choha reassures them that Tamicho's treatment has fully healed her, and she credits Tenma's rare karma tool for helping save her. Recognizing the Kodama bandage, the commander asks whether the blonde boy must be Aiden's son. The blonde boy is thrilled that someone so important knows both karma tools and his father, and he becomes determined to prove himself worthy. He confidently declares himself to be Aiden's father's son, only to expose that he has gotten the relationship completely wrong. An awkward silence follows before the others bluntly correct him. Embarrassed, he admits that Aiden is actually his father. The commander brushes past the mistake, thanks him for saving his daughter, and asks to visit Aiden with Tenma after the preliminaries end. He then sends the boys off to focus on tournament preparations, promising that he and Choha will watch the next day. The blonde boy eagerly accepts and vows that he will definitely pass the preliminaries. After they leave, Choha notes that her father has taken a special interest in Tenma, much like he once did with Jean when he brought him to meetings. Her father explains that Tenma's childhood trauma causes destructive impulses to surge whenever he faces disaster beasts. He adds that those impulses weaken only when someone nearby gives Tenma a reason to protect rather than destroy. That is why he deliberately placed Choha by Tenma's side. Choha understands that she was meant to become the person Tenma wants to protect, and through that, his emotional anchor. Her father then reveals a larger concern. The recent disaster beast attack at school may not have been random, and the unusual concentration of incidents around the academy suggests a planned pattern. Looking out into the darkness, he frames the matter as part of a much bigger struggle over humanity's future. He places his hopes on Tenma, believing the boy can illuminate that darkness. In his eyes, Tenma may become a genuine light of hope. The next day begins at the North District 4 venue for the Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries. Tenma arrives to find far more participants than expected, and the crowd has swelled dramatically since information spread that Izumi would be there. Others note that Izumi Mento's presence has increased uncertainty, but they still believe latecomers are mostly weak and that the established contenders retain the advantage. Tenma notices a group marked with red ribbons and learns they are likely Izumi's recruits, making it clear that powerful factions are already taking sides. An official named Shishihara Soria gathers everyone and begins explaining the rules before the preliminaries start. He announces that the venue is split into an external area and an internal area, and that notable competitors like Itsuki, Iberia, and Kinoshita Reiji are among those participating. The first stage is a race from the external area into the internal area, with each entrant's arrival recorded on a bracelet, and only the top 50 will advance. As the bracelet's function is revealed, Tenma immediately recognizes how important that device will be to the coming contest. The exam's brutality is made clear immediately. Even the opening stage is expected to eliminate thousands. Officials stress that teamwork is unrestricted and any method is acceptable, but the only thing that matters is results. While Itsuki notices something important in the crowd. As the organizers promise to explain the second stage after the first ends, Itsuki recognizes one of the participants as the notorious Quanchita Rinji. He quickly concludes Rinji's nearby companions are likely hired allies and proposes slipping into the inner area first, then ambushing Quanchita once his guard drops. That plan collapses the moment he realizes someone may have overheard everything. A black-haired young man openly approaches the suspicious group, and the others immediately sense he is not one of Renji's Red Ribbon men. The first stage begins in a vast arena, and the Salvation League's leaders frame the huge turnout as proof of their growing influence. One elder dismisses sheer numbers alone as meaningless without quality. The discussion turns to this year's unusually strong entrants, including several who already exceed level 15. Among them, only 2 participants are from Taiwijin's year, making the black-haired rookie stand out at once. Akira mocks the idea that ordinary first years could matter, yet the officials still hope one of them might be exceptional. Attention shifts to a rumor that a newcomer named Izumi defeated a level 8 skeleton soldier immediately after awakening, an absurd feat if true. The masked overseer confirms that the rumor is real. Akira reasons that if such a prodigy is present, that person should be the second rookie from Taiwijin rather than the obvious high-level candidates. The elder starts reviewing the likely suspects one by one. He rules out Harino Rikuro, whose metal element gift is only ordinary for his level. He also dismisses Kisaragi Saya, since her support-oriented water gift makes her an unlikely match for the rumor. He settles on Gilhun Yukana, a wood elementalist whose level 16 growth is abnormally high. The masked overseer rejects that conclusion and points out Hanyu is merely the highest level entrant, not the rumored anomaly. Akira notes that every year one over-level participant enters out of curiosity, gets overwhelmed, and withdraws, so Hanyu alone proves nothing. Meanwhile, Renji's group laughs at the idea that a level 0 could have entered at all and treats the newcomer as a lost child. The black-haired rookie calmly readies himself, making it clear he did not approach by mistake. Renji recognizes the weapon on the stranger's arm as Charles's and realizes this is the person he has been searching for. The rookie confirms that Renji has indeed been hunting him. Renji refuses to believe this weak-looking nobody defeated Oha and convinces himself the rookie only survived by relying on stronger backers. He orders his men to seize the intruder, confident their group can crush him without trouble. The rookie brushes off the threat, showing he has no interest in wasting time on minor opponents. His composure unsettles the surrounding fighters as they close in. Watching from above, Akira instantly judges the matchup hopeless on paper, a level 6 facing 2 level 7s and 3 level SIXs. Itsuki knows he can handle one enemy himself, but not 4 at once, so he realizes he must reveal a hidden option. He prepares to act from the sidelines while the rookie remains alone in the center. One of Renji's men steps forward to taunt the rookie, disappointed that his first real opponent seems so insignificant. The rookie gives him a single warning to get out of the way. The thug is caught off guard by the sheer confidence behind that command. Instead of backing down, he laughs it off and treats the warning as a joke. Above, Akira becomes intrigued, deciding to watch longer because the rookie's nerve suggests something unusual. The thug leans in with murderous intent, eager to tear into the rookie and see what makes him so bold. Before anyone can follow the motion, the rookie strikes. He kills the attacker instantly and repeats the warning, proving it was never an empty threat. Akira is stunned that someone 7 levels lower just executed an opponent in a single blow. The remaining enemies scramble to explain it away as a cheap surprise attack, while one fire user prepares a stronger response. That fighter unleashes a full-output B-rank flame attack, determined to burn the rookie down immediately. Itsuki realizes the blast is too fast for him to support in time and can only watch. The fire tears across the arena, and the attackers assume this is the natural end for an arrogant level 0. Then the group notices something is wrong with the result. The flames have been completely stopped, shattered apart by a dark barrier that erupts from the rookie's position. Itsuki is astonished that the rookie blocked a wide-range B-rank fire skill outright, while Akira takes the outcome as confirmation of his suspicions. The rookie coldly tells the attackers to stay away, making clear the defense cost him nothing. A system readout reveals he used Black Wall to block the fire and gained a defensive increase from the successful defense. Realizing his passive strengthens him whenever he blocks repeated attacks, the rookie decides to keep provoking them and turn their offense into his advantage. A masked fire user is stunned that his opponent emerged unharmed and cannot understand how an ice-based defense appeared when no water mage is present. The black-haired fighter calmly warns him to try that trick again, making it clear he will not need to defend against it a second time. Provoked and unwilling to retreat, the fire user commits to ending the fight with everything he has. He unleashes his strongest move, Flamethrower Overheat, pouring overwhelming firepower into a final attack. The black-haired fighter studies the assault without flinching and notes that the attack is stronger than before even though it is still only a fire element skill. The flames crash over him in a massive blast meant to consume him completely. As the attack burns out, the enemy side realizes he treated the battle seriously enough to spend power far beyond what a level 8 opponent should warrant. The masked caster reveals he exhausted his magic in a single instant on what he considered his ultimate technique, expecting that to settle the fight. Instead, he is left reeling in disbelief when the result fails to match his certainty. The black-haired fighter figures out the mechanism behind his defense. Once Black Wall has absorbed a skill from the same target, that passive effect does not trigger again. With that confirmation, he decides the test is over and steps forward to finish the encounter. The remaining enemies refuse to accept what happened, convincing themselves his ice defense must have a weakness they can exploit. A larger fire user tries to overwhelm him through sheer volume by launching a barrage of flaming projectiles. The black-haired fighter activates Black Wall again and dismisses the tactic as a crude attempt to win by numbers. The barrage detonates around him, but the explosions fail to break through. His attacker insists that even a powerful skill will fail if they keep draining his magic until he can no longer maintain it. At that moment, the black-haired fighter shifts from defense to close combat before they can continue their plan. The enemy is caught off guard by how suddenly the distance disappears. Now clad in jagged ice armor, the black-haired fighter closes in instantly, proving that even a one-time passive activation is enough to seize control of the fight. The brute tries to answer with raw strength, claiming power can beat speed. The black-haired fighter coolly questions whether that attack contains any real force at all. He counters effortlessly and knocks the brute aside, mocking how easy the opening was to exploit. He confirms the numbers for himself. Black Wall blocked the B-rank fire skill and raised his defense, showing the system is calculating boosts from the absorbed attack's original value. The surviving enemies panic as they realize he can also absorb lightning through Thunderbreaker, and they decide to flee rather than keep feeding his growth. He immediately rejects the idea that they can escape now. Two of them gamble on a lightning rush called Silver Serpent, hoping a different element will succeed where fire failed. Instead, he absorbs both lightning attacks through Thunderbreaker and gains additional agility from each one. As his stats climb again, even his enemies can only marvel that he is dismantling higher-level opponents with absurd ease. Wrapped in crackling lightning, he stands over the battlefield as the others collapse around him. He concludes that Thunderbreaker follows the same rule as Black Wall. Repeated use from the same target only grants the benefit once. A hooded blonde observer arrives and notes that everyone has already been knocked out. The newcomer had expected a difficult fight and is impressed that the black-haired fighter handled it alone. The defeated masked man demands to know who they are, realizing the black-haired fighter is clearly not level 0. The blonde repeats the question with amusement, while the black-haired fighter is puzzled by being included in a group identity. Grinning, the blonde declares that together they are Double I and boasts that they will one day become the strongest duo in the northern continent. The black-haired fighter cuts off the theatrics and tells him to focus on chasing Kinoshita instead. The masked loser can only mutter that the name Double I sounds ridiculous. Elsewhere, a red-haired man surrounded by violet lightning notices the disturbance and assumes the level 0 contestant is being beaten badly by now. Then he recognizes a crossbow involved in the chaos as Charles's and realizes something more significant may be happening. He concludes that, aside from the known saviors, there may be another dangerous talent in the northern continent capable of matching Charles. Meanwhile, a speed specialist boasts that he has already slipped past another obstacle by relying on agility rather than brute force. His confidence is shattered when a hidden purple lightning strike hits him even at full speed and sends him screaming down. Badly hurt, he cannot comprehend how anyone managed to tag him while he was running at maximum pace. The answer arrives with another crushing blow from above. The red-haired lightning user reveals himself and makes clear that this is the punishment for trying to get ahead of him. He orders the nearby contestants to conserve their stamina for the second stage and let him clear away this worthless competition. Observers identify him as Genkyu, the South-North District Administrator, and note his arrogance despite his elite education. Genkyu dismisses ordinary contestants as irrelevant, deciding not to waste effort on them while using them to preserve his own strength for what comes next. With the field thinned and his stamina nearly untouched, he concludes that reaching the second stage will be easy. As he approaches the glowing internal area ahead, he is pleased by how unexpectedly simple the first part of the test has been. In the storm, someone urgently calls for Kinoshita, drawing his attention to a new disturbance. Kinoshita jolts in alarm as he realizes the call is about something happening behind him. The crowd erupts in blame and panic, and the accusation quickly settles on the rookie who has suddenly appeared from the rear. As people turn, they begin to suspect the impossible, that the low-level outsider they dismissed has reached this point. Itsuki and his hooded companion step into view, confirming that the rookie has indeed made it this far. Kinoshita is stunned that a level 0 made it through after supposedly being overwhelmed by enemies far above his rank. Realizing Itsuki survived by fighting through everything, Kinoshita's disbelief turns into hostility and contempt. Itsuki refuses to retreat, admits he only got this far by relying on his ally, and decides to settle matters here. Kinoshita dismisses him as a nuisance and chooses to let others handle the problem while he moves on. He orders the surrounding examinees to eliminate Itsuki for him. The mob eagerly accepts, seeing a chance to punish an insolent level 0 and clear their own path. Itsuki's companion counts nearly 100 opponents and realizes they are facing a mass attack. Itsuki calmly tells his ally to stay down and prepares to act alone. Power crackles around him as he launches himself into the middle of the encirclement before the crowd can close in. He reaches Kinoshita directly, forcing the instigator to realize the rookie has broken through the mob in an instant. Itsuki slams into him and sends him crashing away, overturning Kinoshita's control of the situation. Both Kinoshita and the onlookers are left stunned by how easily the level 0 reached and struck him. Itsuki makes his position unmistakable. No one is advancing until this conflict is resolved. With complete focus, he declares that he will hold everyone here until he finishes what he came for. Elsewhere in the internal area race, other competitors complain that the Red Ribbon group has once again disrupted everyone's progress. One of them realizes that if even their speed was not enough, several people ahead of them must be exceptionally fast. The rankings update, and the top contenders compare places while noting that the leader is still far ahead. They identify Hanukana as the current first-place finisher and recognize that she is only 16. Assuming Itsuki would normally act alone, they are interrupted by someone suddenly flying toward them. The pink-haired girl looks up, caught by surprise at the incoming body. A new ranking appears as Iberia crashes down into the area, arriving in 6th place after being hurled there. Itsuki's companion immediately recognizes the fallen arrival as Itsuki. The nearby competitors piece together that the person causing the disturbance outside is the same Itsuki they have heard about. Back at the blockade, the silhouette standing against the crowd is now unmistakably identified as him. Itsuki repeats his warning that nobody is getting through until he is done. Observers are baffled that a rookie one step from the internal area is so fixated on Kenoshi Teraji. The tension spreads to the officials, who can only watch uneasily. One superior quietly orders Hiten to pull Itsuki out if the situation turns dangerous. Hiten recognizes the name and realizes the young man's speed is extraordinary, though he cannot tell whether Itsuki reached this point by his own power. Humiliated and furious, Kenoshita decides to escalate instead of backing down. Surrounded by armed followers, he frames the situation as Itsuki's fault and prepares the crowd for collective violence. The threat becomes explicit. Nearly 100 people are about to lynch a single target. Itsuki accepts the odds, deciding that passing the preliminaries no longer matters as much as avenging Choha. Kenoshita gives the final order for everyone to kill him. The entire group surges forward with weapons and abilities, turning the standoff into a coordinated assault. One attacker rushes in with a fire skill, convinced he can claim the kill before anyone else. Itsuki blocks the flaming strike barehanded, instantly proving the attack is nowhere near enough. Without hesitation, he counters with a single punch. The attacker is smashed down and taken out immediately. The crowd panics at seeing one of their fighters dropped in one blow, but they try to steady themselves by relying on numbers. Itsuki sees exactly what he wanted, all of them committed and within range. A system notice confirms he defended against the fire skill with Black Wall, slightly increasing his defense. He activates Lotus Burst, deciding to end the mob attack quickly with overwhelming force. Flames coil around him as the skill builds into a concentrated blast. The technique detonates through the charging crowd, engulfing multiple attackers at once and turning their numbers against them. As a blast shakes the arena, the onlookers realize the power behind it may belong to Itsuki. Others nearby are equally alarmed, wondering what caused such a violent explosion and whether it could really be tied to someone they know. In the middle of the chaos, a green-haired swordswoman watches in silence, taking in the disturbance. Officials are stunned that the explosion reached this scale, especially if it came from someone whose known abilities should not allow it. The observers piece together that Tenma had been concealing an awakened skill, which also explains his confidence during the Locust Wasteland trial. Itsuki calmly admits he has been hiding more than one trump card and decides to hold back enough power to avoid killing the human opponents. The battlefield is left devastated, with Itsuki standing alone amid fallen contestants and scorched ground. He fixes his attention on the last enemy still standing and makes it clear the fight is now down to one final opponent. That survivor is horrified that over 100 people were wiped out instantly, and realizes Itsuki has singled him out from the start. Itsuki confirms it, saying this man attacked him first and hurt his friend, so now he is returning that pain directly. The noble opponent tries to reassert control by boasting of his status, his family's influence, and the authority he holds over the region. Convinced of his superiority, he unleashes a B-rank lightning attack and declares that Itsuki has no chance against him. Itsuki's system immediately identifies the skill and begins analyzing it even as the attack rushes toward him. Before the lightning can decide the fight, Itsuki slips past it and closes the distance in an instant. The noble is thrown into panic as he realizes Itsuki dodged everything and that the gap between them is overwhelming. Desperate, he screams for 40 to come save him. 40 answers despite the risk of exposing himself, deciding appearances no longer matter. Clinging to that hope, the noble orders 40, a level 35 awakened fighter, to tear Itsuki apart. Elsewhere, Hiten sends his ally in at once, and the man eagerly accepts the command. Itsuki senses the incoming threat before it arrives, with his magic detection warning him that something fast is closing in. Even while preparing for the new attack, the system's analysis of the lightning skill continues to advance. Itsuki quickly realizes more than one person is rushing him. The attackers strike the ground around him at high speed, but he remains composed instead of being caught off guard. He reads the situation calmly, already seeing through the ambush. One of the assailants is effortlessly pinned beneath a long-haired powerhouse, who treats the interception as routine and tells the others to continue. With blue lightning gathering around him, Itsuki informs the noble that his backup has failed and no one is coming to save him now. The noble immediately abandons his arrogance and tries to survive by pleading through his family's political ties and his brother's position in the Salvation League. Itsuki ignores the threats and leaves the man broken on the ground as he walks away. To himself, he frames the victory as settling the debt for Choha. Watching from nearby, a blue-haired woman is quietly moved by what she has seen. An older observer notes that this is the same man who defeated Kenoshi Tereiji, and wonders why the woman is reacting so strongly to him. Itsuki considers stopping the skill analysis at 99% so he can reset the condition later, and he pauses it before completion. Then a familiar voice calls out his name from across the rain-soaked arena. The sound catches him off guard, and he immediately recognizes who it belongs to. He turns and sees Saya approaching. Saya greets him gently, and urges him to get inside out of the rain. Her concern is simple and personal. She does not want him getting sick. The reunion is warm and awkwardly intimate, while the system quietly records Itsuki's arrival rank in the internal area as 7th place. Their moment is interrupted when Itsuki's friends rush in, overjoyed to find him alive and immediately clinging to him. The two start bickering over who is being emotional over Itsuki, turning relief into familiar banter. The blonde boy loudly claims the title of Itsuki's partner, trying to establish his place at Itsuki's side. That only sparks more teasing and suspicion, while Saya notices how unusual it is for Itsuki to have formed bonds at all. The argument spirals into questions about whether their duo even has a proper name, exposing how unprepared they are for something so basic. Pressed to prove they really are a team, they scramble to answer. The blonde proudly reveals the name he invented for them, Double T. Instead of admiration, he gets mocked for how childish it sounds, though he stubbornly insists it is a good name. Their joking is cut short when an announcement declares that only the first 500 to reach the internal area remain, and everyone else has been eliminated. The official explains that the second stage will begin soon and that each surviving participant must fight disaster beasts alone for 1 hour. The group reacts in different ways, from nervous surprise to eager anticipation, as the next trial is laid out. For at least one battle-hungry contestant, the second stage is exactly what he has been waiting for. The first stage top rankers gather with confidence, and Hanyu Kana steps forward as if ready to test everyone else. The competitors are brought to a vast industrial arena prepared for the next phase of the preliminaries. As they enter, the group confirms that this ominous structure is the venue for the second stage. The atmosphere unsettles some of them, while Itsuki quietly confirms that his level has finally been restored. When asked how he became stronger, Itsuki refuses to explain, keeping his method secret even from his allies. The others note that order breakers are supposed to be stage-secret level threats, but Kana cuts off the concern and tells Itsuki not to worry about him. Above them, the officials and elite figures overseeing the trial assemble and ask if everyone is ready. One of the participants immediately recognizes the gravity of the people watching over the event. The crowd realizes that the examiners include famous veterans and legendary figures, making the trial feel far more serious. A senior official begins explaining the second stage rules and demands everyone pay close attention. He reveals that contestants will fight disaster beasts in sequence, earning more kill points as the difficulty rises from beginner to nightmare class. After each victory, they get only a 1-minute break before being forced into the next, harder battle. Oigaku boldly declares that he intends to skip straight to nightmare class, showing off before the trial even starts. His status is displayed, identifying him as a level 13 human elemental user with an earth-based gift. Itsuki interrupts with a question, drawing attention because his displayed level is absurdly low. Some of the other contestants mock him for being level 0 and doubt he even deserved to pass the first stage. Instead of dismissing him, the examiner invites him to ask whatever he wants. Itsuki calmly asks whether nightmare class is the highest possible difficulty. The question catches even the officials off guard, while one powerful observer grins at Itsuki's nerve. Most of the other participants treat the question as empty bravado, and assume he would fail even the easiest fight. The examiner answers that, in theory, Disaster Beast difficulty has no upper limit, though that only matters after someone can actually beat Nightmare class. Itsuki dismisses the idea as irrelevant for now, while his companion notes that even Nightmare class usually appears around level 10, making hard class impressive enough. The officials add that points earned in these preliminaries will carry into the main tournament and affect future entry into the Salvation League. That revelation raises the stakes for the contestants, who realize today's performance will shape their standing later. Itsuki immediately decides he has to use this chance to overtake Toein's massive preliminary score. With the briefing over, the officials order everyone into the trial grounds. The second stage begins, and Itsuki enters the arena thinking it looks ordinary despite the pressure surrounding it. That calm ends when hostile presences emerge from the darkness around him. 2 beginner-class mad dogs of calamity appear, and Itsuki is excited that he can finally fight real disaster beasts. He activates Black Wall at once, deciding to end the opening fight quickly since these enemies are too weak to help him grow. From the control room, the examiner starts monitoring Itsuki again, but the larger man beside him is more interested in watching Kana. The muscular observer changes his mind almost immediately, deciding that Itsuki is the more interesting one. He points out the screen just as Itsuki's battle takes a sudden turn. Itsuki wipes out the beginner-class beasts in a single second, instantly earning 100 points. The examiner is stunned because that round normally takes minutes, while the observer smugly insists he was right about Itsuki. The examiner warns that the next enemy is level 8 and cannot be dispatched so easily, even if beginner-class beasts were trivial. A normal-class salamander appears before Itsuki, worth 500 points and towering over him in flames. The examiner expects this 8-level gap to finally slow Itsuki down, but the observer still sees no real danger. When asked about the others, the staff switch to a multi-screen view so they can compare the top participants at once. The examiner reports that most contestants are still stuck fighting beginner-class opponents. Only a few stand out, with Kana and Tenma advancing efficiently while others continue working through weaker enemies. The officials conclude that only Kana is keeping pace with Tenma Itsuki's speed. Then one of the women notices something alarming in Itsuki's fight and fears he has been caught. The salamander engulfs him in flames, making it look as though he has been swallowed whole. The examiner panics and starts to call for medical support, but the observer stops him, convinced Itsuki should have been able to avoid an attack that obvious. Inside the fire, Black Wall activates again, this time spreading over Itsuki's entire body as armor. Protected by that transformation, he cuts through the salamander in a single decisive strike. The monster's body splits apart before it can do any real damage. Itsuki emerges unharmed from the collapsing carcass, clearing the round in 5 seconds and earning 500 more points. The examiner is shaken that Itsuki survived untouched and realizes he could have ended the fight even faster, but deliberately chose to test how durable his full-body Black Wall had become. Tenma strengthens himself by blocking a C-rank fire skill with Black Wall, and immediately focuses on pushing his defense higher. Checking his status, he confirms his defense has risen and sees the gain as proof that this method is working. Instead of resting, he skips the break because he wants to test that defense against the next disaster beast. The observers explain that the next trial measures speed and combat judgment rather than raw toughness. They introduce Eliki Rhino, a hard-class beast whose horn carries electricity and doubles its physical attack power. They warn that if Tenma lacks enough defense, the horn will simply pierce him, and if his lightning resistance is too low, the shock will paralyze him and leave him helpless. Their conclusion is that the only safe way to win is to evade cleverly, wait for the beast to tire, and strike then. When Tenma ignores that logic, the older examiner realizes he is about to try something reckless. Tenma walks straight up to the rhino instead of avoiding it, treating the beast like a tool for his experiment. He decides the electrified horn is exactly what he needs to measure his current defense. The rhino charges power into its horn as Tenma deliberately stays in place to receive the hit. The beast slams its horn into him with full force and releases its lightning through the impact. The blow launches Tenma backward, making it seem for a moment that his gamble has failed. Saya cries out in alarm, convinced he may have just thrown himself into disaster. Even the onlookers can only conclude that Tenma keeps choosing impossible, unreadable options. But the result overturns their fear when the impact ends without breaking him. Tenma rises from the smoke unharmed, having absorbed the rhino's lightning skill and gained more agility, and he concludes that beasts up to this level can no longer damage him. With the test settled, he stops experimenting and turns serious about ending the fight. He activates Thunderbreaker, converting the absorbed power into a major burst of speed. The rhino barely has time to react before Tenma is already on it. He closes the distance in a lightning-fast arc that the beast cannot track. A single decisive strike drops Eliki Rhino in 7 seconds, earning him the full reward. Watching the replay, the muscular examiner notes that Tenma has cleared 2 tests in under 15 seconds, and still does not seem to be using his full strength. The older examiner then turns to the final preliminary challenge, knowing this one should reveal more. He describes a monster that attacks with swift claw strikes capable of shredding enemies apart. It also spits iron chains and devours anything caught by its enormous maw. Its body is protected by a heavy armor-like exoskeleton, making it a complete close-range nightmare. Because it combines all the strongest traits from the preliminaries, it is presented as the ultimate test for every participant. The beast is revealed as the Nightmare-class Inferno Giant, worth far more points than the earlier monsters. Tenma answers by activating Clear Orb and firing a black-purple sphere straight through the monster. The Inferno Giant dies instantly, and the kill boosts Clear Orb's flight speed dramatically. The spectators are stunned into silence because the supposed final test ended before they could process what happened. As Tenma stands beside the collapsing corpse, the system reports that Clear Orb has become vastly faster than before. A surveillance camera records the aftermath, underscoring that this impossible result is now undeniable evidence. Back in the control room, the replay confirms he killed the Nightmare-class beast in 3 seconds, and the room erupts in disbelief. Elsewhere, another participant, Saya, is still fighting normally with a water attack, showing how far ahead Tenma has moved. Saya pushes forward, believing that if she defeats the remaining 2 beasts she can still reach normal class status. Another examinee, Oigaku, realizes Tenma skipped every break and is now certain Tenma will reach normal class before anyone else. Hanyu Kana also continues her own battle and resolves to finish quickly, unaware the benchmark has already been shattered. The system then officially confirms Tenma's Nightmare class clear in 21 seconds overall, placing him first. The other candidates can only guess who achieved it, with some assuming it must be Itsuki and struggling to believe anyone could outpace them so completely. Unbothered by the shock he has caused, Tenma simply prepares to continue as if this result were routine. The examiners are still trying to understand how a level 15 Inferno Giant was pierced so easily, and what kind of limitless weapon that black sphere might be. Rather than stopping the test, the muscular examiner becomes excited and orders the difficulty raised to see Tenma's true limit. Tenma is presented with a second phase nightmare trial featuring 2 Inferno Giants, and he is almost disappointed that the challenge is only a numerical increase. The pair rush him together, trying to overwhelm him through sheer pressure and coordination. Tenma calmly decides that while one is still roaring, he may as well remove the other first. He fires Clear Orb again and instantly kills one Inferno Giant, pushing the skill's flight speed even higher. Seeing the same impossible one-shot repeated, the older examiner is shaken by the thought that Clear Orb may have no real limit at all. Tenma points out that the Inferno Giant is powerful but not without a decisive weakness. Before that weakness can be explained, the giant lunges with overwhelming speed and forces the fight into immediate crisis. Tenma realizes this monster moves faster than any disaster beast he has faced before. The observers explain that Inferno Giants are usually mistaken for slow brutes because of their size. Tenma answers by forming a black orb, preparing to test the enemy before it can fully press its advantage. He fires Clear Orb, but the giant reacts instantly instead of taking the hit. The explanation follows. This race cannot use magic, yet its physical abilities are greatly enhanced, making this one a speed-focused type despite its body. The giant slips past the attack, proving that Tenma cannot rely on raw firepower alone. Its status confirms the problem clearly: no magic at all, but exceptional attack, defense, and agility. Tenma is caught off guard that even his opening shot can be avoided. The spectators note that his black orb is destructive but too slow in flight, though they credit him for trying to exploit the giant's habit of charging first. They conclude that unless Tenma can accelerate the orb itself, this tactic has reached its limit. The giant closes the distance in a straight rush, turning the battle into close-quarters pressure. Its attack slams into the ground with enough force to tear up the arena. Tenma avoids the blow and confirms that from mid-range the giant can still evade his orb. Watching him continue with a move that should no longer work, the others assume he has run out of options. But Tenma is smiling, because he has already decided to abandon distance and fight on his own terms. He activates Thunder Breaker and floods his body with electricity. With that boost, he launches himself forward at a speed the giant has to acknowledge. The giant counters with another crushing punch, trying to intercept him before he can capitalize. The collision devastates the ground, making it seem for a moment that Tenma may have been caught. One of the observers can only watch in alarm, unsure whether he survived the exchange. The older examiner warns that this attack is far deadlier than the earlier rhino-like beast and orders rescue preparations. He is stopped before acting, as the others sense the fight is not over yet. The black-haired man calmly judges that the giant's strength means nothing if it cannot land a hit. That assessment proves true as the giant's fist comes down on empty space. The monster is left crouched in the crater, having missed Tenma completely. Tenma reveals himself from the giant's blind spot, already inside its reach. The giant finally notices too late and turns toward the new threat at its side. Tenma drives a black orb directly into the giant at point-blank range, removing the need for projectile speed. Still charged with lightning, he follows through without hesitation, turning his speed into finishing pressure. The blast tears through the giant and collapses its defense from within. The system declares the Inferno Giant defeated and records that Clear Orb's flight speed has increased as a reward. The result is confirmed with a strong score and a fast clear time, proving Tenma handled the phase efficiently. Choha breaks into open excitement and celebrates Tenma's success. Her reaction surprises the others, who are not used to seeing her this animated. She awkwardly insists she was only worried about everyone's safety and definitely not cheering for Tenma in particular. That flustered excuse only makes her sudden enthusiasm more obvious to the group. The examiner then asks the black-haired man how he knew Tenma would avoid the giant's attack. He explains that Tenma's normal speed is already close to the giant's, which was the key to the outcome. He recalls that when electricity courses through Tenma's body, his movement speed rises dramatically. Once Thunder Breaker is active, the Inferno Giant simply cannot connect with its attacks. The examiner notes that Tenma has already beaten 2 enemies and earned enough points to stop safely, even if the process was dangerous. But Tenma is aiming far beyond a safe result, towards surpassing Taiwijin, humanity's strongest. Knowing he cannot pause even for a moment, Tenma immediately prepares another Clear Orb and commits to continuing. The next phase begins with 3 Inferno Giants at once, sharply raising both the danger and the reward. Tenma fires at once and decides to reduce the numbers first, dropping 1 giant before the others can surround him. Watching this, the black-haired man approves of Tenma's choice to keep pushing forward. When the examiner compares it to his own run, the man admits he only reached Phase 4 by clearing Phase 1 in a single leap. The examiner reflects that even that monstrous physique only made it to Phase 3 normally, and turns his attention back to what Tenma will do next. Tenma faces another charging Inferno Giant and braces as the monster bears down on him. He drives lightning into the ground to launch himself and shift position instead of meeting the attack head-on. While closing in, he decides to use Thunder Breaker to boost his agility and slip behind the creature. After killing a second Inferno Giant, He realizes each clear orb dramatically increases his flight speed and confirms the stacking effect. Even as he tracks the next target, he identifies a third threat before he can recover. That third monster lunges from above and nearly swallows him whole. The beast presses the attack with savage intent, giving him no room to breathe. A larger, more imposing enemy emerges, and Tenma immediately understands this is the real danger now. He answers by forcing Lotus Burst to full output, deciding to overwhelm it before it can dominate the fight. His flaming power detonates through the giant at point-blank range. The blast tears the Inferno Giant apart and secures another kill. The system records the victory, noting he cleared it in seconds and earned more points as he lands amid the aftermath. Watching from outside, an observer recognizes the attack as the same devastating skill from the first stage. They recall that this technique had already eliminated large numbers of participants earlier in the trial, but Tenma admits the cost is severe, because his magic reserves have been completely drained. He steadies himself by relying on magic detection, knowing nearby enemies will slowly refill his mana. As more Inferno Giants appear, the passive recovery triggers at once, restoring a significant portion of his magic. The observers announce that Phase 4 has begun and realize Tenma is on pace to surpass every previous challenger, including one of their own past records. Back in the arena, Tenma keeps moving faster, understanding that every clear orb keeps accelerating him further. He notices the speed increase is sharpening his aim as well, making his attacks more reliable. With enough speed, he concludes he will no longer need to fight at point-blank range, which matters because his magic is too limited to waste even a single clear orb. He commits to that plan and prepares a precise range strike while racing through the battlefield. Before he can capitalize, the giant suddenly fires iron chains from its mouth. The chains lock onto him and threaten to pin him in place right in front of the monster. Tenma is caught off guard by the unexpected restraint and realizes too late what kind of ability he is dealing with. The chain giant yanks violently, disrupting his movement and control. He tries to counterattack while being dragged, but the position ruins his leverage. His attempted response fails, and the opening disappears. Tenma understands he cannot put real force into his attack from inside the bind. The monster capitalizes immediately, and slams him hard. The impact is so brutal that it feels like his body is breaking apart from within. He is hurled across the arena, and crashes down in a shattered trail. Tenma lies bloodied in the crater, badly injured and momentarily unable to rise. Seeing how badly he was hit, one observer urgently orders He-Ten to go help him. He-Ten looks on grimly and recognizes that Tenma may have reached his limit. The sight reminds He-Ten of his own past collapse, making the danger feel personal. He decides to intervene despite the rules and starts to move. Choha stops him, insisting Tenma still has not given up. When the others protest that Tenma will die if they delay, Choha argues that desperation is exactly when his resolve matters most. Choha insists Tenma still has a hidden answer left to play. Asked how he can be so sure, Choha points to Tenma's expression rather than any visible advantage. He explains that Tenma's eyes are not those of someone who has accepted defeat. Inside the arena, Tenma confirms that he has pushed himself to the brink solely to kill this enemy, and a dormant skill begins to stir. The system resumes its analysis and reveals that Overmimesis had been studying the B-rank skill Lightning Cannon Purple from his earlier battle. Tenma had intentionally halted that analysis at 99%, saving the final step for an emergency like this. Now he completes it, having prepared this exact contingency in advance. The copied skill finishes analyzing, Thunderbreaker evolves to level 2, and the observers notice a blue lotus-like aura forming around him. Choha's sudden excitement makes the others realize he expected this turnaround before anyone else did. The upgraded Thunderbreaker is revealed to absorb B-rank and lower lightning into Tenma's body, boosting his agility each time and even more when he releases the stored energy. Blue lightning gathers into his outstretched hand, signaling that Tenma is ready to turn the battle around. Itsuki clenches down on his resolve as a new power settles into him. He acquires Thunderbreaker at level 2, gaining a broad stat boost along with full healing and the removal of all debuffs. Reinvigorated, he slams back into the fight with explosive force. He declares the warm-up over and commits to fighting at full power from here on. His combat ability rises into a far higher range across attack, agility, defense, and magic. Watching from outside, the examiner is shaken that Itsuki recovered from severe injuries in seconds and keeps revealing one abnormal skill after another. Itsuki cuts down another Inferno Giant, and the clear orb grows dramatically faster with each kill. After clearing Nightmare Class Phase 4 in only 31 seconds, he becomes certain that no number of Inferno Giants can beat him now. He keeps carving through the giants before they can overwhelm him, turning the trial into a one-sided slaughter. Another giant falls, Phase 5 is cleared in under a minute, and the clear orb's speed climbs to a terrifying level. His attacks continue piercing straight through the monster's cores without slowing. By the time Phase 6 ends, he has already pushed far beyond what the trial was meant to contain. The staff and observers can only stare as his impossible run keeps escalating. To them, the battlefield has become so brutal that they can no longer tell whether the real monster is Itsuki or the giants. Itsuki ends up buried amid the corpses of the enemies he has butchered through sheer persistence. Exhausted and gasping, he waits for the next phase, only to realize no more Inferno Giants are appearing. The examiner admits in disbelief that he never expected this outcome. He presses the emergency stop to end the trial. Over the speaker, he tells Itsuki the challenge is over. He explains that Itsuki has already defeated every Inferno Giant they had prepared. The mountain of corpses confirms there was, in fact, a limit to the supposedly limitless difficulty. Itsuki questions that contradiction, reminding them they claimed the difficulty had no upper bound. Even so, he starts calculating that if he truly hit the ceiling, the gap between himself and Taiwajin may not be as hopeless as he feared. He also counts the run as a success because he achieved his other goal of greatly increasing the clear orb's flight speed. The final tally shows he killed 11 Inferno Giants and pushed the clear orb to 38 meters per second. He notes that the orb is now moving faster than an ordinary car. When the orb stirs behind him, his battle instincts flare before he remembers what it is. For a split second, he mistakes the motion for another enemy. He relaxes and remembers that the orb is now his own upgraded weapon. Since he cannot level up normally, he reflects that all the experience from Disaster Beasts is converted into Karma Stones instead. The observers realize a blue Karma Stone has appeared in the trial grounds, meaning a huge amount of experience has condensed there. They finally understand that Itsuki's fixed level was not a bluff at all, and that anyone who teamed with him could monopolize the dropped experience. One of them shudders at how dangerous Itsuki would be if he had been born a disaster beast instead of a human. Satisfied with what he came to accomplish, Itsuki decides to leave the trial grounds. He opens the exit and heads out. The staff announce that he has emerged. The system records Tenma Itsuki as clearing the second stage in first place with 106,600 points in just 3 minutes and 55 seconds. The examiner rushes to praise him as pure potential and tries to recruit him by promising a mentor worthy of his talent. Itsuki politely refuses, saying he already has a teacher, but the man keeps pressing and insists only someone with his influence can properly guide such talent. A larger man cuts in, warning the examiner that pushing harder will only make Itsuki dislike him, but the examiner still refuses to give up. The large man reveals he remembers Itsuki from the incident with Kinoshita's men and says he only judged someone who broke the rules. He adds that he would naturally help Itsuki because the boy is Izumi's disciple, shocking the examiner. Itsuki thanks him again for helping back then, confirming the connection. The large man openly affirms that Itsuki truly is tied to Izumi. The examiner is left reeling that this absurd newcomer is actually Izumi's pupil. Choha offers healing, but another observer points out Itsuki was so eager to challenge Phase 7 that he probably would not admit weakness anyway. Itsuki says he is not injured, only worn out, and expects a short rest to be enough. The examiner decides that if Itsuki is Izumi's disciple, then his overwhelming performance at least makes sense, and notes that Izumi's other student also wiped out every beast prepared for Stage 2. When Itsuki asks whether Taiwa reached Phase 6 too, the examiner explains Phase 4 used to be the maximum, and admits even Phase 6 is now insufficient. He tells Itsuki to watch the rest, because for everyone else the second stage is still ongoing. Another participant reaches the end of hard class and collapses, realizing nightmare class is beyond him. Harino Rikuru's run ends with only 1,600 points after more than 17 minutes. Elsewhere, Kisaragi Saya also maxes out at hard class and struggles to finish by using water magic to slowly suffocate her target. Her challenge ends as well with 1,600 points. Itsuki is surprised those two stopped at hard class, but the examiner reminds him not to judge others by his own standard and says their speed still guarantees them top 10 finishes. When Itsuki asks why failed challengers have not come out yet, he learns that unless they are badly injured or something unusual happens, participants must remain inside until the trial ends. The large man notices that someone else has now reached nightmare class. He expects Oigaku, armed with a rare karma tool, to at least be able to kill one Inferno Giant. He also praises the Shikigami user Akagami Cheyenne for surviving this far, just as Cheyenne urgently calls to her companion Michan. In response, her Shikigami shifts into a complete form. The transformed beast towers over the battlefield, revealing a far more dangerous combat body. It immediately launches a savage attack. Itsuki asks whether Shikigami can really change forms, and Choha says this is the first transforming one she has ever seen, warning him that Shikigami users remain full of unknowns. That makes Itsuki reconsider the black dog Shikigami he stole from Charles, and he decides to start feeding all future dropped experience into it. Since Saya and Rikura have already retired, he sees no reason to stay much longer and prepares to leave. Then something catches his attention. He recognizes Iberia entering the fight in strange armor, and immediately questions where he got it. Iberia proudly explains that it is the strongest epic karma tool his father ever made for him. The dragon gear grants huge base boosts to attack and agility, then keeps increasing both the longer it is worn. Iberia adds that the tool has a will of its own and only accepted him after great effort. But the armor comes with a harsh limit, so he must finish the battle within 15 minutes before the penalty triggers. As the gear ramps up, his current attack and agility bonuses keep climbing. While charging in, Iberia guesses the Nightmare class clear announcement belonged to Itsuki, and vows not to drag him down. He throws himself at the enemy with the determination of someone fighting for both himself and his team. Watching him, Itsuki quietly admits the armor suits him. At last, the second stage is declared finished. The officials announce that only the top 10-point earners advance to the national tournament main event, and the top 2 will receive special rewards there. Lying there exhausted, Oigaku assumes that aside from Hanyu, no one could possibly have scored above him and starts claiming the special rewards for himself. The examiner prepares to reveal the rankings. The results place Itsuki first by an absurd margin, Hanyu second, Oi third, Iberia fourth, and Akagami Cheyenne fifth despite failing Nightmare class. The other participants are stunned that Itsuki scored over 100,000 points, far beyond even Taiwajan's old mark, and realize he must have killed an unbelievable number of giants. Oi is horrified to discover he only placed third and has never even heard of the man who crushed everyone. Another competitor immediately decides he wants to cross swords with Tenma Itsuki someday. Saya, by contrast, is shaken by how enormous the gap between herself and Itsuki really is and starts doubting whether she belongs in combat at all. The staff announce that the preliminaries are over and that Itsuki finished first in the nation by a staggering 65,000-point lead. The robed overseer senses his father's satisfaction and takes this result as proof that humanity's future is growing brighter. Even Iberia, collapsed on the ground, accepts that if the winner was Itsuki, first place was never in doubt. Still, he takes pride in having done enough not to disgrace the name of EE. Itsuki praises Iberia sincerely and admits he exceeded expectations. Dazed but delighted, Iberia clings to that praise like a lifeline. With the rankings settled, the 21st Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries are formally brought to a close. Itsuki leaves the battlefield carrying Iberia out with him. Far away in the South Continent's 1st District, attention shifts to a revered elder. An old man sits in meditation as others gather around him. Some complain about being summoned at dawn, only to be reminded that this elder is the South Continent's commander-in-chief and a man said to see the future. He is introduced as Balgar, a prophet and one of humanity's great leaders. A skeptic questions why such foresight never warns them before barriers are deployed or impact points are set. Another explains that Balgar can only glimpse tiny fragments of the future, yet that limited gift is still enough to place him beside Izumi as a pillar of humanity. Balgar suddenly reacts as if struck by a vision. He erupts with the absurd confession that his prophecies are only right 10% of the time. Then, collapsing from the strain, he urgently warns that the North Continent is in danger. He foresees a massive disaster beast assault on the North, including monsters whose levels exceed 100. That ominous warning gives way to a quiet night elsewhere. Back in private, Itsuki reviews his growth and notes that his total stats have finally surpassed 1500. His current spread shows especially high defense and agility thanks to the passive boosts from Black Wall and Thunderbreaker. He reflects that ordinary awakened people gain 50 stat points per level, unlike him. That means his present total is roughly equivalent to a normal awakened person at level 30. He reasons that agility and defense can keep scaling through passive effects, making them effectively limitless for him. Magic can also recover endlessly through magic detection, but he still lacks a reliable way to keep increasing raw attack power. His thoughts are interrupted when dinner is announced. Rikuru and Saya greet him warmly, and reveal they prepared a feast full of his favorite foods. Itsuki sets aside his theory for later, thinking he may eventually solve the attack problem through overmimesis anyway. The group gathers around an extravagant meal, and Itsuki is glad to have Rikuru's home cooking again. He notices Iberia is missing and asks whether he is still asleep. Choha says she fully healed Iberia's wounds, but he remains deeply exhausted and has not woken up yet. Rikuru marvels that a level 7 like Iberia managed to clear the Nightmare class challenge that even he and Saya could not beat. Saya suddenly panics and warns that something is behind Rikuru. A shadowy, starving figure has silently appeared at his back. The intruder turns out to be Iberia, half delirious and driven by a single demand for food. He lunges straight for the table, startling everyone. Rikuru scolds him for sneaking up like that and stealing someone else's seat, but Iberia is already too hungry to care. He devours the meal with desperate intensity. Rikuru is baffled that Iberia seems offended by being yelled at. Iberia ignores the complaint and simply declares the food delicious. Rikuru instantly takes the praise as proof of his own culinary greatness. Iberia fires back that Rikuru should quit being an awakened fighter and become a chef instead, because that is clearly where his real talent lies. Once the mood settles, the robed overseer asks them all a serious question as future saviors. He wants to know what each of them fears most. Rikuru interprets fear as the opposite of what one most hopes for and starts from his dream of becoming a savior, while traveling the world and enjoying great food. From that, he concludes his deepest fear is aging and losing the strength and senses to enjoy life the way he wants. Even imagining that future horrifies him. When the question turns to Saya, she reveals she was born into a medical family and raised in a hospital. From childhood onward, she watched countless people suffer from disease. Those memories include the terror of patients ravaged by illness. The experience became a lasting trauma, leaving her deeply afraid even of ordinary sickness. She realizes that this fear may be why she panicked and ran after hearing a simple sneeze the other day. That embarrassing memory resurfaces clearly for everyone. The overseer reassures her that awakened people live far longer than normal humans and almost never get sick, so the fear that haunted her no longer needs to rule her. Then Iberia volunteers his own answer. He says he used to fear failing the preliminaries. Now his real fear is being too weak to fight alongside Itsuki. He immediately turns the question back on Itsuki and asks what he fears most. The others realize they have never even imagined Itsuki being afraid of anything. After a pause, Itsuki admits that after his parents died, he became so anxious he no longer knew how to keep living. Helplessness, anger, sadness, and even hunger consumed him until those dark emotions took over his whole world. He says that changed only when Saya and Rikuru found him crying alone and reached out to him instead of leaving him there. They had treated his pain with simple concern, offering warmth, food, and a place beside them. Itsuki confesses that their kindness pulled him out of that negative world. After that, he met his teacher, Choha, and Iberia as well, and his life slowly filled with people again. So when he looks at them now, he no longer sees mere allies, but something closer to true comrades. As Tenma's household gathers, one of them reflects that being here feels like gaining a family again. Itsuki quietly admits that this home has given him a sense of safety he had almost forgotten, and part of him wishes the peace could last. He confesses that his deepest fear was ending up alone, revealing how much this place now means to him. Iberia senses how calm and gentle Tenma's home feels, a complete contrast to the unease she carried before. Rikuru clings to Itsuki with fierce loyalty, promising never to leave him, while Itsuki awkwardly tries to correct the misunderstanding. Their armored elder cuts in with a warning: saviors must choose their path without regret, because hesitation in real danger is unforgivable. He drives the lesson home by declaring that every savior should aim to die without regrets, and the others accept the harsh creed. With the lecture over, he orders them to finish eating and rest, since Kisaragi and Harino must return to North District 6 the next day. The following morning, the group parts on warm terms, agreeing to meet again at the national tournament. As they leave, Rikuru's attachment draws teasing attention, making clear how quickly he has grown close to Itsuki. Itsuki prepares to head back as well, but remembers he still wants to ask Saya something during the main tournament. Before he can move on, he is startled by someone urgently calling for Choha. Iberia comes running in a panic, making it clear that something serious has happened. Out of breath, she reports that a top-secret message has arrived from the South Continent. She explains that the information is classified at the highest level and normally restricted to saviors of level 6 and above and continent commanders. Choha decides Itsuki and Rikuru can hear it too, showing unusual trust in them. Iberia reveals the prophecy. Within 3 days, a large-scale disaster beast assault will strike the North Continent. When Rikuru questions the source, she confirms it came from Elder Balgar, whose prophecies are treated as certain. Realizing the danger, Iberia urges an immediate return to the North Continent, convinced there is a reason such a massive attack is targeting it now. Choha concludes that if Iberia stays, she will become obvious bait for the enemy. He argues that because she is not suited for direct combat and may already be the target, she should evacuate to the Central Continent for now, while Itsuki offers to stay and fight if manpower is short. Choha refuses further debate, saying he has already decided, and then turns to Tenma with another request. He asks Tenma to protect Aiden together with Iberia, stressing that Aiden, Iberia's father, is too valuable a crafter to lose, while promising to send awakened support from here. Rikuru immediately suspects this is really a way to keep him away from the battlefield. Iberia, still focused, says she has 3 requests of her own. Through a remote exchange with her father, she pushes for emergency measures, mobilize the strongest responders, prepare to defend the city, and move ahead with plans at once. After finishing those arrangements, she tells Choha that Hiten should arrive soon and apologetically dismisses him to rest. Left alone with the weight of the situation, Iberia falls into troubled thought. She realizes Choha's real concern is that Aiden may already be dead, and if so, she intends to kill every enemy involved, even the one behind them. She acknowledges that her father has seen through her true intentions. Choha explains the deeper reason for sending Tenma. Prophecy says a disaster beast of at least level 10 will appear, and Tenma's abilities and unusual methods make him uniquely suited to expose and counter it. He adds another concern. Tenma seems to lack attack power, and rumor says Aiden possesses an artifact that could strengthen that weakness. The implication is clear to Itsuki as he thinks of a power source that could enhance one of his core attributes. When the prophesied day arrives, black stone monuments begin falling across the North Continent like rain. In North District 2, Itsuki and Rikuru race through the night toward Iberia's home, still some distance away. Itsuki fears the disaster beast could attack at any moment, and urges them to hurry to Iberia's father. Rikuru suddenly spots something ahead and calls Itsuki's attention to it. Itsuki turns just as the threat becomes clear. A stone monument descends over the city, signaling that the assault has begun right in the urban area. The monument slams down in a blazing impact among the buildings. Itsuki realizes the warning came too recently for a full evacuation, meaning civilians are likely still trapped in the middle of fleeing. As a disaster beast emerges, panic spreads through the streets, and the scene confirms Elder Balgar's prophecy. A barrier starts forming around the area, and Itsuki understands that if they ignore the citizens inside, there will be mass casualties, but helping them could derail their mission. He hesitates because Iberia has driven herself this far out of fear for her father, and choosing the city over him may make her resent him. Rikuru rejects that hesitation and insists they save the people first, noting that the beast inside the barrier is at least level 20, and could slaughter everyone trapped there. Itsuki immediately changes course, deciding they will deal with the disaster beast and protect the city before anything else. Another stone pillar crashes down as the battle zone destabilizes. From the impact emerges a flame golem, identified as level 21. Itsuki judges that 3 level 19 fighters and 1 level 16 fighter should normally be enough to beat a level 20 disaster beast, so this enemy is still within reach if they hold together. As the defenders form up, one of them raises a rock shield and orders everyone not to break formation while he absorbs the incoming attacks. As the fire disaster beast bears down on them, one fighter desperately searches for any opening to counterattack. The creature crashes into the street with overwhelming force, scattering the hunters and proving it can dominate the battlefield at will. Seeing their strongest defender killed instantly, one of the men realizes their situation has become nearly hopeless. Panic spreads through the group as they admit they may have no chance and start asking what they can possibly do next. While the others think about retreat, the headband hunter rejects running as cowardice and charges in any way, forcing a warning from behind him. He answers with reckless confidence, insisting the others should worry about themselves instead of him. That bravado falters when he suddenly senses the monster right behind him. Terrified, he begs for his life even as he fires a water cannon at point-blank range. The attack fails to matter, and he bitterly realizes he has fallen so low that he is now pleading before the very kind of enemy he once fought. The others hesitate, wondering if he somehow succeeded, but prepare to finish the beast off just in case. The reckless hunter immediately tries to claim the kill for himself and orders the others not to interfere. Before he can act, the fire beast rises again almost instantly, making it clear his effort accomplished nothing. Its flames swell into a massive surge, and the hunters realize too late that they are about to be overwhelmed. At the last moment, a wall of black ice erupts between them and the inferno, stopping the blast cold. A black-haired young man arrives through the ice and takes control of the situation, telling the others to leave the monster to him. He orders Iberia to evacuate the civilians while he handles the disaster beast himself, and the others can only comply. His black wall proves strong enough to block a B-rank fire skill and even boost his defense in the process. The shaken hunters mistake the newcomers for saviors, but the black-haired fighter refuses that title and says he still has far to go before becoming one. The blonde senior mocks the reckless hunter for boasting, while the others point out that nobody asked him to fight alone in the first place. Watching the black ice armor covering the young man, one of them begins to suspect he is using some kind of artifact. That suspicion makes the young man remember a warning his teacher gave him before this mission. His teacher had explained that the black sphere can increase his power, but it takes time to activate and is too slow to use reliably against disaster beasts in a direct clash. He was told to avoid depending on it in battle and save it as a trump card for the moment it truly matters. Now, with the beast pressing in and his black ice unable to pierce its body, he understands that moment has arrived. As bystanders marvel that he might be a high-level awakener, he decides he has no choice but to force a breakthrough with brute power. He launches himself forward, wrapping his strike in blue lightning as he commits to a direct assault. Activating Thunder Breaker and Thunderclap Wave, he turns his speed into a lethal charge aimed straight at the beast. He streaks past in a blur before the monster can properly react. The beast is driven down hard, its body slammed into the ground by the impact. Without letting up, he follows through with a crushing second blow from above. The combined force detonates through the street and finishes the disaster beast in a single violent burst. The onlookers are stunned that such a powerful creature was destroyed so quickly, then realize it must already have been badly weakened from an earlier fight. That explanation still barely makes the result believable to them. Even so, they recognize the feat as extraordinary, because a level 21 flame golem should not have been something a young fighter could handle. When the dust settles, the black-haired fighter is already gone from the scene. The others piece together that he must be the same person who defeated the previous disaster beast, and conclude his level and speed are far beyond what they first assumed. They compare him to a level 30 and note that even if the beast had been weakened, killing it instantly still marks him as someone with frightening future potential. Elsewhere, the young man remains dissatisfied, thinking he still needs a way to raise his attack power further. Reviewing his status, he sees that his agility and defense are heavily boosted by his active skills, but his raw attack remains comparatively limited. Later that night, the blonde senior catches up to him and admits he could not track his movement at all during the fight. The young man dismisses speed alone as insufficient, and the blonde man agrees that he had never thought of him as lacking power before. Sensing what he wants, the blonde senior says there may be a practical way to solve that weakness. He offers access to his family warehouse of artifacts, confident that among them is something that could boost attack power, and says he would gladly lend one to such a promising junior. The suggestion immediately makes him imagine the young man equipped with a powerful artifact, to his own amusement. The young man dryly calls out the blonde senior for whatever unsettling fantasy he is clearly enjoying. The blonde man eagerly proposes going at once to retrieve an artifact from his father's warehouse, though he is already exhausted from trying to keep up. Seeing that, the young man cuts him off and decides not to let him wear himself out before they face the next calamity. Ignoring the protest, he grabs the blonde senior and carries him along himself. They rocket through the city at such speed that the blonde man can only panic and cling on while the young man insists they have no time to waste. By 11:05 that night, they are already racing toward a new destination under the moon, with another urgent step in the prophecy underway. The two finally reach a secluded house deep in the woods, and the blonde guide is relieved they made it through the climb. He explains that the owner lives out here because the town is too noisy for his craft, though his companion finds that choice suspicious. As they approach, the black-haired man senses magical fluctuation, and the blonde one confirms the house is ringed with traps and detection defenses. Confident in his familiarity with the place, the blonde guide tells him to stay close so he will not trigger anything. He enjoys finally taking the lead, but the black-haired man warns him to watch his step. A hidden trigger lies under the fallen leaves on the path. The blonde man steps on it and activates the trap he had forgotten about. Mortified, he realizes he has led them into danger, prompting a dry question about whether this is really his home. As the magical pressure spikes, he admits this is the worst trap on the grounds. A humanoid artifact emerges from the earth, an epic iron golem powered by a karmic stone. The black-haired man is startled that the recluse possesses even humanoid artifacts. The golem immediately swings at the blonde intruder before he can recover. The black-haired man lunges in and intercepts the attack, pulling the fight onto himself. Even so, the golem's blow sends him skidding back with overwhelming force. He quickly judges that the artifact outclasses him in raw power, but also identifies it as an iron protect model whose chest core is its weakness. While retreating, he asks Iberia how to stop it. Iberia tells him the green karmic stone in its chest is the power source, and destroying it will shut the construct down. With the weak point confirmed, the black-haired man activates Thunder Wave and decides to win through speed instead of strength. He darts in under crackling lightning and drives straight toward the golem's core. The golem counters by crossing its massive arms and blocking his approach. He slips through the barrage anyway, forcing his way into the narrow opening near its chest. His strike lands on the karmic stone and cracks it. The golem's eyes go dark as the damage disables it. Standing before the collapsing threat, the black-haired man signals that the fight is over. Iberia suddenly panics and shouts for Jasuk to stop. Before the black-haired man can react, another fighter appears behind him with killing intent. The newcomer, Bakuto Jasuk, attacks so fast that Iberia can barely process where he came from. Jasuk reveals himself as a heavily armed guardian wielding a strange sword. The black-haired man is unsettled that he sensed no magic before the attack, while Iberia rushes in and tries to explain. He then realizes Jasuk's sword has vanished from sight, making the threat even harder to read. Iberia hurriedly introduces the black-haired man as Itsuki Tenma, his new partner, then cuts to the real issue by asking where Jasuk's father is. Jasuk says his master is in the back and warns them to be careful, while the old man himself approaches. The father arrives already radiating displeasure. Oblivious to the mood, Iberia excitedly announces that he passed the qualifiers. He proudly adds that he placed fourth on Nightmare difficulty and now wants to claim the promised right to choose any artifact. Instead of congratulating him, his father strikes him across the face. Stunned and hurt, Iberia can only ask why he was hit. The old man accuses him of stealing the dragon gear and demands it back immediately. Iberia insists he only borrowed the epic artifact to survive the exam, but his father warns that prolonged use could irreversibly damage it. Realizing he will get nowhere, Iberia drops the gear and runs off in frustration, swearing never to touch his father's artifacts again. Left behind with the old man, Itsuki is asked whether he is Izumi's second disciple. Itsuki confirms he is Itsuki Tenma and explains that his master sent him to protect Mr. Aiden, the prophecy's target in the coming calamity. Aiden is surprised that someone as selective as Izumi would choose such an unremarkable-looking boy. Then a new possibility hits him, and his scrutiny sharpens. Using appraisal, he sees only Itsuki's name and race while every meaningful stat remains hidden, making him suspect an abnormal level condition. Aiden bluntly asks whether Itsuki is using a karma artifact to falsify his status, and Itsuki denies it. Aiden concludes that Izumi must have requested a specific item in exchange for taking him as a disciple. He explains that Izumi always demands payment, so he assumes this protection assignment was tied to some calculated reward. Itsuki says he heard only that Aiden had contacted his master and that, in return for accepting a failed disciple, Izumi wanted Aiden to hand over a certain karma artifact. He insists he would protect Aiden regardless. Aiden says he has no issue giving up the item and was merely curious why Izumi specifically chose a failure, leaving Itsuki caught on that word. An old craftsman explains that the crystal was originally made to push attack power to its absolute limit by making nearly every strike a critical hit. But during its creation, a crack suddenly appeared, turning the artifact unstable. That flaw changed everything, leaving its rank unreadable and adding an unknown side effect. He reveals the broken crystal now multiplies critical damage tenfold, but its critical rate only rises by defeating enemies stronger than the user and resets whenever the user levels up, making it almost unusable for ordinary people. The cracked crystal pulses with that dangerous, altered power. Even so, the old man judges the black-haired fighter exceptional and decides the artifact suits him. He predicts that if the young man keeps defeating calamity spirit beasts stronger than himself, the crystal's critical rate will eventually reach certainty. The fighter accepts the crystal and equips it, gaining a destructive technique strengthened by the artifact's effect. He immediately recognizes the burden of the item's condition, but decides he can work out a strategy for it after surviving the current raid. The crystal's new rules are laid bare: tenfold power on critical hits, no starting critical chance, gradual gain through killing stronger foes, and a reset on level up. The old man notes that the artifact bonded with him unusually well, while the young man admits he had been struggling with low attack power and is grateful for the help. The craftsman brushes aside thanks, saying they are both fighting for humanity. But he also realizes the remote hideout should have been impossible for beasts to find unless someone knew the location beforehand. That implication hits him at once, and suspicion hardens into alarm. Before he can act on it, something tears in from outside at tremendous speed. A defender intercepts the incoming strike, shielding the others as the attack crashes into the clearing. Inside the shelter, a blonde youth panics as the sudden impact throws the situation into chaos. He realizes a barrier has been raised and can barely process what is happening. Outside, a green dome seals the area, confirming that someone prepared a trap around them. The old man understands the betrayal immediately, because only the 5 continental commanders should have known where he was hiding. The armored defender orders everyone back, warning that calamity spirit beasts are already converging on them. The black-haired fighter senses a fast-moving threat and focuses on the number approaching. At first he counts 6 enemies rushing in, then he corrects himself to 8 as more signatures close the distance. The first attacker arrives, a level 14 one-horned demon, and the ambush begins in earnest. The black-haired fighter slips past its opening attack with calm precision. He counters instantly, using black ice wall to carve through the demon before it can recover. More horned demons swarm him from multiple directions, trying to overwhelm him by numbers. He knows enemies at this level are easy prey for his stronger techniques, but using a wide-area finisher here would be reckless. He restrains himself because a blast large enough to erase the demons could also endanger the people behind him. With Aiden and Iberia hiding in the shed at his back, he commits to holding the line alone. He concludes that using his strongest explosion would buy the monsters exactly the opening they need to reach the shelter. That reality forces him to admit he is far better suited to fighting without anyone to protect. Then he senses a new surge of mana, far denser than the earlier attackers, and realizes a stronger enemy is arriving. 2 level 24 two-horned guardian beasts appear, raising the threat far beyond the first wave. Elsewhere, in the demon realm, a report reaches higher powers that low-class demons have discovered the old man's hidden refuge in the human world. A superior asks which of the 8 demon kings should be entrusted with leading the main force into that breach. The answer is immediate. Because the old man once destroyed and I left behind in the human realm, he has become too important to ignore, and they must capture him. One demon king, Enro, is proposed as a candidate for the mission, but the plan is revised, since sending a demon king might destroy the very eye they want to recover, so the task is delegated to a demon general instead. The command of the main force is handed to another demon king, Enshokuma. He is chosen precisely because he is savage and starved enough to relish the invasion. Back at the hideout, Iberia's scream from inside the shed tells the black-haired fighter that the danger has already reached the people he is protecting. A level 24 double-horned guardian crashes down on him, pressing the attack before he can reposition. Cornered by the stronger beast and the urgency behind him, he decides he has no choice but to use a riskier option. As the guardian's massive strike comes down, he gathers dark energy into a focused counterattack. He bets that defeating an enemy with higher attack power will raise the crystal's critical rate, making this kill strategically vital. The crystal's condition confirms his reasoning. Stronger enemies are exactly what can build its critical chance. He fires Piercing Sphere, launching a concentrated purple shot into the night. The attack succeeds, and the crystal's critical rate rises by 1% just as he expected. As another ally rushes in to take over the immediate defense and protect those in the shed, the fighter leaves the next exchange to him and turns his attention to the larger battle. A lightning-wreathed figure rushes toward the lodge as the crisis inside reaches its limit. The battered blonde fighter braces himself, cornered and out of options. He admits he cannot win in his current state without dragon gear. Realizing he has been pushed to the brink, he prepares for a desperate last resort. Before he can act, a disaster beast closes in, and he cries out for Itsuki to save him. An old one-eyed blacksmith crashes into the monster with a massive hammer and interrupts the kill. The blonde man is stunned that a non-combat class elder would throw himself at a disaster beast without fear, and the old man calls him stubborn. The beast reels from the sudden blow. The old man knocks the creature away and entrusts the rest of the fight to someone else. Itsuki arrives in a blur of electricity just as Tenma is named. Itsuki intercepts the monster barehanded, and his black ice wall skill activates as he seizes control of the clash. He tears through the beast in one motion and drops it. After apologizing for the delay and explaining he dealt with the lookouts first, Itsuki asks what is happening outside. He senses no more magical activity beyond the building and concludes Jusuk must have wiped out every disaster beast outside. When they step out and see the bodies, the others are left in awe that Jusuk did it alone. Tenma warns them not to relax, because unless the barrier is destroyed, disaster beasts will keep spawning and growing stronger over time. He declares that he will push forward to destroy the barrier while killing as many beasts as possible on the way, leaving any that slip through to the others. Itsuki rejects that division and insists he will be the one to slaughter everything inside the barrier, ordering Jusuk to stay behind and protect Aiden and Iberia. The old man studies Itsuki's eyes and realizes they hold no fear, only a violent hunger for battle. Accepting that resolve, he decides they should leave the barrier's destruction to Tenma. Jusuk warns that a green barrier means at least level 26 to 50 beasts inside, but Itsuki confirms he is going anyway. Itsuki launches himself toward the barrier at full speed. As he runs, he revels in finally being able to fight without restraint. The blonde man tries to follow out of loyalty, but the old man immediately forbids it. When the blonde protests that they are a team, the old man harshly dismisses that idea and says he and Tenma live in entirely different worlds. The blonde argues that a team exists to cover each other's weaknesses and insists they have come too far together for that to be denied. The old man cuts him down, saying he is not supporting Tenma at all and is only dead weight. He warns that if this continues, the blonde will get Tenma killed. Then he makes clear the warning is not only about the blonde, because Tenma is exceptional beyond anyone else of his generation. He asks whether the blonde has ever really seen Tenma's eyes when he faces a disaster beast. What he sees there, he says, is not courage but someone drowning in hatred. Inside the forest, Itsuki detects 5 enemies and regains half his mana, taking it as proof that fresh beasts have just emerged from the barrier. He runs straight into the group without slowing down. Surrounded, he spits fire and forces the beasts away, refusing to let anything block his path. He detonates Lotus Blast, wiping out all 5 at once and further increasing the range of his skills. The kills also raise his critical rate and strengthen his broken critical crystal effect. Even so, he notes that one heavily armored guardian consumed most of his mana, and he hardens his resolve not to let any beast reach Iberia or the others. Back at the lodge, the distant explosion makes the blonde realize how far ahead Itsuki already is. Jusuk identifies the blast as Itsuki's skill and understands he has already engaged beasts in the forest. Jusuk then suspects Tenma's inability to level up may be tied to a hidden drawback in his gift, because that explosion was far beyond what a level 0 should produce. At the barrier, Itsuki confirms this green dome marks a far more dangerous zone than anything he has faced before. When mana detection fails to read through it, he realizes the barrier blocks outside sensing and hides the number and strength of the beasts within. Remembering the academy lesson, he recalls that barrier color indicates beast level, making green equivalent to level 26 through 50. Instead of hesitating, he sees the barrier as a chance to harvest a huge amount of experience if he kills everything inside. To compensate for the block detection, he summons his Shikigami Death Hound. The wolf appears with tracking abilities specialized in following mana traces. Itsuki promises the hound all the experience from any kills later, but only if it obeys him. Until he gives the order, he forbids the beast from touching any prey. With that pact made, he claims every disaster beast in the barrier as his own prey. Elsewhere that night, word reaches a wounded patriarch that awakened guards have finally arrived. A blue-haired first-class savior, Kei Kirigima, formally introduces himself as Ms. Izumi's protector. He reports that several second- and third-class saviors have also arrived, then asks whether Akira Hiten has shown up yet. A blue-haired woman explains that Hiten said he was already on his way hours ago, but later became unreachable. She worries he may have run into trouble amid the falling steels, though she admits ordinary disaster beasts should not threaten one of the 6 special-class saviors. Even so, she urges them to keep trying to contact him because only a special-class savior can truly stand against what is appearing here. Kei pushes back, suggesting they may be overestimating the special-class saviors. He argues that first-class saviors are not so far beneath them and believes they can defeat any disaster beast a special class can, even if it is harder. The patriarch warns that such confidence comes from inexperience. He explains that anyone who thinks that way has simply never fought a truly powerful disaster beast. Before the debate can continue, a new steel descends and a disaster beast approaches. The patriarch recognizes that the long-awaited threat has finally arrived, while the others still cannot reach Hiten. Kei takes the chance to prove himself, saying that if even a special class cannot come, they will finish the beasts themselves. He vows to demonstrate that a first-class savior can stand on the same level as a special class. The green barrier looms over the forest like a sealed battlefield. Inside it, Itsuki finds the terrain unchanged, which only makes the hidden danger more unsettling. A strange aura from deeper within the barrier leaves him uneasy for the first time. Using mana detection again, he confirms the inside and outside of the barrier are separate spaces, and that he cannot monitor the situation beyond it from within. He soon locates 5 nearby enemies and recovers more mana, giving him a rough map of their positions. He orders Deathhound to stay put and only eat any beasts that manage to flee from him. After praising the obedient hound, He activates Roaring Wave and sets off to hunt. 2 disaster beasts charge him head-on. They are caught off guard when he reaches them first. Itsuki activates Black Ice Wall and slams through them with overwhelming momentum. 1 beast is ripped apart by the impact. The other is thrown aside as his lightning-charged rush continues through both. A larger armored beast steps in to stop him. Itsuki drives a strike into its face, but the armor holds. He follows with Piercing Sphere to punch through the Guardian's defenses. The kill raises his critical rate again, bringing the broken crystal to 3%. He notes that the odds are still low, but starts hoping a critical hit will come soon. As he nears the steel, he realizes this is the closest he has ever been to one. He assumes that destroying the steel should collapse the barrier, and decides a single blow ought to be enough. Just before he strikes, mana detection reveals one more enemy still hidden nearby. He aborts the attack and twists away at the last instant. Itsuki sprints clear as a concealed assault tears through the space he was about to enter. He realizes that if he had not sensed the fluctuation in time, he would have walked straight into a fatal trap. The near miss makes clear he would have been impaled on the spot. Tracing the attack, he figures out the enemy had been hiding behind the steel itself. That revelation tells him this is not another mindless beast but a different kind altogether. Far away, the blonde man is shaken by the thought of what Tenma is facing alone. Jusuk tells him to stay inside because even Tenma may not be able to stop every beast, and the blonde fears he may truly get Itsuki killed one day. Jusuk tries to calm him by saying the old master exaggerates, though he privately admits the accusation of being dead weight may have been true. He reminds the blonde that green barriers contain level 26 to 50 beasts, and asks honestly whether he could defeat even the weakest one. When the blonde cannot answer, Jusuk gently says that does not make him worthless, because at that age Jusuk himself lacked the courage to enter a green barrier. The blonde is shocked to hear even Jusuk once hesitated, and Jusuk explains that the gap between gray and green barriers is more than a simple jump in levels. He reveals that gray barrier beasts are mindless creatures that only repeat slaughter and destruction. Those beasts are dangerous but predictable enough to beat with planning. In contrast, green barriers can contain disaster beasts with intelligence equal to humans, and inside the forest one such beast notices Itsuki's detection skill and identifies itself as Square General 336, level 34. Itsuki immediately understands that the beasts in this barrier are unlike any they have encountered before. Jusuk concludes that the blonde burdens Tenma not because he is immature, but because Tenma himself is overwhelmingly strong. Inside the barrier, the intelligent beast is astonished that Itsuki saw through its ambush so quickly and can speak with it, while Itsuki is thrilled to finally meet the rumored intelligent disaster beasts. The general mocks him and assumes he is muttering in fear. It ridicules him as a mere level 0 coward trembling before a stronger being. Itsuki answers that he is not afraid at all, only excited, because he has long wanted to ask their kind something. Amused, the general agrees to indulge what it thinks are his final words. Itsuki's expression turns savage as he asks the creature a simple question about pain. The general scoffs that no human could ever make it feel pain. Then it attacks from above, boasting that causing pain is its specialty. Its antennae spear the ground in a deadly barrage around Itsuki. Itsuki slips inside the attack pattern and closes the distance instead of retreating. He counters with a crushing kick from above. Even after landing it, he realizes the creature's magic is still expanding and that the blow was not enough. The general accelerates its antennae even further, escalating the pressure. Itsuki judges that he still has the edge in raw speed, but not by enough to finish things easily. His attacks are landing, yet he curses that his power is too low to deal meaningful damage, or even sever the head. The general grows wary, wondering what Itsuki's true level really is if a supposed level 0 can move like this. Still, it dismisses him as a fast but harmless insect and renews the assault. It floods the area with intersecting antenna strikes and boasts that countless weak hits from Itsuki mean nothing, while a single one of its own would end the fight. Itsuki keeps weaving through the storm and forcing openings with relentless movement. His eyes sharpen as he reads the pattern more clearly. He starts parrying and redirecting the antennae instead of merely dodging them. Even when driven into the trees, he uses the impacts to reposition rather than lose control. He regains his footing in the middle of the barrage and refuses to be pinned down. From that precarious perch, he taunts the general to keep trying its best. The general realizes his lightning is only a speed-enhancing technique and decides to outlast his magic rather than outfight him. Itsuki notices a crucial weakness in that reasoning. The antennae are part of the creature's body, not a skill, so his mimicry ability will not trigger against them. As the exchange continues, he counts the number of attacks he has already survived and keeps searching for the decisive moment. But his mana drops dangerously low, and he admits he has overused his skills and is close to running dry. His stamina is also fading, so he decides he must shift from conserving himself to pouring everything into offense. He resolves to increase his attack frequency until probability finally gives him the one critical hit he needs to win. The broken critical crystal's hidden rule becomes clear. Each stronger enemy he defeats raises his critical rate, and a critical hit multiplies attack power tenfold. With that in mind, he forces himself to strike faster and faster, knowing persistence is his only path to victory. He hammers the general from every angle in a desperate flurry. The effort tears his body apart, and blood starts spilling from his mouth and torso. The general mocks him for resorting to reckless all-out attacks. When it taunts him again about pain, Itsuki answers only with contempt. The general is impressed that he is still standing and even praises his defensive toughness while seizing him at close range. At that exact moment, the broken crystal finally triggers and guarantees that Itsuki's next attack will be a critical hit. Itsuki drives that strike straight through the general's chest with catastrophic force. The beast's body ruptures around the impact. The shockwave blasts it backward through the forest. Reeling, the general cannot understand where such terrifying power suddenly came from. Itsuki, bleeding heavily, admits that the intelligent beast's strength is even greater than he expected. Yet the critical hit awakens something in him beyond relief. Concentration, pleasure, and satisfaction rise together for the first time. Even with a hole in his gut and blood pouring out, he realizes he feels no pain at all. Instead, he feels exhilarated. He coldly asks the wounded general whether it can finally feel pain now. The creature panics, realizing the human before it is far stronger than the false level 0 he pretended to be. Itsuki grips the intelligent beast and explains that mindless calamity beasts never even screamed properly when they died. But this one is different. With a crazed smile, he declares that the screams of a calamity beast capable of feeling pain are exactly the sound he has been longing to hear. Juki realizes too late that his opponent is trying to crush his head and, in that instant, understands he is facing something monstrous rather than human. He survives the exchange by landing a decisive strike, and the system registers a slight increase to his critical power. With the enemy finished, he confirms the threat inside the barrier has been eliminated and gains a broken critical crystal that further raises his critical rate. As the danger passes, relief gives way to the raw pain of his accumulated wounds, reminding him how badly he has been hurt. Seeing the barrier turn transparent, he concludes there are no calamity beasts left within it. He decides the next step is to destroy the stone monument and end the barrier completely. When he strikes it, the monument shatters far more easily than he expected. The effort leaves him slumped and exhausted, but one urgent thought remains before he returns to Iberia. He calls for Death. A dark shape answers immediately, rushing in at his summons. Death appears before him in a much larger wolf form, and Juki notices the dramatic growth at once. He realizes the change is not just physical. Death has jumped several levels at once, gained a large pool of status points, and evolved into a stronger rank with improved tracking and combat ability. Juki understands that as Death levels up, its body grows as well, confirming his suspicion about the beast's development. Already imagining how formidable Death could become after more growth, he looks ahead to using that strength in the future. At 11:35 p.m. on Prophecy Day 1, the barrier's collapse leaves a dark scar opening above the forest. Outside, the people waiting nearby realize the barrier has vanished and conclude Juki succeeded. Ryosuke judges that destroying a silver barrier that quickly means the person inside was far stronger than expected, even if no intelligent enemies were present. Inside the forest, Juki admits he is nearly out of stamina after repeated battles and severe blood loss. Unable to keep going on his own, he orders Death to follow the traces of his mana and carry him to Iberia. Death acknowledges the command and prepares to move. The wolf races off through the forest with Juki. Hearing a calamity beast's roar after the barrier is already gone, Ryosuke realizes something about the situation does not add up. He tells Iberia to return to his room while he moves to investigate the approaching threat. But Iberia recognizes the roar and senses he has heard it before. The source closes in fast, tearing through the ground as it charges. Ryosuke braces himself to intercept it, deciding that if it is a calamity beast, he will cut it down before it reaches them. The charging wolf leaps straight at him, forcing an immediate clash. Iberia suddenly recognizes the beast as the wolf Juki had turned into a Shikigami earlier. He urgently stops Ryosuke, warning him that the attacker is Juki's Shikigami. Ryosuke halts his strike just in time and diverts the attack instead of killing the wolf. Facing the beast at close range, he confirms it must belong to Tenma if it is truly a Shikigami. He reasons that only a Shikigami user could command one, and that means Tenma may still be alive somewhere nearby. Death arrives with Juki's unconscious body, and Iberia rushes toward him in alarm. Seeing Juki covered in blood, Iberia panics and demands to know what happened, but Juki can only weakly say Iberia's name. Barely conscious, Juki asks only to rest for a while. Taking that for a final farewell, Iberia breaks down in terror and grief beside him. Ryosuke cuts through the panic by pointing out that Juki is not dead at all. Iberia clings to that hope and asks if Juki is really still alive. Ryosuke shows him that Juki is breathing normally, proving he has not died. Once Juki rouses enough to speak, he tells Iberia to bring him to his room immediately because the wound in his abdomen needs treatment. Later, as Juki lies recovering, Iberia admits he may never match Juki in combat, but resolves to help in the one way he can. He recalls Juki's Wind Elementalist gift and realizes his own wind-based talent can support him differently. Iberia reveals that his gift is Heal Focus, a low-grade ability that strengthens wind healing at the cost of wind attack power. Though he once despised the gift and never used it, he decides he will rely on it as many times as necessary for Juki's sake. He activates a healing skill and surrounds himself with restorative wind. Pouring that power into Juki, Iberia begs him to recover quickly for both his own sake and the future of their partnership. As the healing takes effect, Juki stirs under the strain and Iberia calls out to him anxiously. Elsewhere, the event is recorded. At 11:35 p.m., a purple barrier was deployed from a stone monument that fell near the Tenma residence. At the same time, another violent impact strikes nearby, signaling that the night's disturbances are not over yet. As smoke clears, Izumi spots the fallen Kurajima and realizes the situation has already turned disastrous. Badly hurt, Izumi urges the fairy-like Kurajima to flee and save himself, even as she struggles to understand what lies beyond this place. Her father stares at the looming beast and understands at once that its body, defense, speed, and raw power are on an entirely different level. The monster reveals itself as Cow Warrior 14 of the Ashi tribe, a level 81 enemy so overwhelming that even a special grade savior should not have been able to stop it. Seeing no path to victory, the armored figure tells Izumi to run while her wounded father can barely remain upright beside her. The Cow Warrior mocks that order, recognizing the armored being as a newly born outsider and questioning whether it can truly fight. As the beast swings to crush them, the armored figure realizes it has become the target and takes grim comfort that this may spare the others. A sudden blast interrupts the attack before the killing blow can land. Izumi reaches out in alarm for her father as the shock of the intervention sweeps through the battlefield. Her father, certain they were finished, can hardly process that anything has changed. The armored figure calmly notes that the one they were waiting for has finally arrived. A red-eyed man named Hiten emerges, carrying a presence fierce enough to shift the balance of the fight. Hiten immediately takes responsibility for the battle and launches himself at the giant beast. The Cow Warrior laughs off the challenge, dismissing Hiten as an unknown fool with more confidence than sense. From the sidelines, Izumi's father warns that this new arrival is far stronger than he looks. Hiten meets the monster's force head-on instead of retreating. With a single brutal strike, he tears through the Cow Warrior's body and kills it outright. Izumi's father is left stunned by how effortlessly the impossible enemy was destroyed. Watching Hiten stand over the corpse, he begins to grasp what the power of a true special-grade savior really means. He realizes this strength has already crossed beyond ordinary humanity into something monstrous. Izumi briefly thinks the crisis is over, but Hiten warns that the real danger is only beginning now. At 11:40 p.m., the barrier near Izumi and Nito's residence shifts from purple to red, signaling a far worse phase of the prophecy. Inside the red barrier, a greater disaster beast named Sarashokuma prepares to unleash suffering on humanity. A level 37 Crimson Flame Demon King appears, eager to watch the coming destruction from close by. A level 49 White Oni joins him, agreeing to the plan as the red barrier swells around them. They are ordered not to waste effort fighting needlessly, because their true mission is to capture a specific target. Their commander, the level 87 Demon General Grudge King of Frost, explains that if all three remain inside the same barrier, it will turn purple and expose them. He intends to use Sarashokuma's rampage as cover, since the red barrier generated by that beast conceals nearby demon traces. With Soki Shokuma drawing attention, the group moves toward its destination while trusting their commander's guidance. The masked general reveals that Ringa will lead them through a demon eye left behind in the human world. That demon eye can show not only coordinates, but the surrounding scene, and it is fixed on the exact place where their target lies sleeping. The sleeping young man suddenly jolts as if some buried instinct or hostile presence has reached him. The story rewinds to 11:35 p.m., moments before the barrier changed, while he still lies in bed. In a dreamlike void, a younger Itsuki proudly tells his mother he has finally found a disaster beast that can feel pain like humans do. Believing he has avenged his father, the boy excitedly says he crushed the beast's head and thinks her revenge should now be satisfied. His mother gently stops him and rejects the idea that revenge is what truly matters. She tells him there is something far more important than vengeance, or even exterminating every disaster beast. She teaches him that power should not exist for revenge, but to protect the people he loves. Itsuki cannot accept that lesson, because his grief and hatred are still stronger than her words. He declares that he will never forgive the disaster beast that killed his father, or even his mother for opposing him. Consumed by rage, he vows to wipe them all out no matter what. His mother faces that hatred with quiet sorrow rather than anger. Realizing she can no longer stay, she prepares to leave him behind. Itsuki panics and begs her not to go, desperate to keep speaking before she disappears. As her body begins to dissolve, she warns him not to let that hatred take control of him. He reaches for her in desperation, calling for his mother as she slips away. Their fingertips almost meet, but the distance remains unclosed. Left reaching into emptiness, Itsuki can only watch her vanish. He remains alone in the void, crying as grief settles over him. Then a sinister presence intrudes on his mourning, contemptuously mocking tears for the dead as weakness. As he lies unconscious, Itsuki's mind is consumed by rage and grief. In that haze, he recognizes the being before him as the source of his suffering. The devil of destruction appears and taunts him, implying that losing someone precious has finally driven him into the same despair. Itsuki gives into murderous fury and vows revenge. He throws himself at the devil, determined to kill him outright. The devil easily controls the encounter, and promises to let him feel this pain again soon. What the devil wants from him is not death, but a deeper collapse into despair. Even so, Itsuki clings to one thought in the dreamlike torment: he will kill Linga no matter what. Itsuki suddenly wakes in bed as his blonde companion tries to shield him from imagined danger. Itsuki immediately realizes the attack was harmless and that he is no longer in immediate combat. The blonde healer is overjoyed that Itsuki has finally regained consciousness. Relieved that his healing worked, the healer clings to him, while Itsuki focuses on how long he has been out. He learns he was unconscious for about 3 hours, that it is now around 3 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy, and his first concern is whether Yosuke and Aiden are safe. The healer reassures him that no disaster beasts attacked after the battle. Itsuki keeps the nightmare to himself, but the devil's words feel too real for him to dismiss, convincing him that the disaster beasts are planning something. He notes that his awakening matches the prophecy exactly and decides he cannot afford to lower his guard. Once dressed, he is told his body appears fully recovered. Backup is expected soon, but Itsuki chooses to check on Yosuke first. On the way outside, he casually asks about Yuki-san's dog Shikigami, trying to confirm a detail. The healer cheerfully explains that Shikigami users can name their summons however they like, only for Itsuki to reveal that he is not a Shikigami user at all. The healer is disappointed he will not get to name the creature, while Itsuki quietly confirms his suspicion. Outside, they find Yosuke already healed far faster than expected, suggesting Iberia used her true power. Itsuki is surprised to learn the healer can fight as well, though the healer downplays his offensive ability. Itsuki presses Yosuke on whether any awakened enemies appeared while he was unconscious, and Yosuke says none did. Yosuke immediately senses that Itsuki's question is driven by more than caution and asks why. Itsuki points out that nearby awakened should have arrived by now, and that reaching this remote place so quickly would have required guidance from Iberia. Even with that explanation, he cannot shake his unease. His instincts sharpen into certainty that something evil is drawing near. Elsewhere in the forest, a group rapidly converges on the same location. The pursuing team races through the woods, asking how much farther remains to their target. One of them pushes himself with thoughts of promotion, even while complaining that such monsters should not be living this far north. A red-haired woman suddenly orders the group to stop. The team skids to a halt, instantly shifting from pursuit to alert. She confirms they are sensing an abnormal presence approaching from ahead. At the same time, the enemy realizes they have been detected. The hunters prepare for battle against the disaster beast. The threat reveals itself as a flame-headed awakened accompanied by a towering white oni, and the awakened mocks the humans for heading somewhere they will never reach. He makes it clear that their path ends here. A skeletal fire spirit manifests at his side, adding another layer to the ambush. The awakened treats that deadly fire as trivial and sneers at how fragile humans are. The white oni casually asks whether the fire user has finished, as if slaughter is routine. An instant later, the oni crushes someone with overwhelming force. The fire user remarks on the flattened corpse with cruel amusement, showing how little the victims matter to them. The red-haired woman demands to know how the monsters appeared without any nearby barrier, realizing this attack should have been impossible. The flame-headed awakened answers that they came from far away, implying deliberate infiltration rather than a local breach. The woman is shaken by how badly the situation has turned. Before the monsters can continue, a dark, imposing figure arrives and orders them not to kill the humans. The fire user resists the interruption, but ice suddenly erupts around him and halts his advance. The newcomer warns that if he disobeys again, he will not survive the consequences. Faced with that overwhelming authority, the fire user immediately submits and begs to be released from the spell. A shadowy lord corners a pink-haired woman in the forest while a flame-headed subordinate arrives, turning what seemed like her death into a deliberate confrontation. The fire demon admits he had expected her to die from the cold, revealing that her survival has already exceeded his assumptions. Terrified and unsure, the woman wonders if they are actually sparing her. The fire demon questions why they are not killing the target and suspects she may possess some unusual power. The cloaked ruler dismisses that idea and explains that he only wants to test the new ability granted by Lord Linga. Dark power surges toward the woman, trapping her before she can resist. The shadowy force overwhelms her body as the ruler completes his experiment from a distance. When the power settles, she stands altered and emptied, no longer fully herself. The ruler confirms that she has undergone demonization, answering the fire demon's doubts. The woman realizes the change in horror as the transformation fully registers. They explain that humans who survive demonization become useful servants, meaning she now belongs on their side. Accepting her new status at once, she kneels and asks the Wrath King for orders. He orders her to hide her identity and remain among humans until Lord Linga descends. Her cover story is prepared for her. She is to claim her team was attacked by disaster beasts and that she alone survived because of her comrades' sacrifice. With the deception set, the ruler sends her away to begin the mission. She hesitates for a moment, shaken by what she has become and what she has been told to do. Still stunned, she starts to withdraw from the demon's presence. Then fear takes over, and she flees the forest as fast as she can. The fire demon remains unconvinced, mocking the value of recruiting someone so weak. The ruler reveals that this case is only one part of a much larger operation, with many humans already demonized, including awakened. He adds that when Lord Linga moves to claim the world, these infiltrators will be crucial. Treating the plan as urgent, the ruler orders the fire demon to stop questioning him and follow. Later that night, attention shifts to a guarded area where an iron golem stands watch during Prophecy Day. Two young men assess the golem's strength and note that it helps compensate for their shortage of labor, though stronger allies would be preferable. Their talk turns to Itsuki, and they explain that he went to the workshop. Inside the workshop, an old craftsman questions Itsuki about the critical hit he landed on the disaster beast and asks what his critical rate was then. Itsuki reports that his broken critical crystal had given him only a 3% rate at first, but defeating the creature raised it to 4%. The craftsman remarks that landing such a hit with odds that low was extraordinary, and Itsuki dryly agrees. Itsuki then describes a strange state he entered after the critical hit, where his concentration sharpened so much that he felt almost omnipotent. The craftsman recognizes the description as heightened perception so intense that one can sense everything nearby while remaining calm. Itsuki confirms that this is exactly what he experienced. Surprised, the craftsman realizes Itsuki entered a flow state. He explains that a flow state happens when someone is completely immersed in a task, losing normal awareness of time while concentration and excitement peak together. Seeing Itsuki's confusion, he simplifies it as being in the zone. He compares it to an artist becoming absorbed in painting or an athlete moving on instinct during competition. He adds that even a student losing track of time while solving a difficult problem is showing the same phenomenon. For an awakened, however, flow state does more than sharpen focus. It also heightens the senses to an unnatural degree. At the same time, it boosts all stats and skill effects to 120% of their normal values. Itsuki is astonished because he has never heard of this from teachers or other awakened, and the craftsman says only a handful of people can do it at all. The craftsman explains that entering flow state demands talent, a clear mind, and considerable luck, making it impossible if even one condition is missing. He stresses that this ability marks the boundary between ordinary awakened and true geniuses, and says that not even one NT can trigger it at will. Drawing on his own experience, the craftsman says it took him 2 years after awakening to enter that state for the first time. That makes Itsuki's achievement after only a month of being awakened almost unbelievable. Before he can finish praising him, the craftsman notices Itsuki's attention has shifted elsewhere. Itsuki senses 3 immense mana signatures approaching and is told they are probably awakened guards sent by Kento Izumi. But the mana feels wrong to him, rough, stagnant, and more like disaster beasts than humans. Realizing the danger may be immediate, Itsuki decides to investigate at once. As he moves, he recalls that he already cleared the barrier of disaster beasts, so the presence of new ones nearby should be impossible. He rushes out of the workshop to confirm whether his instincts are right. Outside, 2 allies greet him casually, unaware that he has come out because something about the situation feels deeply wrong. Tenma senses a sudden surge of mana and fears a disaster beast has appeared. Iberia argues that with no barrier around them, any ordinary beast should be easy to handle because he has already activated the Iron Golem. His confidence breaks the instant something strikes before he can even process it. The Iron Golem is destroyed in a single blow, proving the threat is far beyond what they expected. Jasuk realizes the golem was eliminated before it could even react, while Tenma braces as blue energy gathers around him. 3 disaster beasts reveal themselves at once: the Red Flame Demon King, the Frostbite Wraith King, and a White Oni, with the strongest dark figure taking command. A timestamp marks the moment as Prophecy Day at 2:31 a.m., confirming this is the foretold crisis. Tenma immediately understands these monsters are stronger than the ones contained inside the barrier. What alarms him most is the Horned Leader, whose overwhelming magical pressure surpasses anything he has ever felt. That leader assigns the others to handle the defenders while he personally goes after the target. He adds one crucial order: the demon I must not be destroyed. The Red Flame Demon King accepts the command without concern, ready to fight under that restriction. Tenma and Iberia are stunned to hear Disaster Beast speaking and to realize their target is Aiden. Jasuk steps in to block the leader's path, refusing to let him reach Aiden. The leader vanishes from sight so suddenly that the defenders lose track of him mid-confrontation. Jasuk is caught off guard by how completely the enemy slipped past his awareness. Tenma can only register that the creature's speed is absurd. Even so, Jasuk charges after him and swears he will keep him away from Aiden. The leader answers by raising a hand and releasing cold power. A wall of ice forms instantly to cut off the pursuit. Jasuk crashes into the sudden barrier and realizes too late what the attack was. His blade cannot break through, confirming the ice is far tougher than expected. Before he can recover, the White Oni drops in behind him to pin him down. Jasuk barely catches the Oni's crushing strike overhead, forced into a direct power struggle. The impact overwhelms him and drives him backward across the ground. Tenma calls out to Jasuk, seeing him get isolated. The Red Flame Demon King cuts Tenma off, warning him that he has no time to worry about anyone else. He launches a red flame bullet straight at Tenma. Tenma throws up Black Wall to shield Iberia and orders him to get clear. The fire attack detonates against the defense and blasts the area apart. The flames still burned through the barrier's protection and scorched Tenma's arms. As his ability begins analyzing the attack, Tenma identifies the red flame bullet as an A-rank skill and realizes he misjudged Black Wall. He admits that Thunderbreaker could have let him evade, but his wrong red left him taking the hit instead. The demon mocks him, certain that weak ice-based defense could never stop his flames. Then the demon hesitates, worrying he may have gone too far if this human is actually the demon eye bearer. A closer look reveals Tenma is just a fixed level 0 human, badly burned but still standing. Relieved by that, the demon decides Tenma cannot be the demon eye bearer and feels free to kill him. Tenma responds by summoning Deathhound, bringing out a Shikigami despite his injuries. The demon dismisses the threat, ridiculing the idea that Tenma can challenge him with a mere 2-on-1. To prove it, he sends a sweeping torrent of fire and boasts that even more Shikigami would not change the outcome. Tenma quietly entrusts the real objective to Aiden, showing that his own fight is only buying time. The fire crashes down, but the demon is shocked when the target avoids it. He realizes the Shikigami is not defending Tenma at all. Deathhound is racing past the flames toward the true target instead. Facing the demon alone, Tenma notices his opponent is watching him closely and decides to exploit that attention by acting weak. While he stalls, his combat analysis advances to 36%. He tells himself he can buy time for the analysis, but he refuses to cower before a disaster beast. That defiance turns into a grin as he prepares to answer the demon's contempt. Crackling with power despite his battered state, Tenma reveals that his pitiful appearance is deliberate. The red flame demon king bristles at being mocked by someone he still sees as a lowly race acting far too boldly. The fire demon abandons his plan to toy with his opponent and decides to end the fight immediately. Seeing the demon grow more serious, the young fighter realizes he is a long-range specialist and decides the only chance is to rush into close combat. He commits fully to that opening and claims the demon as his target. The demon is caught off guard for a moment by the sudden approach. The fighter closes the gap almost instantly, moving faster than the demon expected. Even so, the demon remains composed rather than panicked. His confidence hides a counter the fighter has not anticipated. Just as the attack comes down, the demon raises a wall of fire to intercept it. The fighter immediately realizes he has run into a flame shield. The demon reveals he had already accounted for his own weakness and prepared around it. Using that trap, he detonates a blast of fire at point-blank range and catches the fighter head-on. The hit lands cleanly, burning through the fighter's chest as the demon confirms the bait worked. The force of the explosion hurls the fighter away and leaves him badly damaged. While reeling, he admits he was completely deceived. He recognizes the demon as both powerful and cunning, while the demon mocks him as someone not truly on his level. Despite severe burns and a ruined body, the fighter forces himself back to his feet. The demon openly praises the deception, pleased that he fooled him so thoroughly. Then he coldly advises the wounded fighter to stop resisting and die quietly. The fighter stalls for time, wondering if the delay is because the demon's power is still being analyzed. That hidden analysis continues to advance, inching closer to completion. Elsewhere, later that night, Aiden hurries through a building under the weight of a prophecy and an urgent situation. A dark-armored captor reviews the old craftsman's achievements, noting the many karma tools he has created. He identifies the elderly smith as humanity's greatest craftsman and the true prize of the raid. The smith understands the implication and asks if this grand summary means he is about to be killed, but the captor makes clear he will be kept alive as long as he remains useful. The old man refuses to submit meekly and rejects being ordered around. He draws a weapon and launches a desperate counterattack. Before he can do anything meaningful, the captor instantly encases his entire body in ice. Frozen in place, the smith realizes his enemy's skill is at least rank class and far beyond what he expected. The captor asserts total control, declaring that the decision over the smith's life now belongs to them. Hidden nearby, Aiden panics that his father will be taken away if he does nothing. A sudden blur rushes into the room before he can act. Aiden recognizes the newcomer as Itsuki's Shikigami. The beast immediately lunges at the captor in a direct rescue attempt. The captor meets the charge without flinching. With a single response, he freezes the Shikigami solid mid-attack. The immobilized beast is smashed down, its assault ended almost instantly. The captor is irritated that outside interference let even a mere Shikigami reach him, while the frozen smith realizes reinforcements have arrived. Watching this, Aiden is shaken that even such a strong Shikigami cannot get close to the enemy. He concludes he has no chance of winning in a direct fight. For a moment he thinks of calling Itsuki, but remembers Itsuki is already injured and would only be dragged into greater danger. At the same time, the burned fighter outside is still struggling onward, refusing to collapse despite his injuries. Aiden reasons that if Itsuki were truly able to come himself, he would have done so instead of sending only his Shikigami, so asking for help now would just worsen things. He rejects that option and resolves to save his father on his own. Then he remembers a possible answer, dragon gear. Believing that weapon might let him win, he runs to retrieve it from beneath his father's bed. As he flees, he promises his father that he will return and rescue him. The captor notices someone escaping but dismisses Aiden as a coward, while also deciding to leave the cleanup of the smith and the Shikigami to his allies. He prepares to move the captive craftsmen to their destination instead of lingering. Outside, the fire demon unleashes another technique, a red flame bullet, to finish the remaining resistance. But the wounded fighter triggers Black Wall, intending to cover his burned leg with that defense and endure the next attack long enough for the hidden analysis to matter. The demon unleashes Thunderbreaker, driving a storm of fire down on his opponent. He notes that the man is still evading despite his battered state, but realizes his speed has dropped sharply. Confident the end is near, the demon escalates and prepares to stop him from dodging altogether with red flame bullets. The black-haired fighter notices the change immediately and understands the attack pattern has become more dangerous. The demon fires a barrage of flaming projectiles to overwhelm him from every direction. Already strained, the fighter sees he may not have the speed left to slip through this volley cleanly. He pushes forward through a narrowing gap as the fire closes around him. The barrage catches him and hurls him through the assault. He realizes that in normal condition he could avoid this, but his current state leaves him exposed. As another shot bears down, he knows he is about to be hit again. Even while being driven back, his ability continues analyzing the attack and nears completion. He endures more impacts as the analysis climbs past the final threshold. The punishment continues, but each hit brings him closer to fully understanding the technique. By the time the flames engulf him, the analysis is effectively complete, and he recognizes the attack for what it is. A surge of blue power answers that realization, signaling a defensive evolution. Unaware of what has changed, the demon gathers another concentrated flame attack with a vicious grin. He launches a piercing red flame bullet, intending to finish the fight in one decisive strike. This time the fighter meets it with a newly formed blue barrier, arriving just in time to stop the shot. The analysis reaches 100%, and the clash confirms he has fully adapted to the technique. The demon is thrown off by the sudden defense and demands to know what just appeared. The fighter acquires Black Wall, a defensive skill that continuously creates ice and sharply reduces fire damage while boosting defense. The upgrade also strips away his debuffs, heals his wounds, and raises all of his core stats at once. Restored and strengthened, he decides the red flame bullets are no longer a serious threat as long as he closes the distance. The demon quickly deduces that the bullets cannot pierce this new defense, and that maintaining them would only waste mana. The blue shield settles around the fighter like a stable lotus of ice, proving the defense is real. Seeing his judgment confirmed, the demon abandons the old tactic. He declares the testing phase over and prepares to end the battle with a different approach. A flicker of unease crosses the demon's face as he senses the momentum shifting. The fighter stands fully restored inside the icy aura, his killing intent now unmistakable. He reveals that he meant to leave this enemy for later and rescue Aiden first, but the demon's flames have forced a change of priorities. Now disgusted by what he has seen, he decides this enemy must be crushed before anything else. He makes that decision absolute, fixing the demon with a cold promise to destroy him first. Elsewhere in the forest, another battle rages as a shockwave tears through the trees. A swordsman braces against a monstrous blow, and realizes the enemy's raw power is overwhelming. He understands that without his special gear absorbing the impact, the attack would have killed him instantly. Even with that protection, he is blasted backward across the ground. As he struggles to recover, he worries about how far the force has thrown him from the others. He remembers that his companions urgently need backup and resolves to get back to them fast. He launches himself forward at full speed despite the damage. Then he realizes someone from the earlier encounter has followed him. The pursuer is revealed as a hulking monster closing in behind him. Recognizing an opportunity, the swordsman decides this is the perfect test for the weapon Tenma gave him. He steels himself, focusing completely on the fight ahead. Believing this may be the only way to survive and return to the others, he resolves to beat the monster here and now. At the same time, a blonde ally searches frantically indoors, begging the others to hold out until he can help. Pinned low to the floor, he reaches beneath furniture toward the place he thinks the item should be. His hand finally touches a hidden box. The moment he feels it, hope surges and he realizes he has found what he was looking for. He identifies it as dragon gear and understands that with it, he can rejoin the fight. Inside the box lies an epic dragon-themed armor piece that grants a major boost to attack and agility, with additional power building the longer it is worn. As Itsuki Tenma forces himself into a dangerous red battle form, he is reminded to stop hesitating and face the enemy in front of him. He steels himself with the resolve that this time he will fight without becoming a burden. The armor fully closes around him, and he recalls a warning that if dragon gear is worn too long, severe side effects will begin. Even so, he launches forward immediately, knowing he has only minutes before the cost becomes fatal. Elsewhere in the forest, a black-armored enemy moves calmly with an elderly man trapped in ice, and the captive worries that pursuers will soon catch up. The captor dismisses that concern, convinced that among humans only a special-class savior could threaten him. He further reasons that humanity is too occupied with the demon Lord Crisis to focus on him right now. The old man realizes the enemy is trying to lure people out, and asks if this whole operation was meant to capture him. The black-armored figure confirms the old man matters, but only as part of a larger plan. That answer makes the captive suspect who these enemies really are. The captor senses pursuit closing in and mocks the humans for refusing to give up. He slips away in a blur before they can pin him down. The old man urgently wonders whether Jisuk or Tenma has come, while fearing that either one alone has little chance of winning. His answer arrives as Tenma charges into the scene at full speed. Tenma attacks in fury, demanding the return of his father as his power continues to rise. The black-armored enemy recognizes this new human interference as another nuisance after Shigami, while elsewhere someone notices unusual movement from their side. At the same time, a fire demon confronts a black-haired young man whose body is already recovering inside a cold, blue aura. The demon is shaken because the man had been burned black all over moments earlier. Seeing that damage almost gone, the demon cannot understand how such rapid recovery is possible. He decides it does not matter and unleashes another overwhelming wave of flames, convinced the result will be the same. The inferno closes in as the demon presses his advantage without restraint. The young man answers by activating Black Ice Wall, meeting the fire head-on instead of retreating. The flames crash down in a sustained barrage meant to incinerate him where he stands. Certain of victory, the demon ridicules him for not running and expects to roast him alive. But when the smoke clears, the young man walks out unharmed and reveals that this level of flame no longer affects him. With his defense reinforced, he activates Thunderbreaker and turns the fight around, calling the demon the one who is truly trapped. The demon is stunned that his opponent has become even faster despite the crimson flame barrier that should have protected him. The young man closes in with savage intent and decides to strip away that protection piece by piece. He spins his power into a concentrated charge to break through the barrier directly. The attack tears into the demon's flaming defense, and the demon realizes too late that his barrier is being overwhelmed. Cracks spread through the crimson flame barrier under the pressure. The young man smashes through completely and drives the attack down toward the demon. As he roars through the assault, his defense continues to harden from enduring the demon's fire. For the first time, the demon's confidence gives way to visible fear. The young man shifts from breaking the defense to finishing the enemy, deciding it is time to cook him instead. The demon instantly understands the danger and thinks only of escape. Certain death awaits if he is caught. In desperation, he lunges while invoking the White Ogre Grudge King, trying to seize control of the fight before he is overwhelmed. A sudden interruption catches him off guard mid-charge. Panicking, the demon cries out for help as the pressure bearing down on him becomes unbearable. He is knocked off balance and driven low, losing the initiative completely. Refusing to accept defeat by a human, he erupts with one last violent surge of flame. The young man remains calm and lets the attack pass without flinching. The demon tries to reassure himself that his opponent is only a mere leveler and should not be able to kill him. Then a demonic presence manifests behind the young man, and a warning makes clear that his next strike will land as a guaranteed critical blow. The demon finally recognizes the truth in horror. He is facing something demonic, not merely human. That realization comes too late, and he can only gasp as death rushes toward him. Wrapped in violent red and blue power, the young man surges forward like a monster unleashed. His strike caves through the demon's torso in one decisive hit. The impact detonates through the demon's body and the ground beneath him. When the dust settles, the black-haired fighter stands over the fallen demon, having ended the battle outright. At the worst possible moment, the young fighter realizes he has entered the flow state again, driven by a renewed desire to make his enemy suffer. He recognizes the pattern immediately. Another critical hit has pushed him back into that heightened condition. As he steadies himself, he suspects that suffering a critical hit may automatically trigger the flow state. A status window confirms a massive surge in his combat power, with his total abilities now far beyond normal limits. Seeing his stats exceed 2,000, he also notices the defeated disaster beast condensing into a green karma orb and wonders if that reward came from the monster he just killed. The orb shoots away through the forest instead of coming to him, forcing him to track where it is headed. He immediately fears it may be flying toward Josuk and turns his attention deeper into the woods. When he spots the workshop ahead, he realizes something is wrong. With both Death and Aiden present, the orb should have split between two life signs, but it has not. Concluding that something has happened to Aiden, he bursts forward at full speed to reach Josuk before it is too late. He crashes into the workshop area just as the battle there reaches a deadly turning point. The red-armored fighter is stunned that even his strongest dragon-enhanced strike cannot break the black monster's defense. Instead of retreating, he decides to keep attacking until brute force finally gets through. The black creature taunts the old man, claiming his final breath will make him understand the gulf between them. Josuk refuses help and desperately orders Aberta to remove the dragon gear at once, insisting its side effects are too dangerous. He threatens to bring Aberta down himself if the armor is not removed immediately. Even while falling toward them in dragon gear, Aberta refuses to abandon him and vows to save his father no matter what. He steels himself with the belief that Tsuki Tenma would have chosen the same path and commits to that sacrifice. Josuk panics and tries to stop him before he can intervene. The black creature dismisses human attachment as a weakness and mocks Josuk's emotional desperation. It then turns coldly toward Aberta and makes clear it is done toying with them. A massive ice attack descends from above, interrupting the creature's control of the fight. The blast drives the monster back and forces it to acknowledge a superior presence. Jasuk, trapped in ice and barely conscious, can only watch in shock. The newcomer lands amid a burst of ice, and a system notice reveals the dragon gear can only be maintained for 3 minutes. At 3:20 a.m., as green karma energy pours into the frozen area, the protagonist levels up from 19 to 20. That absorbed power manifests as a black wolf-like summon bursting free from the ice. The beast immediately lunges at the protagonist with murderous intent. He remains calm, realizing the level up came from death absorbing the karma and that his suspicion was correct. Still, he urgently asks what happened to Aiden and the disaster beast. The answer hits him before words do, and he understands something terrible has occurred. Inside the workshop, he sees a shattered opening in the ice and demands to know what happened. A swirling mass of dark energy forms there, and he identifies it as an intense wave of magic power. With no time to wait for Jasuk's explanation, he charges straight at the threat. A swordsman intercepts the emerging monster first, carving into it with a red energy slash. The creature answers with overwhelming physical force, smashing down on him before he can finish it. The swordsman skids back across the floor but keeps his footing and his blade ready. The disaster beast reveals a grotesque humanoid form with rapid regeneration and relentless aggression. Recognizing that the wound he made has already healed, the swordsman identifies it as the regeneration type he hates most. When green karma energy appears around it, he realizes this monster has also taken in a karma orb. He quickly analyzes its pattern. It is a two-armed regeneration type that always attacks with its hands and leaves the head and neck less protected. Testing that theory, he forces the creature to defend with its arms and exposes the upper body. His next slash bites into the neck area, confirming that this is the monster's weak point. Now that he understands its structure, he knows he can control the fight. He presses the advantage with another sweeping strike, driving the beast further off balance. His plan becomes clear: sever both arms first, and strip away its main means of attack and defense. Because regeneration takes at least 1 second, he realizes there is a brief opening before the limbs can recover. In that single second, the weak point will be completely exposed. He commits everything to the finishing sequence, focusing with absolute intensity. The blade tears through the monster in a brutal, decisive cross-cut aimed through its exposed center. The final strike erupts in a massive spray of blood and force, blasting the creature apart, and ending the exchange in one overwhelming finish. A warrior trapped against a mindless disaster beast realizes the fight is pointless, and that he needs to regroup with Tenma as fast as possible. He breaks away through the smoke, prioritizing reunion over victory. As he retreats, he judges the ice-controlling beast to be a serious obstacle that could complicate everything. Elsewhere, an elderly man frozen in ice is pressed by a dark-armored figure to finally speak his terms. Desperate to save his son, the old man offers unconditional surrender if the captor will release him. The captor refuses, explaining that the ice beast is already beyond his control and that the old man will soon fall under their control anyway. He reveals he recognized the boy's armor at a glance, and identifies it as something made from the demon dragon tribe. He explains that the demon dragon tribe possesses such overwhelming life force that even its blood, flesh, organs, and scales can develop a will of their own. Because of that, equipment forged from their remains still carries that will, which gradually devours the wearer's consciousness. If left unchecked, the process ends with the user's body being completely overtaken. That takeover is no longer theoretical as the transformation continues to consume its host. The result is a complete dragonization, turning the wearer into a true monster. The story shifts back to the day of the previous incident, when Iberia and his companion were heading toward the green barrier. On the way, his companion notices how deeply Iberia admires Tenma and asks why he wants to become someone like him. The question catches Iberia off guard because he has never examined that feeling closely. His companion pushes him to think harder, pointing out that Tenma is hardly the only impressive person Iberia has ever known. He reminds Iberia of other respected figures in his life, from veteran heroes to powerful elders. He even argues that by fame and combat experience, he himself surpasses Tenma. So the real issue, he says, is why Iberia chose Tenma in particular as his ideal. Unable to answer immediately, Iberia hesitates. He tries to brush the question aside, but the doubt has already taken root. For the first time, Iberia admits to himself that he has never truly thought about the reason. His thoughts drift back 10 years, to a childhood memory that may hold the answer. As a boy, Iberia proudly showed his mother a wooden sword he had received as a birthday present. He grandly named it the Invincible Justice Hero Sword, revealing both his childish pride and his dream of heroism. Overflowing with excitement, he imagined himself as an awakener who would protect everyone from calamity beasts. He ran off to show the sword to the other children, eager to share that dream. Behind him, his mother worried for his safety while his stern father wondered whether Iberia even had friends to show it to. At first, Iberia approached the other children with confidence, expecting admiration. Instead, the group closed in with the kind of smiles that hide cruelty. One boy praised the gift only to demand the sword for himself. Iberia immediately sensed the danger but lacked the courage to refuse. The others pressured him further, using his father's reputation as a craftsman to imply the sword was replaceable and not worth protecting. Cornered and panicking, Iberia knew he should say no, yet fear and urgency overwhelmed him. The lead boy called out his weakness directly, making it clear Iberia would not stand up for himself. Iberia's resolve collapsed under that pressure. Forcing a smile, he surrendered the sword despite not wanting to. The children ran off with it while Iberia chased after them, still pretending at heroic bravado. But the distance between his words and his helplessness only widened as they left him behind. All he could do was beg them to promise they would return what was his. He came back home without the sword, already bracing for what would follow. His mother gently welcomed him back and asked whether he had enjoyed himself. Iberia lied that he had fun, hiding his humiliation behind a shaky smile. His mother immediately sensed that something was wrong. His father noticed the missing sword at once and guessed that other children had taken it again. When his mother realized that was exactly what happened, she moved to help him recover it. His father stopped her, insisting that even if she retrieved it this time, the same thing would happen again. He argued that Iberia could not keep relying on others to solve problems he was too afraid to face himself. Then he harshly condemned Iberia as a weakling, crushing the boy with shame. Curled up alone months later, Iberia is still haunted by that weakness as he finally asks himself why he admires Itsuki so much. An old man refuses to accept the doctor's verdict and demands they save his dying wife. But they can only tell him her frail body has reached its limit. As he rages at their helplessness, the staff urge him to stay with her because she has almost no time left. In her hospital bed, the mother calls Iberia to her side and prepares to speak to him one last time. Seeing her son break down, she gently comforts him instead of dwelling on her own death. She tells Iberia that although his father sees him as weak, she knows his kindness is real and precious. At the same time, she warns him that kindness without strength becomes helpless cruelty, leaving him unable to protect anyone and only hurting himself. She makes him promise to grow strong and use that strength with courage. Trusting in the person he can become, she asks him to look after his father after she is gone. Her hand falls still as the monitor flatlines, ending the conversation forever. Through tears, Iberia swears he will become the strongest, bravest, and kindest awakener he can be. Left alone with his grief, he wonders why the person he most wants to emulate is Itsuki. He remembers first meeting Itsuki and being shaken by the sheer force he carried in battle. What began as a temporary alliance gradually changed as Iberia spent time with him and saw more than raw power. Itsuki kept fighting even when surrounded by overwhelming enemies and disaster-level threats. Against monstrous foes, he showed terrifying resolve, immense strength, and a refusal to retreat. Yet beneath that severity, Iberia also saw him protect comrades with unexpected care. Back in the present, Iberia admits that this is why he wants to become someone like Itsuki. He explains that Itsuki combines strength with kindness, exactly the kind of awakener Iberia once dreamed of being. Even so, Iberia dismisses his own chances, calling himself a talentless coward who could never truly reach that ideal. He decides that simply being able to stand beside Itsuki would already be enough for him. Before the thought can settle, Iberia appears in full dragon gear, breathing heavily and radiating instability. Itsuki notices the transformation at once and calls out to him in alarm. Instead of answering, Iberia turns with a feral glare and bares his fangs like a beast. Itsuki faces him directly, trying to understand why his ally is suddenly acting like an enemy. Iberia continues to pant and stare with predatory intent, showing little sign of his normal self. The standoff stretches under the night sky as the danger between them becomes unmistakable. Itsuki realizes Iberia is wearing the forbidden dragon gear again and immediately suspects that choice is tied to this breakdown. Watching Iberia's behavior, he senses that something about him is deeply wrong. Itsuki studies him carefully instead of striking first, trying to read what remains of his friend. He concludes that Iberia's presence feels different from before, as if another influence has taken hold. The transformed Iberia mutters in a distorted, inhuman way, confirming that his mind is no longer stable. Itsuki tries to speak to him and asks about Aiden, hoping a familiar name might break through whatever is controlling him. The attempt fails, and Iberia lunges with a savage roar. His attack slams into the ground with enough force to tear up the earth. Itsuki evades at the last instant, staying calm even as the strike passes close enough to kill him. From behind Iberia, he keeps talking rather than counterattacking, still trying to reach the person inside the armor. When that fails too, Itsuki shouts for Iberia to wake up and fight whatever has seized him. Iberia answers only by charging again, fully committed to the assault. His snarling, broken speech makes it clear that reason is slipping further away. He activates Wind Blade through the dragon gear, turning his claws into a deadly spell focus. A sweeping ring of compressed wind tears outward, expanding the threat beyond a simple melee attack. Itsuki responds by activating mana detection, sharpening his senses to read the attack precisely. Recognizing the technique as a wind elementalist skill, he tracks its path instead of meeting it head-on. He slips aside as the blade of wind carves into a tree behind him, proving how lethal Iberia has become. Itsuki concludes that this is either a side effect of the dragon gear, or the result of Iberia being controlled by a sub-beast. Deciding he can no longer stay passive, he orders Iberia to hold still and unleashes Thunderbreaker. Wrapped in lightning, Itsuki closes the distance in an instant, and crashes down on Iberia before another spell can form. Iberia reels under the impact, his monstrous body thrown off balance by the sudden counterattack. Even while fighting back, Itsuki confirms the mana is unquestionably Iberia's, which makes the attack feel even more unnatural. Then a new shock hits him as his own eyes flare with an ominous glow, and he realizes something is going wrong inside himself as well. Consumed by the dragon gear, Iberia begs Itsuki to end his life before he loses himself completely. Itsuki freezes in shock, unable to accept what Iberia is asking of him. Before anyone can decide, Iberia's transformed body lunges forward as the beast takes control. The monster's attack tears into Itsuki's torso and leaves him exposed to a killing blow. An armored ally intercepts the strike at the last instant and knocks Iberia away from Itsuki. He follows through immediately, spinning into a counterattack to create distance. His descending blow slams Iberia into the ground and briefly halts the rampage. Regaining his footing, he tells Jusuk that the worst possibility has come true. Iberia bursts back into motion before they can recover. His speed and sweeping reach force both men to evade a wide, circling assault. Jusuk explains that Iberia has completely lost control and has been swallowed by the dragon gear. Itsuki realizes this is the side effect he feared and insists they must remove the gear immediately. The armored man crushes that hope, saying the gear has already fused fully with Iberia's body. He reveals he has seen another awakened warrior stolen by dragon gear before. That earlier case taught him the same grim rule: the gear cannot be removed unless the user dies. Itsuki is shaken by the realization that saving Iberia may no longer be possible. The armored man accepts the conclusion and says they have no choice but to kill Iberia. He offers to carry out the execution himself if Itsuki cannot bear it. Itsuki refuses to let someone else shoulder that burden and decides to do it himself. Remembering that Aiden was once saved from a disaster beast by breaking its tracks, he clings to the possibility that Iberia can still be brought back. He summons Deathhound, determined to try because there are still things he needs to say to Iberia. The armored man reluctantly entrusts the attempt to him. Even so, he warns that if Iberia slips away any further and grows more violent, he will end him on the spot. Iberia answers with another savage dive, driving down at them with overwhelming force. He lands like a predator and immediately presses the attack. A blazing wind blade tears outward from the transformed Iberia. Itsuki notices the attack failed to trigger properly because it overshot its target. The near miss still grazes him and draws blood. Instead of retaliating in anger, Itsuki appeals to the person still inside the monster and shows he does not want to hurt Iberia. Iberia only roars back, with no sign that reason is reaching him. The beast escalates by unleashing 1,000 wind blades. A storm of cutting arcs floods the battlefield and closes in on Itsuki from every direction. Itsuki endures the barrage head-on, letting the blades carve into him rather than strike back. Bleeding heavily, he keeps advancing through the pain toward Iberia. Iberia meets that approach with another furious roar, still trapped in pure violence. Elsewhere, a hooded subordinate reports to Lady Ringa that they captured Aiden, though the Red Flame Demon King and White One were killed by humans. Ringa dismisses those losses as acceptable so long as Aiden was secured. She is also told Lord Sarashikuma is struggling, though the setback is blamed on an unexpected variable rather than a failed plan. The messenger adds that Sarashikuma appears to be facing only one special class opponent. Interested, Ringa asks for the name of the human capable of holding Sarashikuma alone. The answer is that this man is said to possess the strongest body among humans. As his name, Hiten Akira, is given, the battle itself erupts with another devastating impact. Akira drives forward in a clash so violent that the ground bursts apart under the force. Observers nearby stare as the same battle from the previous afternoon is somehow still raging at full intensity. One witness realizes enough time has passed for even his own wounds to nearly heal, making the scale of Akira's endurance even harder to believe. Another exchange detonates with enough power to shake the entire area. Sarashikuma, one of the 8 demon kings, charges through the destruction like a living calamity. A blue-haired woman is horrified that Akira is taking blows powerful enough to shatter the earth. Knowing no one else can stop the disaster beast if Akira falls, she resolves to act despite the danger. She starts forward, driven by the fear that waiting any longer will cost them their only chance. The masked elder restrains the healer's panic and assures her that Hiten is far too strong to die from attacks like these. A witness stares in shock as the battlefield itself is torn apart, realizing the fight has reached a monstrous level. The elder warns that special class fighters stand at the peak of humanity and must never be underestimated. Hiten answers the threat by planting himself with crushing force, signaling that he is about to escalate. His beast-like rage surfaces as he prepares to unleash something far more dangerous. Hiten's body swells into a gigantic second form, dwarfing the ruined ground around him. The healer is startled to learn this is Hiten's rarely seen second form. What emerges is not just stronger Hiten but a presence so altered that he feels like a different person. The healer explains that this state explosively boosts all his abilities, but at the cost of making him savage and cruel. Consumed by that violent state, Hiten roars and turns his killing intent loose. He slams down with devastating power, beginning a brutal assault. As the elder begins to reveal the name given to this form, the fight surges onward. Hiten launches himself like a beast of calamity, diving straight into his enemy. His charge lands hard, drawing blood and overwhelming the target with raw force. He follows through by driving the enemy into the ground, refusing to let up. The transformed Hiten tears through the battlefield in a violent rampage. After the burst of destruction, he suddenly changes direction and leaves the clash behind. The healer wonders where he is going, and the elder guesses he intends to destroy the stone pillar sustaining the barrier. She is surprised, having expected mindless destruction, but realizes he still retains his judgment. The elder notes that if Hiten had lost all distinction between ally and enemy, his increased power would have become pure disaster. Because he still has reason, he remains capable of becoming a true special class protector rather than a catastrophe. Hiten smashes onward toward the barrier's support with single-minded force. In the middle of that charge, his focus sharpens as something catches his attention. His expression changes from blind aggression to sudden awareness. As his transformation recedes, Tenma regains himself and is confused about why he is standing there. Seeing the defeated enemy beneath him, he realizes the other presence inside him had taken over again and asks whether the enemies are already handled. Even while injured, he bitterly notes that intrusive force remains as meddlesome as ever. Far away, a crimson dome-like disturbance hangs over the forest, hinting that another crisis is unfolding. Back with the observers, the healer asks whether the matter is finally settled. The elder instead turns to her earlier choice to sacrifice herself trying to heal Hiten. He points out that such reckless resolve is unlike her usual cautious nature and says she is starting to resemble Tenma. Embarrassed, she denies the comparison without conviction. Her thoughts drift anxiously to Tenma in the forest, where dangerous awakened beings are active, and she tries to reassure herself that he should be safe. That hope is immediately undercut as Iberia screams at Itsuki for not dodging. Itsuki deliberately takes the attack, believing pain can numb the mind and choosing to endure the blows for a purpose. Bloody but unshaken, Itsuki stands directly before the attacking disaster beast. He stops the beast's jaws with one hand, halting its attack through sheer strength. Calling Iberia's name, he reaches into the crisis with a dark power of his own. Itsuki activates Kaitsu Shinkyu and declares that he will end this now. A concentrated vortex of purple energy forms at his hand and bores into the beast. The attack pierces deep through the creature's body in a single lethal thrust. The beast goes still, its momentum broken instantly. Its severed remains collapse uselessly to the ground. With the threat gone, Itsuki catches the dying Iberia before he can fall. Iberia apologizes through tears, blaming himself for failing again. He confesses that he only acted because he did not want to become a burden to Itsuki. Itsuki answers gently that he never once saw Iberia as a burden. That reassurance gives Iberia a fragile moment of relief, and Itsuki tells him they simply excel at different things. Iberia reveals the true horror he overheard earlier. The disaster beast does not kill his father, but takes control of him. Trusting Itsuki completely, Iberia begs him to save his father from that fate, and Itsuki accepts the responsibility. Itsuki turns his gaze toward the true disaster beast behind all this tragedy. He swears with absolute resolve that he will crush it with his own hands. Beside him, Iberia's strength begins to fail for good. His body slackens as death closes in. Smiling through blood and tears, Iberia says he is glad he got to speak with Itsuki at the end. In his final moment, he entrusts Double E to Itsuki and dies in his arms. The prophecy's next minute arrives with the stark announcement that Iberia is dead. A dark vision follows, where a sinister figure tells Itsuki that this is only the beginning of his suffering. That enemy promises to erase everything precious to him one by one in an even crueler way. Elsewhere, a blue-haired swordsman reflects that defeating one disaster beast solved nothing and that he has unexpectedly ended up escorting Izumi deep into the mountains. He notes that Hiten should have been doing this, but the battle left Hiten too broken even to stand. The healer suddenly detects a strange emotional wave through Gyukuchu. She pinpoints the source just ahead in the forest. The swordsman draws his blade and braces for a possible humanoid disaster beast. Then the healer notices a familiar back and begins to suspect the truth. She recognizes Tenma and calls out to him in disbelief. Tenma, carrying Iberia's body, turns and addresses her as Chuha-sensei. Seeing his wounds and the devastation around him, she is horrified and demands to know what happened. Tenma says he will explain, while a wolf-like companion emerges at his side. The others realize there is another presence with him and tense up again. The armored newcomer identifies himself as first-class savior Jusuk Bakuto. His arrival raises immediate questions, since he serves Aiden and should not be here unless something has gone terribly wrong. Jusuk addresses Izumi with grim restraint, unable to soften what he has to say. He delivers the blunt truth that they lost the foretold battle. The aftermath is summarized mercilessly. Half of North Continent District 7 was destroyed, Aiden Hiss was kidnapped, and Iberia Biss died. After Aiden was taken, the survivors began trying to trace the enemy's path. Jusuk explains that he sent death to follow the magical traces left by the disaster beast. But every trail led only to decoys, because the enemy had scattered clones. He concludes that the disaster beast anticipated pursuit and deliberately made itself impossible to locate. Once the report is over, attention turns to Tenma's condition. The healer says his wounds are mostly superficial and the bleeding has stopped, but he refuses proper treatment. What worries her more is the fury inside him, which burns even hotter than before. She fears that if this continues, hatred will consume his heart completely. Tenma sits alone with that rage, staring at a family photograph that reminds him what was lost. The picture shows Iberia once happy with his parents, making the loss feel painfully immediate. Tenma remembers when Iberia first introduced himself with open friendliness. He recalls how Iberia stayed close to him from the very beginning. Another memory returns of Iberia clinging to him and declaring he would never leave Itsuki's side. He also remembers Iberia's cheerful talk about naming Shikigami, a sign of how innocent he once was. Those memories harden Tenma's grief into a colder, more focused resolve. He calls his wolf companion Death and prepares to move. Death answers, and Tenma checks the beast's status as a reliable partner for the hunt ahead. He vows that together they will track down the disaster beast. His promise sharpens into a personal oath to crush it. With that decision made, he leaves the room without hesitation. The masked elder intercepts him at the doorway before he can act on impulse. Tenma asks what happened to everyone, demanding clarity from the adults who survived. The room fills with tense silence as all eyes turn to the elder for judgment. Jusuk identifies Tenma as Izumi's second disciple and notes the rumors that he alone created a green barrier and slew a disaster beast above level 30. Even so, Jusuk judges him as powerful but cold-hearted because he supposedly killed his own friend. Ignoring the insult, the elder states his own intention to find the Isa tribute disaster beast and rescue Aiden. Tenma refuses to accept being left behind and demands to know why he cannot go too. The elder answers that Tenma is not yet a savior, and this crisis has already been classified as special class danger. He explains that only at least second-class saviors are permitted to join the rescue. In other words, Tenma simply lacks the qualification, no matter how desperate he is. Tenma explodes, arguing that if being unsanctioned means abandoning Aiden, then he will defy them and go anyway because he promised Iberia. The outburst shocks the others, and the healer pleads with her father to consider Tenma's shattered mental state. Instead of scolding him, the elder asks the question that matters most: could Tenma bear it if someone died because of him? That accusation hits Tenma directly, forcing him to confront Iberia's death. The elder admits his own mistake as well, confessing that he thought the disaster beast targeted only him and neglected Aiden's protection. Still, he insists the enemy went to too much trouble to capture Aiden to kill him quickly, and that Tenma would only die meaninglessly if he rushed in now. Tenma absorbs the warning, his rage cooling into grim concentration. The elder offers a path forward, saying Tenma's potential is limitless and that surpassing special class is not impossible for him. If Tenma can reach that level, the elder promises to let him take part in Aiden's rescue. Tenma immediately asks what he must do right now to surpass special class. The answer is simple and severe. He must join Apex Camp. Tenma has never heard of it and asks what that place is. The elder explains that only those who place in the top 10 of the Savior Alliance national preliminaries are invited to the Nakasu training camp. He adds that many of humanity's strongest fighters, including Taiwajin and Hiten Akira, endured that training, and this year's camp begins in 3 days. If Tenma survives Apex Camp's trials, it will not only raise his tournament standing but also accelerate his path towards special class status. The elder makes clear that Apex Camp is effectively a shortcut to becoming a special class savior. Tenma accepts at once, deciding he will join no matter what it takes. The elder agrees, but says they must first repair Tenma's battered body. The healer begins treating him with her green restorative power. While being healed, Tenma asks Chuha whether she knows more about Apex Camp. She confirms that she does and is startled that he intends to enter, but he says his master called it the perfect place to grow stronger. She explains that only the greatest prodigies are allowed into Apex Camp. As her healing continues, she prepares him for the darker truth behind that prestige. She says lifelong geniuses go there expecting validation, only to face a reality that shatters them. Many discover they are ordinary after all, and their minds break under the pressure. To her, Apex Camp is both a proving ground for geniuses and a graveyard for them. Its training is brutally intense, the stages are absurdly difficult, and fatal accidents happen every year. Tenma hears that and decides it suits him perfectly. The healer is caught off guard by how calmly he embraces such danger. Tenma explains that over-mimicry only activates against truly committed awakened or disaster beasts, so ordinary opponents are useless to him. He believes he can only grow by fighting powerful disaster beasts at the edge of death, and sees that as the awakened's true duty. His conviction leaves the healer staring at him with a mix of alarm and admiration. When he notices her flushed face, he innocently asks whether healing exhausted her. Flustered, she blurts out a clumsy excuse that prolonged skill use simply raises body temperature. Left alone with her thoughts, she is startled by how loudly her own heartbeat is pounding. She scolds herself for being distracted at a time like this. Once his wounds are nearly healed, Tenma thanks her and starts to leave again. When she asks where he is going, he says he is going to say goodbye. He and Jusuk stand together before Iberia's grave in the quiet forest. The gravestone marks Iberia Hiss's short life, and yellow flowers rest at its base. Jusuk apologizes for forcing Tenma to do something so cruel, but Tenma says he chose it himself. As he prepares to depart, Tenma says he will enter Apex Camp, sharpen his skills, and one day kill the disaster beast with his own hands. He then asks Jusuk what he plans to do, knowing the loss of Aiden cuts just as deeply for him. Jisuk looks to the armor and weapons his master gave him and remembers everything he owes Aiden. He swears that even his life came from his master, and no matter what happens, he will find Aiden. Tenma stops a dying man from collapsing by thrusting out his fist in front of him, forcing one last exchange. In the forest, Tenma stands over the wounded Jisuk beside a grave, refusing to let him fade without a promise. He vows that he will become a savior, rescue Aiden together with Jisuk, and asks him to stay alive until then. Jisuk can only laugh bitterly at how pathetic he looks in front of Tenma, but the mockery hides relief. Accepting Tenma's resolve, he agrees to wait for that day. Their fists meet, sealing Tenma's promise as something more binding than words. Elsewhere, observers note that Tenma has recovered with alarming speed despite having been shattered physically and mentally only hours earlier. Feather explains that he has not truly healed, but merely buried his negative emotions deep inside himself for now. She warns that those suppressed feelings are only being stored until the day he unleashes them. Seeing too many suspicious elements in the recent attack, the other commander decides to gather leaders from every continent for an emergency meeting. Before leaving, he entrusts Feather with watching over Tenma. Feather accepts the duty without hesitation. Later, Tenma notices that even the usually expressionless stone figure beside him seems oddly pleased, reflecting the shift in mood around him. When he asks Feather where she is going, she avoids the details and keeps the mission classified. She instead informs him that his father asked her to take care of him from now on, effectively making her his guardian, which Tenma accepts awkwardly. When Tenma asks what comes next, Feather makes clear she already has a plan. She decides the best way to keep his emotions from festering is to throw him straight into Apex Camp and have him vent them through sanctioned violence. That decision immediately turns into a violent launch. Tenma is hurled forward like a weapon, wrapped in crackling power and murderous focus. Far away, a badly injured man jolts awake in terror, as if reliving the moment Tenma destroyed him. The victim, Reiji, is left kneeling and broken, still consumed by the pain of that defeat. The memory of Tenma looming over him remains so overwhelming that it feels like death itself standing at his back. In his mind, the finishing blow is still descending. Reiji screams himself awake in a hospital bed, wrapped head to toe in bandages. His panic draws his mother rushing to his side as he thrashes in fear. She tries to calm him and pull him back to reality. Believing he is haunted by the same attacker again, she gently asks if the nightmare has returned. Reiji's fear hardens into hatred as he swears to repay the agony he suffered 100-fold and make his enemy live through hell. His mother's expression darkens as she assures him that his older brother has returned and will avenge him. Reiji quiets, trusting that promise. A massive man steps into the room, radiating menace before he even speaks. Reiji immediately begs his brother to punish the one who did this to him. The brother first confirms the name of the culprit, Itsuki Tenma. Once he learns Tenma is an orphan who placed first in the preliminaries, Reiji insists that none of that changes the gap between them. The brother realizes that Tenma's victory means he will certainly appear at Apex Camp, giving him the perfect place to settle this. He decides he will crush Tenma there himself. Soon after, Feather brings Tenma to Apex Camp. Tenma is struck by how enormous and unlike anything he imagined the place is. As they approach the entrance, he sees that Choiha's description was accurate and that the camp truly gathers elite participants. The competitors around them carry themselves with open pride, making it clear this is a stage for monsters rather than students. Feather tells Tenma she cannot accompany him inside, so from here on he must handle everything alone. Before parting, she returns the record bracelet she had been holding for him, explaining that he will need it to enter the camp. She warns him to keep a low profile and avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Tenma acknowledges the warning, though he heads inside with the kind of confidence that makes it doubtful he will follow it. Watching him go, Feather admits to herself that Tenma's personality makes her worry anyway. Inside, Tenma calmly asks to register as a participant. The receptionist barely looks up and simply tells him to present his bracelet. Tenma hands over the bracelet for verification. The staff member activates a scanning device, and the process reveals that even basic reception here is handled through high-level power. Realizing that even the front desk staff are level 40 or higher, Tenma understands that Apex Camp operates on an entirely different scale. At registration, the newcomer is identified as Tenma Itsuki, a level 0 order breaker with a special grade gift. A staffer immediately looks down on him, assuming someone that weak could only have entered through connections. He dismisses that excuse just as quickly, warning that influence means nothing here if a person lacks real ability. Once the briefing ends, the staffer tells Tenma to choose a room and pay the accommodation fee. Tenma is caught off guard by the fact that even staying here costs money. The staffer bluntly reminds him that this place is not run on charity. Tenma realizes too late that Choiha never warned him about this, and he admits he has no money. The staffer assumes Tenma must at least have points from passing the preliminaries. He explains that points earned in the prelims become a person's starting assets inside the camp. Those points function as the camp's currency, covering necessities like food, vending purchases, missions, and lodging. Tenma understands that points determine everything here and quietly concludes he should have more than enough. Impatient, the staffer pushes him to stop hesitating and pick a room. Instead of choosing modestly, Tenma asks for the most expensive option available. The staffer lays out the prices, from a normal room to a luxury room to a villa costing 2,000 points a month. Thinking of the wolf companion traveling with him, Tenma decides a cramped room will not work. He calmly chooses the villa. The staffer is stunned and warns him not to waste points so recklessly, because daily life here drains them fast. Tenma refuses to reconsider and asks him to process the request immediately. Grumbling that the boy will regret it, the staffer completes the registration. He hands Tenma a wrist device to finalize his entry. Along with it comes a warning that once inside the camp, everyone's names, levels, and gifts become hidden from others. As Tenma leaves, the staffer starts wondering just how many points he must have earned to choose a villa so casually. He checks the system to satisfy his curiosity. What he sees shocks him into disbelief. He can barely process that the number on Tenma's account might actually be real. Tenma's balance turns out to be 106,600 points, an absurd amount. The staffer is left reeling, comparing it to his own meager savings and realizing how far above everyone else this newcomer stands. Outside, Tenma draws attention from nearby residents, who sense that a dangerous new arrival has appeared. Only then does Tenma notice a simple but serious mistake. He forgot to ask where the villa is located. With no better option, he decides to head back toward reception for directions. Before he can leave, two strangers step into his path and size him up. Tenma meets them without fear and asks what they want. They present themselves as fellow newcomers from the South Continent and offer to guide him around. When Tenma says he only needs the way to the villa, they hastily point somewhere vague and pretend to help. The mention of the villa visibly rattles them, exposing that they know exactly what it implies. Tenma notices their strange behavior and presses them on what is wrong. As they stumble over their act, he suspects they are not merely confused but trying to lure him somewhere. A white-haired woman with cat ears and a black cat appears nearby, quietly observing the scene. She identifies the pair as scammers who prey on newcomers by pretending to give directions and stealing their points. Curious, she wonders which unfortunate person they targeted this time. Then she recognizes Tenma and realizes this is no ordinary victim. The scammers also remember the rumor that he is the monster who earned over 100,000 points in the prelims. Watching their panic, the woman's interest in Tenma deepens. The two men try to rationalize his wealth, guessing he might be some continent's top-ranked prelim winner. But they quickly reject that explanation, convinced no truly seasoned fighter would spend so many points on lodging. Instead, they decide he must be a sheltered rich boy who looks strong on paper but is easy to exploit. As they resolve to take all his points, Tenma makes it clear he sees through them and will find the villa himself if they cannot help. Sensing an opportunity to keep him close, they instantly switch tactics and claim they suddenly remember the way. With the camp spread out around them, the encounter shifts from a simple search for lodging into the opening move of a trap centered on Tenma's enormous fortune. As the newcomers from the South Continent arrive, onlookers immediately single them out and note that the boy in the middle has already been lured into trouble. Itsuki walks on looking worn down, and the spectators assume he is about to lose even more points before the real test begins. While his companions move with him, the group continues deeper into the camp under the eyes of people already judging their chances. One northern contestant recognizes Itsuki as the one who asked an odd question during preliminaries and mocks him for getting caught by obvious scammers. That same contestant dismisses the incident as irrelevant to his own ambitions, because his only concern is surpassing Itsuki Tenma and taking first place for the North Continent. The supposed guides lead the group into the villa district, making the place sound like part of the official route while the newcomers take in how large the camp is. Once they are isolated, the escorts drop the act and close in around Itsuki with predatory confidence. The blonde swindler demands a guide fee, revealing that the whole escort was a setup to shake him down. Itsuki plays along calmly and offers to pay, even pretending he is willing to add a tip for their help. His easy compliance catches the two extortionists off guard, because they expected fear or resistance instead of cooperation. Keeping the upper hand through calmness, Itsuki asks them to name their price. Their greed immediately outruns their nerve, and after one blurts out a modest amount, the other pushes for 1,000 points instead. Itsuki accepts the inflated demand without argument, which only deepens their confusion and makes them wonder whether they can really collect points that easily. As they scramble to figure out how point transfers even work, they realize too late that a victim this compliant may not be normal at all. Trying to recover control, the pair suddenly raise the price again and insist that Itsuki now owes far more because of the delay. The threat turns explicit when they demand everything he has if the new total is not enough, exposing the scam as outright robbery. Itsuki quietly accepts the truth of the situation, no longer pretending this is a misunderstanding. His demeanor hardens, and he identifies them for what they are, extortionists preying on other participants. The sudden shift in pressure unsettles the two men, who realize the easy target in front of them has become dangerous. Panicking, they try to justify themselves and then fall back on threats, insisting he surrender his points or face the consequences. Itsuki advances without hesitation, deciding that their excuses no longer matter and that the robbery ends here. The blonde attacker tries to reassert dominance by boasting about his 6th-place finish in the South Continent preliminaries and claiming someone like Itsuki cannot beat him. He launches a B-rank lightning punch, intending to end the fight instantly with overwhelming speed and power. Instead of being hurt, Itsuki absorbs the lightning attack through Thunder Roar Wave and even converts it into a boost to his own agility. The failed strike leaves the attacker stunned, because Itsuki did not even bother to dodge and somehow came out faster. Itsuki counters in a blur and sends the blonde man crashing away before he can recover. The armored accomplice watches in shock, unable to track Itsuki's movement even while focusing completely on him. Realizing speed alone will not work, the larger man activates a body enhancement skill on his right arm and bets everything on brute force. He swings a massive empowered blow meant to crush Itsuki in one hit. Itsuki meets the attack head-on and recognizes the enhancement as a crude version of the same kind of bodily alteration he uses himself. The brute escalates by enhancing both arms and declares that sheer attack and defense will overwhelm Itsuki if he can withstand it. He unleashes a barrage of enlarged fists, trying to bury Itsuki under relentless close-range pressure. Itsuki slips through the storm of punches with ease, judging the assault too slow to threaten him. As the giant fists close in from every side, he keeps advancing straight toward their source instead of retreating. His precision and force twist the enhanced arms out of shape, breaking the brute's confidence along with his offense. The armored man is left reeling, unable to understand how someone with nearly comparable stats can dominate him so completely. Itsuki answers by smashing him in the face and making clear that even after all that enhancement, the gap between them is still decisive. The battered thug stumbles back and finally realizes this opponent is no ordinary trainee from the South Continent. Itsuki identifies himself as Itsuki Tenma of the North Continent, and gathers dark power into his fist to end the fight. A notice from the broken critical crystal confirms that his next strike will land as a guaranteed critical hit, turning the finishing blow lethal if unchecked. The blonde man, already broken and terrified, realizes too late that Itsuki has stopped holding back. The critical punch stops just short of his face, and the sheer nearness of death leaves him frozen in panic. Itsuki recognizes that one more inch would have blown the man's head apart, and he reins himself in before crossing that line. Choosing mercy over execution, he orders the extortionists to disappear. The two scammers flee in terror, now convinced they nearly tried to rob a monster. Elsewhere, a silver-haired observer notes that although Itsuki won, the South Continent fighter had still managed to push him enough to expose how formidable he really is. Before the aftermath can continue, a public announcement orders all participants to gather at Apex Plaza immediately. Hearing that the Apex Camp entrance test is about to begin, the observer heads out at once with eager confidence. Itsuki listens to the announcement and learns that, according to Joe Cha-san, half of all participants will be eliminated at this stage. With the real trial finally starting, he steels himself and resolves to fight with everything he has. As the gathered candidates size each other up before the entrance exam, Itsuki stands out enough for others to notice him. A hand lands on his shoulder, and he reacts on instinct before even confirming who touched him. He whirls with killing intent, nearly striking immediately. The sudden attack catches a pink-haired girl off guard. Itsuki realizes the person he almost hit is Saya. Saya and her goggle-wearing companion greet him teasingly, treating his reflexive punch as proof that he is as jumpy as ever. Saya accepts the apology but makes it clear his paranoia has not changed. Her companion quickly notices someone is missing and asks where Iberia is, since Iberia and Itsuki are usually inseparable. The question hits a raw wound, bringing back the image of Iberia badly hurt and leaving Itsuki shaken. Seeing his reaction, Saya realizes Iberia may have been injured in the last attack. Itsuki confirms that Iberia stayed behind to recover at home. The blonde man reassures him that the injury is not fatal, then warns that Iberia had been frantically talking about him ever since the attack began. Before the conversation can go further, Saya cuts the man off with a blow to stop him from pushing too hard. Itsuki turns inward and admits that the recent attack forced him to face how weak he still is, so he has decided to become stronger here no matter what it takes. His blunt resolve stuns his friends, but the moment is cut short when they are told to be quiet because the entrance test is starting. An official silences the entire crowd with overwhelming authority. He announces that before life at Apex Camp begins, every candidate needs to understand one crucial rule. The camp will erase their past standing here. Aside from their names, all personal information is hidden. Itsuki and his companions absorb the meaning that everyone is being reset to zero regardless of prior fame or accomplishments. The blonde man is especially startled by the idea that even status screens are completely concealed. To verify it, he checks his own screen and finds that every category except his name has indeed been marked private. With that explained, the officials open the entrance test. Candidates are ordered to enter the venue one at a time in sequence. The command is delivered with cold formality as the line begins to move. Inside, the examinees discover a massive interior space even larger than the preliminary venue, making the scale of the camp clear. As Itsuki walks in, someone recognizes him as the man who defeated a Southern Continent team. Itsuki turns, confused by being singled out. He finds himself confronted by Keigen Imamichi, the top-ranked candidate from the Southern Continent preliminaries, along with his followers. Keigen's men accuse Itsuki of ambushing them after pretending to ask for payment, and of treating the Southern Continent team like easy prey. Keigen demands an explanation, making it clear he has already judged Itsuki as an offender. Saya and the blonde man immediately defend Itsuki, insisting Kagan has the story backward and that his own subordinates were the ones trying to extort points before getting beaten. The blonde man escalates the insult by claiming he merely taught Kagan's underlings a lesson and should be thanked for it. Kagan answers the provocation by moving to strike him on the spot. He stops just short and makes his contempt explicit, warning that he will not tolerate being touched by someone he considers filthy. Before the clash can erupt, Itsuki grabs his friend back and halts him. Kagan refuses to justify himself further and shifts the confrontation toward Itsuki instead. Itsuki meets that hostility with murderous seriousness, warning Kagan that harming his friend will mean death. The two radiate enough pressure to make it obvious the fight could explode instantly. Others intervene and remind them that fighting here will bring penalties, urging them to stop before the test even begins. Kagan accepts a delayed confrontation and proposes they settle it later at the camp training ground, where combat is allowed. Itsuki agrees without hesitation. The venue suddenly goes dark, and the candidates realize the entrance has sealed behind them, leaving them in total blackness. Confusion spreads as they wonder how any test can be conducted in an environment like this. A harsh spotlight cuts through the darkness. Under the light, an official coolly notes the candidates' enthusiasm and tells them to hold on to it through the exam. He begins explaining the entrance test, though he implies the explanation will be brief. The reason is simple: this test has no rules at all. That announcement shocks the candidates, who immediately protest at the absurdity and danger of such an exam. The official reveals 4 rooms behind him and says the examinees may choose their own order, with no restrictions on equipment, items, or skills. He ends by stating the only objective is to raise their status as much as possible and pass, with scores above 80 praised, 60 to 80 placed under observation, and anything below 60 resulting in expulsion. The group enters a test area thrilled to find there are no restrictions on gear, and Ribbo immediately assumes the exam will be easy. That confidence wavers when his teammates realize they came in empty-handed, though they reassure themselves that their training should make up for it. As they move deeper inside, the others defer to Itsuki on which stat test to tackle first. Itsuki stays calm and says the order does not matter because they intend to clear everything anyway, so they might as well begin with the nearest test. Ribbo is delighted when that nearest challenge turns out to suit him perfectly. Seeing the defense test, he boasts that as a metal element user he has every reason to expect an advantage. They approach the arena and spot the examiner waiting ahead. Ribbo points him out, and the team sizes up the official who will judge them. The examiner introduces himself as the defense examiner, an earth element user around level 40, and even at a glance he gives off the impression of real strength. He explains the rules. He will attack with magically created rocks from difficulty levels 1 through 5, and the trainee's task is simply to stop them. The challenge is reduced to its core objective, and Ribbo treats it as straightforward. The examiner begins calling trainees forward, naming Ribbo Harino of the North Continent first. Caught off guard but pleased, Ribbo realizes he will be the first to test himself. Encouraged by his companions, he steps up confidently, convinced he can shrug off a few rocks without trouble. Before starting, the examiner gives him one chance to display any defensive skill he wants to rely on. Ribbo immediately activates metallization, coating his body in metal and boosting his defense. Fully armored, he invites the attack with complete confidence in his durability. The examiner starts at difficulty 1 and calmly forms the first projectile from his own magic. He fires the magic rock straight at Ribbo. Ribbo blocks it cleanly and dismisses the hit as too weak to matter. Emboldened, he asks to skip ahead because the opening level is beneath him. The examiner accepts without argument and prepares a stronger attack. This time the incoming projectile is far larger and faster, forcing Ribbo to react instead of pose. He braces and catches the impact head-on, but the force is already much harsher than before. The collision drives into his guard with enough power to make the test feel dangerous for the first time. From the sidelines, his teammates watch closely and start to worry about whether he is actually holding up. Ribbo answers with bravado, insisting he is still fine. Itsuki quietly analyzes the attack and realizes these are not ordinary stones at all, but constructs made directly from the examiner's magic. That means their hardness and destructive force far exceed normal rock, changing the true stakes of the test. Itsuki's concern deepens as he wonders whether Ribbo understands how serious the damage could become. Ribbo himself feels the truth of it as his arms go numb, admitting internally that even with metallization the blows are stronger than expected. When the examiner asks whether he wants to continue, Ribbo refuses to back down and demands the next increase in difficulty. Even as he prepares himself, he has to reassure himself that one more level should still be manageable. The examiner creates an even denser, more threatening magic rock for the next round. Ribbo tries to preserve his pride, telling himself he will not be intimidated just because the attack looks bigger. The third strike smashes through his defense with overwhelming force and blasts him backward. He is sent crashing to the ground, battered and stunned by a hit far beyond what he expected. The result shocks the onlookers, especially his teammates, who realize how badly he was overmatched. Ribbo lies in the debris, injured and struggling to recover from the impact. Itsuki and the pink-haired teammate rush toward him, alarmed by how hard he was hit. Ribbo manages to answer that he is still conscious, though only barely. Humiliated, He admits to himself that the examiner's power is at least 3 times greater than his own and that he was foolish to think he could endure it easily. The examiner acknowledges that taking a direct hit from difficulty 3 without passing out is impressive and should still earn Ribbo a respectable score. Without dwelling on it, the examiner calls the next trainee, Itsuki Tenma, making clear the test will continue immediately. As the next turn begins, Itsuki helps the injured Ribbo back to his feet, while their teammate steps aside. While supporting him, Itsuki warns that each rise in difficulty multiplies the rock's power, so Ribbo should stop pushing himself recklessly. The examiner turns to Itsuki and asks what difficulty he wants to begin with. Itsuki calculates the gap between them, concluding that Ribbo's defense stayed under 300 even with metallization, while his own black water wall is already around 627. The examiner assumes the silence means fear after watching Ribbo's defeat and says that reaction would be understandable. Instead of answering directly, Itsuki signals his choice with a raised hand. He wants to start at difficulty 5. The examiner is caught off guard when the black-haired candidate calmly declares that he wants to take on difficulty 5. He makes it clear he is serious, openly choosing the hardest challenge instead of easing into the test. Nearby candidates immediately warn that even difficulty 3 is already near their limit, so jumping straight to 5 is reckless. Others recognize him as Itsuki, the top scorer from the North Continent preliminaries, and struggle to believe someone with such a weak-looking build could have ranked first. The examiner answers the challenge by summoning an enormous rotating rock, treating the request as another case of a foolish, overconfident applicant. He reflects that people who overestimate themselves usually end up badly injured, unable to continue the rest of camp, and eventually forced to leave. Even so, he accepts the request and prepares to send the massive rock down at full force. The watching candidates realize the danger at once. A hit from something that size would end the test instantly. When told he may use any skills beforehand, Itsuki answers that he has none to rely on, so he will face it as he is. That reply unsettles the examiner, who now sees the challenge as either madness or mockery. Taking it as provocation, the examiner drives the attack down without holding back. The giant rock crashes toward Itsuki while he remains standing alone beneath it. Impact follows with explosive force, as if a meteor has struck the floor. The shockwave sends the surrounding candidates scrambling to shield themselves from the blast. Dust and debris fill the hall, leaving everyone convinced the candidate has been crushed. Onlookers conclude that no one could survive power on that level. The examiner, assuming the worst, calls for the medical team to rescue a critically injured participant. Before help can arrive, someone spots a figure still standing inside the smoke. The examiner freezes, realizing his assumption may have been wrong. As the dust parts, the impossible becomes clear. Itsuki is still upright. Shaken, the examiner tries to report the injured candidate's location, but his confidence is already faltering. Even his call for medical support stalls as he struggles to process what he is seeing. Itsuki steps out of the smoke almost casually and confirms that this was supposed to be difficulty 5. The examiner is forced to admit to himself that in all his experience he has never seen anyone endure a difficulty 5 rock without using skills, especially someone with such an ordinary frame. Unable to maintain authority, he abruptly withdraws from the exchange while internally questioning whether the preliminary's first-place winner is some kind of monster. The crowd's attitude shifts from doubt to awe, and people begin to suspect Itsuki's top ranking was completely deserved. His 2 companions greet him with admiration, with Saya openly acknowledging that instead of catching up to him, she has fallen even farther behind. Itsuki downplays the praise and tells Ribbo that there are still many things Ribbo can do better than he can. Ribbo briefly hopes for specifics, but Itsuki leaves him hanging and moves the group on. As they head to the next test, Saya asks for advice, and Itsuki simply tells her to be careful. At her turn, the examiner reminds Saya that she is allowed to use her skills. Saya immediately activates a water-based defensive technique, surrounding herself with flowing currents. She chooses difficulty 3, and the examiner sends a smaller but still dangerous rock at her. Rather than meeting the attack head-on, Saya positions her water wall to catch the rock's movement. Her skill absorbs and redirects the force instead of trying to stop it outright. Maintaining focus under pressure, she carefully controls the flow to keep the impact from breaking through. The redirected momentum carries the rock away from her body, turning a lethal collision into a manageable deflection. The rock is safely diverted to the ground, and Saya finishes the test exhausted but unharmed. The examiner approves of her decision immediately, recognizing that she handled the challenge intelligently. He explains that she succeeded because she used the water's flow to redirect the impact instead of trying to block it by force. He praises that judgment as the kind of practical battle sense a savior needs most. Back with her friends, Saya receives warm praise for her performance. Flustered, she admits she had hoped to earn a compliment from Itsuki in particular. The 3 of them continue on together, and decide that the next stop should be the attack power test. They arrive at a new venue already packed with participants gathered for the next evaluation. A different instructor, a relaxed man in dark glasses, notes that the crowd has formed here as well. He calls out to the new arrivals and tells them to pay close attention. He explains that this test will grade them according to the destructive power of their attacks. Ribbo immediately asks the obvious question of what exactly they are supposed to attack. With a sly smile, the instructor reveals that their target will not be him, hinting that his own Shikigami will be used instead. An instructor unveils his B-rank Shikigami, Nendoroid Tanma, as the target for a combat test. The students are unsettled by how crude and creepy the summon looks, until one of them reacts with unexpected admiration. Its ugly appearance instantly wins over the dark-haired boy, who finds it adorable instead of frightening. The instructor explains the rules. They may strike Tanma with fists or weapons, and its body is built to absorb punishment. One student immediately asks what happens if they actually destroy it, testing the limits of the challenge. The instructor dismisses that concern, saying none of them are strong enough to break it, and that Tanma will score them by the force of each attack. To demonstrate, he casually punches his own Shikigami. Tanma registers the sample hit as 50 points. The instructor clarifies that the scale is calibrated around that blow, with 100 as the ideal score. He adds that a true perfect score is practically impossible for students their age, since even he would need to be in his 40s to reach it. With the explanation over, the instructor officially begins the test. The first examinee, Hanma, steps up confidently, convinced that if the instructor's casual punch earned 50, his full strength should do the same or better. The dark-haired boy warns that Tanma only looks harmless and that the instructor's level makes even a casual strike far beyond ordinary students. Ignoring any doubt, the instructor orders them to stop hesitating and simply attack. Hanma approaches with false sympathy, pretending to feel bad for hitting such a harmless-looking target. He immediately drops the act, powers up, and vows to prove he belongs at the top. Driven by pride, he unleashes a serious enhanced blow. His green-charged punch slams into Tanma's body. Tanma gives him only 37 points, leaving Hanma stunned that a skill-boosted attack scored so low. The instructor cuts off the complaint and moves the test along without sympathy. Other students take their turns, producing middling results of 28 and 49 points. A stronger strike finally reaches 77 points, setting the best mark so far. Barely paying attention, the instructor calls for the next candidate while reading a magazine. A red-haired powerhouse mocks the others for failing to even break 80, treating their efforts as pathetic. Yet after seeing the scores, even he admits Tanma is tougher than it looks. Still, his confidence never wavers as he channels power into his massive hammer. He swings with full commitment, trusting his own strength completely. The hammer crashes into Tanma with explosive force. For the first time, the instructor shows mild approval. Tanma awards the red-haired student 91 points. He clicks his tongue at falling short of 100. Even so, he reassures himself that 91 is enough, since no one here should surpass him in raw power. As he walks back, he starts wondering about the absent top scorer from the preliminaries, Itsuki Tenma, and how high that boy might score. The instructor answers by calling Itsuki Tenma to take the next turn. The red-haired student stops in surprise as the name catches him off guard. He realizes the rival he was curious about has been here all along. Excitement replaces arrogance as he looks forward to finally judging Itsuki's strength for himself. Itsuki steps forward quietly, drawing everyone's attention. The red-haired student remembers that Itsuki earned 100,000 points in the preliminaries, but still believes his own weapon should keep their attack power comparable. He leans on the advantage of his unique weapon, the 100 hammer, which grants a massive attack boost. Convinced that equipment closes the gap, he decides Itsuki cannot be much stronger than him in direct power. Standing before Tanma, Itsuki echoes the earlier sentiment and almost seems reluctant to hit something he finds cute. The instructor, still distracted by his magazine, assumes this will be another disappointing score under 50. Itsuki gathers a dense red-black energy around his fist, and the mood shifts instantly. His eyes flare with lethal intensity, revealing a level of force no one expected. He drives that power downward in a single decisive strike. The attack erupts into a violent spiral of red energy. Tanma is blasted apart by the impact instead of merely scoring it. Only then does the instructor look up from his magazine, still absurdly focused on the swimsuit model rather than the test. The explosion tears through the room behind him, confirming that Itsuki did what the instructor claimed none of them could do and destroyed Tanma outright. The purple-haired instructor is stunned to find the supposedly dead trainee still standing after the Shikigami's violent attack. He realizes in disbelief that the trainee tore apart Tanma's Shikigami with his bare hands, something no ordinary beginner should be able to do. The black-haired trainee stands unharmed and concludes that the hidden critical strike in his body was real after all. Seeing movement, he calmly notes that the monster has somehow survived too. The shattered cat-like Shikigami drags itself forward despite being mangled. The trainee casually asks for his score, and the dying Shikigami confirms he achieved the maximum of 100 points. The onlookers erupt in shock, because the target was supposed to be unbreakable below level 50, yet he destroyed it barehanded and even outscored the hammer test. Itsuki, who had used the hammer earlier, realizes this is not a small gap in points but a complete difference in power. He understands the score only stopped at 100 because the system could not measure any higher, and that the trainee's casual punch surpassed his full-force attack. Shaken, Itsuki drops his weapon and starts doubting his own strength. Meanwhile, the instructor kneels by the ruined Shikigami and admits he designed the test so only people above level 50 could ever reach 100 points. That makes him suspect the black-haired trainee may already be far beyond what a mere applicant should be. A nearby examinee senses the instructor's anger over the destroyed Shikigami, and decides it would be safer to slip away. He tries to flee, but the instructor immediately stops him. The instructor announces that the test is temporarily suspended for 10 minutes while the damage is dealt with. During the break, the pink-haired girl excitedly praises the trainee's overwhelming defense and power while he downplays it as something he cannot reproduce at will. Their loud companion boasts to the crowd about having recognized the trainee's talent early, only to be reminded that he had actually mocked him before. Since the exam will be delayed, the trainee suggests that Itsuki go ahead with the next test while the others wait. He agrees they can regroup at the plaza after everything is over. Itsuki approaches him, confirms the next stage is the magic power test, and prepares himself. The venue shifts to the section for measuring magic power. There, a striking red-haired instructor takes charge of the event and draws immediate attention from the crowd. Many of the male examinees become openly infatuated with her and start fantasizing that a high score might impress her. A silver-haired woman watches the crowd's behavior with contempt, seeing it as typical foolishness. Then she notices someone unexpected has arrived. Spotting the black-haired trainee looking toward the stage, she assumes he is just as captivated by the instructor as the rest. In reality, he is focused on the red cloth covering the apparatus, and deduces it must be the testing device. The red-haired instructor reveals that the tool used to measure magic power was created by her. She uncovers it, exposing a rare gear called a magic storage crystal. She explains that the procedure is simple. Place a hand on the crystal and pour mana into it. The score rises according to how much magic power the crystal receives. One examinee worries that emptying all his mana here might leave him unable to handle later tests. The instructor reassures him that the crystal can completely absorb the mana and then return it afterward. Her answer calms him, though her attention leaves him flustered. With questions settled, she formally begins the test and invites anyone ready to step forward. Eager to impress her, the same examinee volunteers to go first. She gives him permission to begin whenever he is ready. He resolves to pour in everything he has, convinced that a good score is his chance to win her favor. He unleashes his mana dramatically into the crystal with all the force he can muster. But even after exhausting himself, he is horrified to see the crystal is not even half full. The result proves his total magic power is only a fraction of the crystal's capacity. The instructor casually returns his mana and admits she forgot to mention one important detail. She reveals that this storage crystal was built to hold the full mana reserve of an awakened person in the level 40 range. The crowd is stunned, realizing even a level 40 awakener would struggle to fill it, while ordinary level 10 examinees never had a chance. She tells the drained examinee to stay still while she restores what he spent. As she does, she quietly confides that she can judge a person's character by sensing the mana they pour into the crystal. After reading his mana, she teasingly concludes that he is surprisingly innocent, leaving him completely embarrassed. She moves on and calls for the next participant to raise a hand. The spectators immediately lose their enthusiasm, deciding they would rather repeat the brutal defense test than be completely drained for such a hopeless measurement. Watching the sudden change in mood, the black-haired trainee notes that everyone was excited moments ago, but after the agility test their mana still has not recovered, so for now they can only observe. A black-haired man steps forward from the crowd, deciding to take the next turn in the mana test. The red-haired examiner notices him and calls over the second challenger. He hesitates, realizing he had only just started to volunteer when he was singled out. At the Northern Continent qualifiers in Kahahuntu, the first-place contestant stands ready with a sword at his back while the hall watches. The crowd recognizes him as Hanyu, the Northern Continent runner-up, and notes that even second place there is already formidable. Another observer points out that both the first and second-place finishers from the north are present, making the test far more interesting. The examiner reminds Hanyu of the rules and tells him to begin whenever he is ready. Hanyu places his hand on the crystal ball to start the measurement. He immediately channels green mana into it, releasing a strong aura that draws attention. The crystal begins filling as his mana pours steadily into it. Some spectators are unimpressed at first, thinking his output is only slightly better than the previous candidate. Others mock the Northern Continent, and boast that the South would have crushed this level of talent. Hanyu ignores the ridicule and reaches for the sword on his back. He draws the ornate blade partway from its sheath. The moment the sword is unsheathed, a much greater surge of mana erupts from it. Hanyu swings into action as the sword's stored power floods around him. His eyes flare with power as he fully synchronizes with the weapon. The crowd realizes his mana has suddenly multiplied and that he is far stronger than he first appeared. The black-haired challenger figures out that the sword itself is Hanyu's mana source. He understands that by drawing on the mana stored in the blade, Hanyu is redirecting that power into his own body. As the transfer continues, the crystal ball rises close to full. Hanyu keeps one hand on the crystal while maintaining the sword overhead, sustaining the flow. The examiner judges that this score is nearing 80%, enough to rank among the best results in years. Hanyu eases off as the crystal stabilizes at a high level. The examiner praises Hanyu's strength, then awkwardly mistakes him for a girl before he flatly corrects her. That correction shocks the onlookers, who realize they had completely misread him. The examiner teases that this revelation will disappoint the boys in the audience. Hanyu says he is ready to have his mana returned, and the examiner proceeds. After sending the stored mana back, she admits that returning such a large amount at once is exhausting. She resets the crystal and calls for the next participant to raise a hand. The black-haired man volunteers immediately, determined to take the test himself. The examiner welcomes the handsome newcomer and asks him to introduce himself first. He identifies himself as Itsuki Tenma from the northern continent, and the crowd is startled that the North's first-place winner has appeared as well. Hanyu studies him with interest, wanting to see what the top-ranked northerner can actually do. The spectators doubt Itsuki, noting that he carries no weapon and does not look like a magic specialist, so they assume his mana capacity must be mediocre. As the examiner tells him to begin, Itsuki calmly estimates that his natural mana alone should not fill even half the crystal. He places his hand on the crystal and decides to rely on his passive skill, Mana Sense. That ability lets him detect mana within a wide radius and restores 10% of his own mana for every enemy unit sensed. Itsuki activates the skill, realizing that sensing even one target nearby will start replenishing him. His perception spreads through the hall, and he identifies the instructor among the awakened people present. He continues scanning and recognizes that every awakened person in the room can serve as a source for his recovery. Itsuki understands that the gathered awakened contestants and observers are effectively feeding his mana reserves. As multiple targets register at once, his mana rapidly refills in repeated bursts while he keeps pouring power into the crystal. The crowd is stunned that he still has mana left despite being empty-handed and using no artifact at all. Even the examiner grows uneasy as she sees the crystal nearing its limit. The crystal ball becomes completely full, glowing with dense purple mana. Itsuki notices that despite filling it, he still has excess mana to spare. A dark, overwhelming aura gathers behind him as he prepares to push even further. Alarmed that he is not stopping even after maxing out the crystal, the examiner urgently tries to cut him off before he overloads it. Itsuki looks up in confusion, his hand still pressed to the crystal as the examiner interrupts him. A black-haired candidate channels mana into a crystal ball, and the device suddenly fractures under the strain. The damaged crystal erupts with violent energy, sending a burst of purple force through the testing area. The red-haired examiner shields herself as the unexpected blast confirms the crystal has exploded. Nearby candidates realize something in the magic test has broken, and alarm spreads through the room. At the center of it, the black-haired candidate stands over the ruined apparatus as the unstable mana settles. He casually explains that he only poured mana into the crystal and it broke on its own, while also making clear he has no intention of paying for it. The onlookers conclude that the crystal failed because his magic exceeded what it could withstand, making him seem almost inhuman. The examiner is shaken because this kind of result has not appeared in years, and she starts recalling the last person who achieved it. She remembers Tambain, who shattered a crystal the same way 10 years earlier. That memory leads her to a startling conclusion: another abnormal talent on Tambain's level has appeared. Recovering herself, she tells him she has a spare crystal and reassures him that losing his magic here will not ruin the rest of the exam. He is relieved, because despite the outburst he still has enough magic left to continue. His remaining reserves surprise her even more, since he still has power after producing enough force to destroy the crystal. Sensing a trace of his mana lingering behind, she decides to inspect it and learn what kind of person he really is. The moment she reaches into that residue, she makes direct contact with the emotional imprint inside it. The backlash hits her instantly, overwhelming her senses. She stumbles in shock, unable to process what she has just felt. What she reads in his magic is a dense mass of rage, regret, and killing intent. From a distance, she watches him leave and realizes those emotions are not fleeting but a constant whirlpool inside him. He reflects that using magic detection in a crowd like this is unfair, because ordinary people could not endure the emotional noise around him. He heads toward the final agility test, dismissing the restriction since only skill, not magic, should matter there. As he arrives, someone calls out to stop him. His pink-haired friend rushes over with another candidate trailing behind, trying to catch him before he moves on. She confirms he has already finished the magic test, and he tells her he is on his way to the agility round now. Seeing their gloomy companion, he asks what happened, and she explains that the man scored lower than she did on the attack test and took it badly. The discouraged candidate flares up at being discussed so openly, exposing how raw his frustration still is. He admits he has probably lost any chance at an excellent evaluation and now only hopes his score does not fall below 60. The black-haired candidate encourages them, but the dejected one points out that his own overwhelming performance makes that reassurance hard to accept. He argues that unlike their friend, they are in real danger of being pushed into the observation group. Panicking, he blames his lack of training and begs not to fail the exam. The pink-haired girl cuts through his spiral and tells him to stop worrying about the future and focus on doing their best in the last test. Before leaving, the black-haired candidate quietly tells her to rest afterward because she is clearly exhausted. She is caught off guard by his concern, while he answers her encouragement with a restrained acknowledgement. He heads off toward the agility course, leaving them with a simple instruction to do their best. She calls after him cheerfully, trying to send him off on a positive note. Once he is gone, her expression drops as another thought suddenly hits her. She lashes out at their companion for saying something that might make their friend hold back. He insists their friend would not be offended so easily, but admits he is worried that his own words might push him to deliberately aim for the observation group. Trying to reassure her, he reasons that the black-haired candidate likely scored so high earlier that even holding back now would not drag him below 80. He adds that someone capable of earning an excellent evaluation would never intentionally choose the observation group and extra training. But elsewhere, the black-haired candidate decides the opposite and resolves to keep his final score under 80. Checking his points, he concludes he does not need the bonus from an excellent evaluation if avoiding it lets him stay with Saya and the others in the observation group. He also sees practical value in that outcome, since extra training would benefit him more than prestige. Because he ignored the earlier scoring details, he decides the safest plan is to score as low as possible in agility, ideally earning no points at all. Just as he prepares to begin, someone from the northern continent calls out and interrupts him. A blonde candidate arrives with a silver-haired noble and a large bodyguard, confronting him for disappearing after their earlier encounter. The black-haired candidate turns to face them and dryly asks if they want another round. The silver-haired man takes over, reminding him of their promised duel, while the blonde one shrinks back behind him. The black-haired candidate agrees to settle it after the test, and the silver-haired rival accepts, making the challenge official. With that, the silver-haired man leaves for the test area while the blonde one lingers, and the black-haired candidate watches them go. As the next test begins, the dark-haired candidate pushes aside his irritation at being singled out and forces himself to focus on the exam. He enters the hall determined to stop dwelling on earlier provocations and deal with the challenge in front of him. The agility test is revealed to take place inside a marked red circle, turning the arena into a confined hunting ground. The instructor explains the trial as a simple predator and prey game, framing the contestants as targets rather than fighters. He makes the point clear: the cat hunts, and the mice survive only by avoiding capture. Claiming the role of the cat for himself, the level 40 order breaker openly establishes the gap in power between examiner and students. The rest of the candidates are assigned the role of mice, making survival the only objective that matters. Movement is restricted to the red circle, and the contestants are told their task is to keep running without being caught for as long as they can. To keep the test from dragging on, the instructor sets the target at 1 minute and declares that anyone who lasts that long earns a perfect score. Many candidates immediately mistake the challenge for an easy bonus and mock the idea that a single instructor could threaten them for even a minute. The instructor answers that overconfidence by selecting the first mouse, Fumiya Futaki of the South Continent. Futaki is shoved forward under pressure to represent his region, turning the test into a matter of pride as well as survival. Trying to steady himself, Futaki boasts that his lightning element and speed make him well suited for this kind of trial. The instructor casually adds the real danger. A single touch means immediate elimination, then asks if Futaki is ready. Futaki accepts and powers up with lightning, still trying to act confident even as the instructor mocks the idea of a mouse outrunning him. The instructor responds with calm amusement, implying the outcome depends entirely on whether the mouse is worth chasing. The moment the test starts, Futaki loses sight of him completely, and his confidence breaks the instant the instructor vanishes. Before Futaki can recover, he senses the instructor behind him and realizes too late that he has already been outmaneuvered. A hand lands on his head, ending the contest before Futaki can even react. The instructor treats Futaki's slow awareness as proof that he was easy prey from the start. Futaki is slammed down in shock, unable to understand how the match ended almost as soon as it began. The instructor announces the time with humiliating precision, less than half a second. The spectators are stunned, not just by the speed of the capture but by the fact that none of them even saw how the instructor got behind Futaki. The dark-haired candidate and the white-haired noble both conclude that this was more than raw speed and that some kind of skill was involved. They judge the instructor to be monstrously fast, but not so fast that his movement should have been impossible to track without a trick. Without pause, the instructor calls for the second mouse, Kagan Amamichi, another representative of the South Continent. Amamichi steps forward with composed confidence while his allies urge him to restore their region's pride. He promises a perfect score and makes it clear that he intends to prove himself under everyone's eyes. The instructor acknowledges Amamichi's prestigious family and his reputation, but warns him not to mistake that for special treatment. Amamichi answers that his family's expectations are irrelevant here because he relies on his own strength. He commits fully to that claim by activating his power and declaring that he is strong enough to survive. The instructor accepts the challenge and invites Amamichi to prove that his confidence is more than empty talk. Futaki, still rattled from his own defeat, recognizes the same movement pattern and desperately warns Amamichi to watch his back. This time the warning matters, because Amamichi reacts the instant the instructor appears behind him. Amamichi manages to perceive the attack in time, showing that he can at least read the threat that Futaki never saw. He throws himself away from the strike and escapes the immediate capture, turning the test into a real chase. Futaki takes credit for the warning, but the result already shows that Amamichi is operating on a different level from him. Watching closely, the dark-haired candidate realizes Amamichi moved before the warning reached him, meaning his own senses caught the instructor first. Amamichi lands and concludes that the instructor is not literally invisible, only using a method that fools ordinary perception. The instructor praises that insight, pleased that Amamichi has begun to understand the nature of the test. Even under pressure, Amamichi decides the challenge is difficult but manageable if he stays sharp. The instructor immediately punishes that moment of analysis by rushing him again, forcing him to choose action over thought. Amamichi realizes he needs total concentration against an expert like this and abandons any hope of relaxing for even a second. The instructor keeps pressing, making clear that survival depends on constant movement and instant decisions. Their exchange accelerates into a high-speed pursuit, with Amamichi repeatedly slipping past attacks by the narrowest margin. The audience can barely follow the fight and begins to understand that Amamichi may actually be capable of lasting the full minute. The dark-haired candidate sharpens his own vision with Thunder Roar Wave, allowing him to read both fighters clearly and identify Amamichi's state as a temporary overload that massively boosts his abilities. From that, he concludes that Amamichi's speed is not sustainable and that the match will be decided by whether he can endure the strain long enough. Sensing the pattern in Amamichi's evasions, the instructor declares that the mouse has finally exposed his habits. Amamichi tries to break away at full speed, but the instructor's reach is already closing in behind him, signaling that the chase is about to turn against him. Amamichi refuses to be caught, driven by his decision to surpass Taiwijin and endure longer than anyone expects. He unleashes air cannon at close range, using the wind blast as a desperate way to break free. Because the skill's recoil is usually a weakness, he deliberately adjusts his posture and turns that flaw into a way to slip past the instructor's grasp. An observer recognizes that Amamichi is cleverly using the skill's recoil to redirect himself and avoid capture. The instructor immediately realizes Amamichi should not have been able to dodge from that position and presses him for an answer. Instead of explaining, Amamichi fires air cannon again at full power to keep the instructor off balance. The blast forces open space between them, buying Amamichi a little more time and room to move. His composure under pressure makes clear that this is not luck but a carefully thought-out survival strategy. He rides the momentum of his own attack and shoots away before the instructor can close in again. The crowd realizes he did not waste the skill on the instructor at all, but on the instructor's path, proving even a low-rank skill becomes dangerous in the right hands. Amamichi's calm confidence convinces the onlookers that his real talent lies in extracting maximum combat value from ordinary abilities. Even so, the instructor sees the truth. Amamichi is reaching his limit and running out of stamina. Amamichi answers that pressure by manifesting a massive wolf-shaped aura and declaring the match effectively over. The instructor understands the threat, but also knows Amamichi is nearly spent and could only survive a little longer with rest. With no time to recover and nowhere left to retreat on the ground, Amamichi appears cornered. A sharp-eyed observer notices that one possible escape route still remains. That route is the air, and Amamichi commits to it before the instructor can react. He launches upward past the instructor's blind spot, turning the chase vertical. Using skywalk, he creates footholds in solidified air and starts running through open space itself. The audience is stunned that he can leave the arena floor without technically breaking the rules, a feat that marks wind users as exceptionally versatile. His method is explained. He hardens the air beneath his feet and uses it like invisible steps to evade pursuit. From below, the instructor judges that Amamichi's understanding of his element is extraordinary and assumes this should finally put him out of reach. That assumption collapses when Amamichi suddenly appears right in front of him in midair. Amamichi seizes the opening and catches the instructor before he can recover. He drives him down in a violent impact, ending the aerial exchange with a crushing slam. When the dust settles, Amamichi remains standing while the instructor is left coughing on the ground. Amamichi lightly admits it was close, making clear he knows how narrowly he survived. The result is announced. Amamichi lasted 1 minute and 2 seconds, setting a new benchmark. The instructor, exhausted and drenched in sweat, can only accept that Amamichi truly pushed him to the edge. The crowd erupts, celebrating Amamichi for surpassing the previous top preliminary record and nearly making everyone's heart stop. One important observer becomes even more interested, impressed by Amamichi's pacing and his ability to draw full power from a modest skill set. Others from the South Continent loudly claim the result as proof of Kagan's greatness and their own regional pride. Amamichi helps the instructor back up, shifting the mood from combat to mutual respect. The instructor openly praises him as the most outstanding trainee he has seen in years and tells him his dream of becoming a special-class savior is now realistic if he keeps working. Flustered by the praise, Amamichi gives a stiff, embarrassed thanks and tries to hide how much the words affected him. The next challenger is announced as the South Continent's Ishtora, and the tone immediately turns competitive again. The South Continent camp boasts that Kagan's example has already revealed the instructor's movement patterns and that their fighter can do even better. Before the test begins, Ishtora tells a black-haired trainee he will decide whether to let him take the next test based on what he sees now, warning him not to waste his time. The black-haired trainee coolly replies that Ishtora may end up disappointed, while the countdown for Ishtora's trial begins. As the match starts, Imamichi points out that simply knowing the instructor's movements is not enough to reproduce his own performance. Watching from the side, the black-haired trainee dryly notes that Ishtora is failing to prove himself. Ishtora apologizes to Kagan for the embarrassment, only to be told that the one disgracing them is himself, and by extension, the South Continent. Imamichi then shifts the focus, saying it is time for the North Continent's representative to take a turn and reminding everyone there is only one such trainee present. Attention turns to the black-haired trainee, identified as Tetsuki Tenma, while the crowd recalls rumors that the North Continent's savior candidate is absurdly strong despite his age. As Tenma walks forward, observers note that he does not seem burdened by the pressure, while he privately decides to keep things simple and avoid being caught at all. Yet Imamichi's test has already changed his mindset, and what began as a routine plan becomes genuine curiosity. Around him, others argue over whether he still has enough magic left after destroying Shikigami earlier, but the debate gives way to anticipation. Even the exhausted instructor challenges Tenma directly, demanding to see what the nation's most anticipated number one can really do. Imamichi formally welcomes Tenma, naming him Itsuki Tenma, the highly anticipated national number one who surpassed the record Taiwajan left behind. Tenma steps up, says he is honored, and calmly asks for 5 seconds, hinting that he may overturn everyone's expectations before the test even properly begins. The brown-haired trainee launches in at extreme speed, and his opponent coolly dismisses any attempt at humility. He dives straight at the black-haired man, trying to overwhelm him before he can respond. The black-haired trainee slips away so cleanly that the attacker is forced to chase, while someone notes this is the speed expected of a national-level killer. As the pursuit continues, the attacker is mocked for moving exactly as his opponent wants. The black-haired man calmly counts the seconds, treating the exchange like a timed exercise rather than a fight. Instead of pressing forward, he keeps circling the arena in a controlled path while the other man burns energy trying to catch him. The spectators realize the attacker is retreating toward the boundary on instinct, effectively cutting off his own escape and showing signs of panic. The white-haired elite loses interest, deciding the brown-haired trainee is just digging his own grave. He turns to leave, certain the match became one-sided the moment the trainee failed to land a hit within 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the black-haired man studies the situation and sees that his opponent is neither using skills properly nor choosing a sensible route. He plants himself and prepares to end the chase on his own terms. He activates Thunder Roar Wave, sharply boosting his agility with crackling lightning. The brown-haired trainee tries to punish that decision immediately, convinced the skill came too late to matter. He lunges in for the opening, only for the black-haired man to vanish past him in a blur. The attacker is stunned that his strike was avoided at all. He realizes the black-haired man accelerated to a level he could not track even for an instant. Worse, his opponent had enough control to tap his shoulder while passing, turning the dodge into a deliberate taunt. The black-haired man explains he only meant to signal the instructor, but the touch somehow landed on the trainee instead. That casual mockery flips the mood, and the brown-haired trainee stops treating this as a simple game of cat and mouse. His killing intent surges as he decides this is the first mouse worth taking seriously. Grinning viciously, he admits the black-haired man has managed to provoke the cat. He unleashes a devastating attack that tears into the arena with explosive force. A massive beast-like wave of power bears down on the black-haired man, and the attacker vows to erase him before he can even process it. The strike closes in with enough speed and pressure to kill before thought can become action. Yet the black-haired man only marks the next checkpoint, calmly noting that 4 seconds have passed. The attacker is shaken when he realizes his opponent has already read the movement. The attack detonates uselessly into the floor instead of its target. The onlookers are baffled, but the white-haired elite immediately understands the outcome is already decided. By the time the smoke clears, the brown-haired trainee has already closed in and pinned the black-haired man to the ground. Even while holding the advantage, he cannot understand why someone who could react chose not to evade. The black-haired man answers with another time call, announcing 5 seconds. That answer leaves the attacker confused for the first time. He checks the stopwatch in his hand to confirm what he just heard. The display proves the black-haired man was exact. 5 seconds have elapsed. The attacker stares down at him, unsettled that the timing mattered more to his opponent than the attack itself. Around them, the crowd begins to notice the instructor's strange expression. Still pinned, the black-haired man calmly asks for the result to be announced and for the trainee to get off him. The instructor hesitates, then declares the black-haired man has passed and is now qualified for the North Continent's trainee survival test. As he rises, the black-haired man notes that lasting 5 seconds means the score is settled, and surviving longer would only have made the gap more embarrassing for his opponent. The white-haired elite stops him and acknowledges his speed, but says that in a real fight he would still lose because his power is lacking. The black-haired man accepts the challenge and sets their duel for after the tests at training ground number 1. The white-haired man promises that is where he will crush him completely. He leaves with a dismissive snort, taking his entourage with him. One companion questions why he bothered with someone from the north, but the white-haired man has already judged the black-haired trainee as no threat. He states with complete confidence that the man cannot beat him. His followers reinforce that arrogance, arguing that even top southern talents barely last against Kagan, and a northern number 1 would fare even worse. Kagan cuts the conversation short, telling them to focus on passing the tests before worrying about challengers from another continent. Elsewhere, confusion spreads as people notice an unusual crowd gathering. A witness explains the commotion came from a crystal ball shattering after some unknown trainee poured in so much magic that the device exploded. When Kagan asks for the culprit's name, he learns only that the person was from the North Continent, and that his name was Jean. A silver-haired student notices Itsuki Tenma and immediately draws attention to him. The room turns the usual North versus South rivalry into a comparison between Itsuki and the South Continent's favored prodigy, Kagan Amechi. Kagan's supporters loudly insist that their champion is the obvious superior choice. The red-haired instructor cuts through the arguing and calls for a direct vote on who should take the test. Kagan answers first, declaring that strength is settled by ability rather than talk. He steps forward and claims the chance to represent the South Continent in the magic test. The instructor is briefly distracted by Kagan's striking appearance before refocusing on the exam. She explains that the test is simple: pour magic into the crystal ball. The crowd frames the contest as a pure measure of magical power and expects Kagan to dominate. As Kagan channels energy into the crystal, observers note that his power already seems to exceed the device's limit. While maintaining the flow of magic, Kagan casually flirts with the instructor and hints that he is holding back just enough to score perfectly. He decides that if the crystal cannot contain his power, he will simply overwhelm it. Kagan pushes even more magic into the crystal despite the danger. The instructor, impressed and charmed, tells him she will take responsibility for the damage afterward. Kagan remains cold and focused, treating the test as beneath him. The instructor suddenly realizes he is going too far and tries to stop him. Her warning comes too late, and Kagan detonates the crystal ball with sheer magical force. The spectators erupt in awe, taking the explosion as proof that Kagan is monstrous even by elite standards. Kagan dismisses the loss of the crystal, pointing out that he still has plenty of magic left, while the instructor laments the destroyed equipment. His supporters celebrate, convinced that a display like that guarantees him first place in the test. Kagan privately reveals that rankings and scores mean nothing to him compared with the one thing he actually wants. Elsewhere, another student is stunned to learn that he survived only 5 seconds in the agility test. The group concludes the instructor's speed was absurd, and Itsuki dryly notes that speed was never his specialty anyway. One student laughs off his own poor result, while the others accept that even Itsuki could not beat that test. An announcement declares the entrance exams finished and says all scores are being calculated and sent to each student's bracelet. As they wait, the students appreciate the convenience of the system, though one of them desperately hopes his score is at least respectable. The result notification finally arrives on a bracelet. The first score revealed is 61 points, placing that student under observation rather than among the top performers. Instead of being discouraged, he celebrates barely passing as if it were a major victory. Saya's result comes next at 62 points, putting her in the same observation category. The first student immediately latches on to their 1-point difference, and cheerfully declares them companions in mediocrity, to Saya's irritation. Itsuki calculates that his terrible agility score should drag him down badly enough to keep him out of the excellent student group, which actually suits him. The others assume he still passed easily because he was nearly perfect in every other test and only needed a minimal agility score. Itsuki agrees just enough to let them keep believing that. When his actual result appears, all three are shocked. Itsuki has 80 total points but only 5 in agility, leaving him 1 point short of the excellent group and also marked for observation. His loud companion tries to comfort him, but Itsuki quietly admits he does not mind being grouped with the others. Kagan arrives and mocks the North Continent students for being satisfied with such an ordinary outcome. The challenge hardens as the others demand to know what score gives Kagan the right to act so superior. Kagan's ally boasts that Kagan earned a perfect 100, though Kagan himself shows no interest in bragging. Itsuki confronts Kagan and reminds him of their earlier promise to settle things directly. An onlooker welcomes the tension, pleased to see the rivalry turning into open conflict. The two sides square off, and the atmosphere shifts from exam results to a personal showdown. The instructors notice the brewing confrontation and move in. One of them confirms that Itsuki and Kagan intend to duel. Kagan asks whether that is forbidden, only to learn that the academy encourages it. Itsuki immediately takes control of the moment by insisting that a proper duel needs an audience. He turns the private challenge into a public event by calling for everyone nearby to gather. A formal announcement spreads through the area. That night at 8, Itsuki Tenma of the North Continent will duel Kagan Amechi of the South at Training Ground No. 1. With both rivals facing each other at a distance, the invitation goes out to the whole crowd not to miss the match. As the tests end, the crowd erupts over a grudge match between the top-ranked fighters of the North and South continents, and starts placing bets on the outcome. The showdown is framed as a duel between the strongest, with both contenders staring each other down before it begins. The silver-haired fighter downplays the hype and makes it clear he never planned to turn this into such a spectacle. His black-haired opponent answers with open confidence, making it clear he welcomes the fight. An official breaks up the gathering for the night, while the onlookers leave still excited and eager to see who wins tomorrow. Before parting, another student asks Tenma for a private word, and Tenma agrees. While the others head off to eat, the silver-haired rival chooses to rest instead, leaving Tenma alone for the conversation. The student praises Tenma's agility test performance but also points out that Tenma held back, because 5 seconds of effort should have earned a far higher score. Tenma refuses to explain himself, and insists he is satisfied with the result he got. The student reveals he noticed Tenma concealing his true strength, and says he deliberately gave him a small push out of goodwill. Tenma realizes that this same student was the one who exposed him during the test by putting him in the spotlight. With a quiet warning, the student tells Tenma that if he wants to keep his power hidden, he should be more careful about going all out. He adds that he still cannot tell how much strength Tenma truly has, but he does know Tenma's gift belongs to the rare special class. Ending the exchange, he tells Tenma to rest and offers him luck before walking away. Left alone, Tenma connects that revelation to Amachi's own special class gift, Nirvana, and realizes gifts of that level can alter the rules of the world. He recalls that Nirvana automatically raises stats when learning a skill, removes debuffs, and fully heals injuries, making tomorrow's duel far more dangerous than it first seemed. Tenma then reviews his own special skill, over mimesis, which analyzes an enemy's attacks and learns the counter, and understands he is about to face another special class user much sooner than expected. His thoughts are interrupted when his friends check on him, and he brushes off concern by saying the instructor only talked to him about the duel. Choosing comfort over more discussion, Tenma says he is tired and suggests they take a break at his place. When his friend assumes that means a cramped room, Tenma casually reveals it is much better than that. The others are stunned to discover that Tenma has rented an entire villa. Ribbo is immediately overwhelmed by the luxury and starts celebrating every expensive detail of the place. As they inspect the kitchen, Tenma invites them to treat the villa as a shared base from now on. His friends shift back to the coming duel, and urge him not to let his fixation on the silver-haired opponent consume his training or judgment. Tenma admits that his growth depends on fighting strong opponents, and decides he has to take this match if he wants to become stronger, especially since Amachi may be exactly the kind of enemy he needs. The tension eases when Tenma jokes about food and asks Ribbo to cook, showing he is still in control of himself. Ribbo enthusiastically accepts the job and throws himself into it. Saya remains unconvinced by Tenma's confidence, and reminds him that his promises have failed before. Tenma tries to reassure her the way he did in the past, but the memory only sharpens what went wrong. Saya finally says outright that he broke his promise to her, exposing the real source of her anger and hurt. She brings up the battle with the skeleton soldier, when Tenma could have dodged but instead took the blow with his own body. Tenma explains that breakers are not allowed to rely on healing from skills, and that his body acted on instinct rather than calculation. Saya presses on, recalling that he later summoned a giant blue lotus, recovered, and defeated the skeleton soldier anyway. From that, she concludes he accepted the hit because he believed he could heal himself afterward. Even while apologizing, she insists there had to be safer ways to win and that his recklessness terrified her. Tenma realizes her anger is really fear for him, and he gently calls out that she is upset because she cares. He reminds her that she has been carrying this alone since they were children and tells her she is not alone anymore because he and Ribbo are with her. Then he turns serious and asks her to value her own life more carefully too. Ribbo cuts in before the moment grows heavier, joking that Saya has started lecturing Tenma again as dinner is served. He urges them to eat first, arguing that they cannot face tomorrow's fight on an empty stomach. By evening, the scene shifts to Apex Camp's main training ground, where the duel is about to begin. The crowd hypes the match as a clash between the North's and South's best, arguing over whether raw combat power or overall utility will decide who is truly superior. Among the spectators, several notable fighters gather to watch, underscoring how much attention this duel has drawn. Imachi reflects that there have never been this many spectators for a student duel and notes that the camp itself seems to have narrowed the field until only one standout remained on each side. Even some instructors question why a fight between students has become such a major event, though their curiosity keeps them watching. With everyone assembled, the organizers move to formally explain the rules of the duel. An instructor silences the arena and takes control of the proceedings. Using a megaphone, he orders both duelists to enter the ring while he lays out the conditions. Tenma and the silver-haired fighter step forward side by side as supporters from both camps shout for them to prove which continent's top student is stronger. The victory conditions are announced clearly. The match ends if a fighter is knocked unconscious, unable to continue, or if time runs out. The duel's rules are laid out. Violating equipment restrictions or using forbidden gear artifacts means immediate defeat. One-side objects that the arena's point cap effectively bans long-range tactics, questioning who would agree to such an unfair setup. The official makes it clear that if both fighters accept the terms, the duel will start regardless of complaints. The white-haired fighter mocks his opponent's confidence and asks whether he is truly ready to stake everything on this test. The black-haired man accepts without hesitation, and with both sides committed, the duel begins. The white-haired fighter moves first, gathering wind power at close range and warning that the opening attack will be decisive. He activates the C-rank skill vacuum, drawing in the surrounding air to amplify his strike. The technique tears through the arena as it drags everything nearby into its destructive pull. The black-haired opponent stays composed, reading the attack instead of panicking. Confident he has trapped his target, the white-haired fighter unleashes air cannon at full force. The blast erupts like a concentrated pillar of wind and slams straight ahead. Smoke and debris swallow the impact zone, making it seem as though the opening exchange should have ended the fight. Believing he has already established dominance, the attacker warns that anyone who cannot handle even this much should surrender or die. But the black-haired man emerges untouched and dismisses the attack as a one-time surprise at best. The duel's balance shifts immediately as the supposed victim proves he was never in danger. The arena is left gouged and shattered between them, showing the force involved even though the target endured it. The spectators are stunned that a mere C-rank Wind skill could be that strong, but even more shocked that the black-haired fighter absorbed it head-on without injury. An observer explains that wind techniques lose power over distance, which is why the attacker closed in before firing. By using vacuum first, he both strengthened his own attack and disrupted his opponent's rhythm. That combination should have overwhelmed any ordinary awakened fighter, yet this opponent is clearly far from ordinary. The onlookers realize the black-haired man is every bit as monstrous as his attacker, and that the real battle is only starting now. The black-haired fighter suddenly counters at close range, driving forward with force that catches the white-haired man off guard. The white-haired fighter is hurled back as the momentum of the counterattack overwhelms his footing. A violent impact bursts through the arena, showing that the black-haired man's raw power is not defensive alone. The exchange sends both debris and bodies skidding through the wreckage. The pressure of the collision keeps escalating instead of breaking cleanly. They reset at close distance, with the white-haired fighter now forced to face his opponent's physical strength directly. The ground splits again under the strain of their clash, as if the arena itself cannot bear it. Their fists meet head-on in a pure contest of force. Locked together at arm's length, they test each other without tricks, each trying to overpower the other outright. Watching from the sidelines, others realize the two have abandoned finesse and are now fighting through sheer strength. The black-haired man drives the white-haired fighter backward through solid stone, proving his pressure is steadily winning out. One observer first thinks the struggle looks even, then corrects herself and concludes the white-haired fighter is clearly being pushed toward defeat. The white-haired fighter feels the difference himself, and cannot understand why his opponent's body is so immovable. To him, it feels less like fighting a person than trying to shift a mountain. The black-haired man finally reveals the reason, asking whether his opponent has not realized what he consumed. That implication jolts the white-haired fighter into sudden understanding. Desperate to regain control, he breaks the deadlock with another air cannon at point-blank range. He pours everything into the blast, convinced that no one could withstand it from this distance. The beam-like strike lands directly, and even the spectators think such a hit should be fatal. Yet the attack is cut apart or diverted before it can do real damage. The black-haired man slips through the blast unharmed once again. The white-haired fighter is shaken, realizing his opponent seems built to endure both offense and defense beyond reason. The black-haired man casually brushes at his neck and mocks the attack as if it barely deserved notice. Humiliated, the white-haired fighter abandons power as his answer and decides to overwhelm his opponent with speed instead. He launches into a rapid spinning rush, turning wind around his body to sharpen his movement, and strikes. The assault crashes into the black-haired man at close range with far greater velocity than before. He follows with a heavy finishing blow, trying to end the exchange before his opponent can respond. But in that instant he senses the black-haired man behind him like a predator, and the momentum of the fight flips completely. Alarmed, the white-haired fighter scrambles to invoke another air skill, now fighting to recover from a position he no longer controls. Tijin opens the clash by driving Kagan down with overwhelming force. The impact tears into the ground and leaves the arena in a burst of debris. The onlookers panic, realizing Kagan may have taken the full hit. As the dust rises, they struggle to understand whether Tijin's charge truly connected, knowing that even one strike from him can be devastating. From the crater, Kagan accuses Tijin of still holding back to avoid killing him. Tijin judges that Kagan is dangerous enough to require caution, but not enough to justify lethal force, so he decides to keep the fight under control. He settles on humoring Kagan for a while instead of ending things immediately. Standing over him, Tijin mocks the arrogance Kagan showed before the match. He presses the humiliation further, asking whether Kagan feels ashamed now. To make the point undeniable, Tijin lifts Kagan by the throat and leaves him dangling helplessly. Then he flings him away as if the gap between them is too wide to ignore. Kagan crashes down, and Tijin reduces the contest to a one-sided beating rather than a real match. That contempt finally pierces Tijin's calm, and he condemns Kagan as a coward. Kagan's supporters erupt in anger, furious that Tijin would insult him so openly. Even the crowd turns on Tijin, insisting that victory does not justify stripping a worthy fighter of his dignity. Others are unsettled because Tijin normally would not speak this cruelly, and they trust he must have a reason for it. Kagan answers the insult by drawing out a darker power, his rage spilling into the air. Bloodied and unhinged, he vows to make Tijin pay. He launches himself upward and unleashes a violent attack from above. Tijin faces it head-on, recognizing the strike as it comes. Kagan reveals a wind-based skill and shapes the attack into cutting blades. The blades race toward Tijin in a barrage meant to shred him before he can react. Tijin realizes he has seen this technique before and immediately understands what it is. The attack reminds him of the same wind skill Iberia once used against him. He braces in place instead of retreating. The wind blades tear into him, drawing blood across his torso. As Kagan watches the hit land, he reflects that he had always been stronger than everyone around him, even as a child. That long streak of easy victories fed the image others had of him as a genius. He remembers how little effort he needed to win, often moving only enough to finish opponents who were already beaten. Those effortless triumphs made him stand above fallen rivals without feeling challenged. Over time, the thrill of victory began to fade. Winning started to feel so natural that it no longer meant anything. Eventually, fighting itself became dull to him. That changed when he encountered the man called the strongest, Taiwijin. Kagan believed that facing such a monster might restore the excitement he had lost, even if he were defeated. Driven by that hope, he challenged Taiwijin to a fight. Instead, Taiwijin crushed him in moments and showed him a level of defeat he had never known. When Kagan lay broken, Taiwijin told him that his despair came from losing for the first time and from mistaking that pain for the thrill of battle. Kagan realized that even after finally losing, the emptiness inside him remained. Taiwijin explained that boredom was the result of Kagan's own strength, and that only someone who could overwhelm him completely would change that. For the first time, Kagan seriously wondered whether such a person truly existed. Taiwijin gave him a direction: go to Apex Camp. He promised that among the monsters gathered there, Kagan might find someone who could force him to understand the real meaning of battle. That memory snaps Kagan back to the present, and he sees Tijin differently. Now grinning through the fight, Kagan taunts Tijin and notices that Tijin can perceive the invisible wind blades. He drives the attack harder, testing the limit of that perception. The realization unsettles him, because Taijin's response confirms the possibility he had been chasing. Excited, Kagan concludes that Tijin must possess some kind of detection ability that lets him read the wind. He immediately starts building a larger technique, confident that simple evasion will no longer be enough. As the wind gathers around both hands, Kagan prepares to blanket the entire area with blades and force Tijin into a true test. A wind user unleashes the B-rank skill Wind Blade Tornado while noting this is his first time testing the technique on a human opponent. The arena is swallowed by violent spiraling blades as the attack expands into a full execution rather than a measured duel. Pressing the advantage, he tells his opponent there are only two outcomes left: surrender and accept defeat, or stay and be torn apart. He commits fully to that threat, driving the storm harder with the intent to end the fight by force. Inside the slaughter, the battered target quietly decides the moment has finally come. On the verge of being carved apart, he triggers the hidden ability he had been waiting to use, over mimesis. A system response confirms that Wind Blade Tornado has been detected and copied, with analysis beginning from zero. Watching the attack continue, onlookers panic and beg Itsuki to stop before he kills his opponent. The crowd realizes the match has crossed into an execution and desperately questions why the victim still refuses to surrender. Even those familiar with Kagan are shaken, feeling that whatever grudge is driving him has pushed the duel far beyond reason. Others plead for intervention, convinced the fight will end in death if no one stops it. But the authority overseeing the match refuses, judging that both fighters are at the height of their fighting spirit and that interference would be improper. As the analysis climbs, the trapped fighter activates Black Ice Wall to endure the storm long enough for the copy to complete. Spectators are stunned by the unfamiliar defense, realizing Tenma has produced a black ice armor unlike anything they have seen before. That revelation offers little comfort, because everyone expects the tornado to shred him anyway if it keeps landing. The wind blades continue hammering his body and armor while the copied skill advances toward completion. Kagan quickly reads the situation and understands that Tenma's armor is specialized against fire, making it a poor answer to a wind element attack. The mismatch proves brutal as the storm slices through the defense and into Tenma's body. Even while being cut apart, Tenma endures because he only needs to survive until the analysis finishes. The damage mounts rapidly, and the copied skill nears completion as his body is pushed to its limit. Kagan advances through the storm with confidence, certain that simple endurance cannot save Tenma from being worn down. He reveals why he can keep pressing forever. His special class gift, Silver Eye, reduces skill magic costs by 90% and instantly restores the power he spends. The system identifies Kagan Imamachi as a level 18 human wind user whose Silver Eye grants near-limitless skill usage through extreme cost reduction and automatic recovery. With that advantage laid bare, Kagan concludes that Tenma has no path to victory in a battle of attrition. The audience reaches the same conclusion, calling Kagan's gift absurd and declaring Tenma's defeat inevitable. Some spectators even dismiss Tenma's resistance as pointless pride, believing he is only prolonging an unwinnable loss. The storm intensifies into a final crushing barrage as the analysis enters its last phase. Observers wonder whether Tenma has already run out of magic or simply cannot move anymore, and they accept that he now appears defenseless and close to death. The copied skill reaches 98% as the attack continues to bury him under relentless force. At 99%, a concentrated blue core forms within the chaos, signaling that Tenma's counter is about to emerge. Broken and bloodied, Tenma realizes at last that the copying process is complete. The system confirms 100% analysis, fully reproducing Wind Blade Tornado. Tenma rises from the storm with the copied B-rank skill now his own, and gains magic detection as a new reward for surviving the ordeal.